The Girl from Montana by Grace Livingston Hill. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 1. The Girl and a Great Peril. The late afternoon sun was streaming in across the cabin floor as the girl stole around the corner and looked cautiously in at the door. There was a kind of tremulous courage in her face. She had a duty to perform, and she was resolved to do it without delay. She shaded her eyes with her hand from the glare of the sun, set a firm foot upon the threshold, and with one wild glance around to see whether all was as she had left it, entered her home and stood for a moment shuddering in the middle of the floor. A long procession of funerals seemed to come out of the past and meet her eye as she looked about upon the signs of the primitive, unhallowed one which had just gone out from there a little while before. The girl closed her eyes and pressed their hot, dry lids hard with her cold fingers, but the vision was clearer even than with her eyes open. She could see the tiny baby sister lying there in the middle of the room, so little and white and pitiful, and her handsome, careless father sitting at the head of the rude homemade coffin, sober for the moment, and her tired, disheartened mother, faded before her time, dry-eyed and haggard beside him. But that was long ago, almost at the beginning of things for the girl. There had been other funerals, the little brother who had been drowned while playing in a forbidden stream, and the older brother who had gone off in search of gold or his own way, and had crawled back, parched with fever, to die in his mother's arms. But those too seemed long ago to the girl as she stood in the empty cabin and looked fearfully about her. They seemed almost blotted out by the last three that had crowded so close within the year. The father, who even at his worst had a kind word for her and her mother, had been brought home mortally hurt, an encounter with wild cattle, a fall from his horse in a treacherous place, and had never roused to consciousness again. At all these funerals there had been a solemn service, conducted by a traveling preacher when one happened to be within reach, and, when there was none, by the trembling, determined, untaught lips of the white-faced mother. The mother had always insisted upon it, especially upon a prayer. It had seemed like a charm to help the departed one into some kind of a pitiful heaven. And when, a few months after the father, the mother had drooped and grown whiter and whiter, till one day she clutched at her heart and lay down gasping, and said, "Goodbye, Bess, mother's good girl. Don't forget," and was gone from her life of burden and disappointment forever. The girl had prepared the funeral with the assistance of the one brother left. The girl's voice had uttered the prayer, "Our Father," just as her mother had taught her, because there was no one else to do it, and she was afraid to send the wild young brother off after a preacher, lest he should not return in time. It was 6 months now since the sad funeral train had wound its way among sagebrush and greasewood, and the body of the mother had been laid to rest beside her husband. For 6 months the girl had kept the cabin in order, and held, as far as possible, the wayward brother to his work and home. But within the last few weeks he had more and more left her alone, for a day and sometimes more, and had come home in a sad condition, and with bold, merry companions who made her life a constant terror. And now, but 2 short days ago, they had brought home his body, lying across his own faithful horse, with 2 shots through his heart. It was a drunken quarrel, they told her, and all were sorry, but no one seemed responsible. They had been kind in their rough way, those companions of her brother. They had stayed and done all that was necessary, had dug the grave, and stood about their comrade in good-natured grimness, marching in order about him to give the last look. But when the sister tried to utter the prayer she knew her mother would have spoken, her throat refused to make a sound, and her tongue cleaved to the roof of her mouth. She had taken sudden refuge in the little shed that was her own room, and there had stayed till the rough companions had taken away the still form of the only one left in the family circle. In silence, the funeral train wound its way to the spot where the others were buried. They respected her tearless grief, these great, passionate, uncontrolled young men. They held in the rude jokes, with which they would have taken the awesomeness from the occasion for themselves, and for the most part kept the way silently and gravely, now and then looking back with admiration to the slim girl with the stony face and unblinking eyes who followed them mechanically. They had felt that someone ought to do something, but no one knew exactly what, and so they walked silently. Only one, the hardest and boldest, the ringleader of the company, ventured back to ask whether there was anything he could do for her, anything she would like to have done, but she answered him coldly with a no that cut him to the quick. It had been a good deal for him to do, this touch of gentleness he had forced himself into. He turned from her with a wicked gleam of intent in his eyes, but she did not see it. When the rude ceremony was over, the last clod was heaped upon the pitiful mound, and the relentless words, dust to dust, had been murmured by one more daring than the rest. They turned and looked at the girl, who had all the time stood upon a mound of earth and watched them, as a statue of misery might look down upon the world. They could not make her out, this silent marble girl. They hoped now she would change. It was over. They felt an untold relief themselves from the fact that their reckless gay comrade was no longer lying cold and still among them. They were done with him. They had paid their last tribute and wished to forget. He must settle his own account with the hereafter now. They had enough in their own lives without the burden of his. Then there had swept up into the girl's face one gleam of life that made her beautiful for the instant, and she had bowed to them with a slow, almost haughty inclination of her head, and spread out her hands like one who would like to bless but dared not, and said clearly, "I thank you, all." There had been just a slight hesitation before that last word, all, as if she were not quite sure, as her eyes rested upon the ringleader with doubt and dislike. Then her lips had hardened, as if justice must be done, and she had spoken it, all, and turning, sped away to her cabin alone. They were taken by surprise, those men who feared nothing in the wild and primitive West, and for a moment they watched her go in silence. Then the words that broke upon the air were not all pleasant to hear, and, if the girl could have known, she would have sped far faster, and her cheeks would have burned a brighter red than they did. But one, the boldest, the ringleader, said nothing. His brows darkened, and the wicked gleam came and sat in his hard eyes with a green light. He drew a little apart from the rest and walked on more rapidly. When he came to the place where they had left their horses, he took his and went on toward the cabin with a look that did not invite the others to follow. As their voices died away in the distance, and he drew nearer to the cabin, his eyes gleamed with cunning. The girl in the cabin worked rapidly. One by one, she took the boxes on which the rude coffin of her brother had rested and threw them far out the back door. She straightened the furniture around fiercely, as if by erasing every sign she would force from memory the thought of the scenes that had just passed. She took her brother's coat that hung against the wall and an old pipe from the mantel and hid them in the room that was hers. Then she looked about for something else to be done. A shadow darkened the sunny doorway. Looking up, she saw the man she believed to be her brother's murderer. "I came back, Bess, to see if I could do anything for you." The tone was kind, but the girl involuntarily put her hand to her throat and caught her breath. She would like to speak out and tell him what she thought, but she dared not. She did not even dare let her thought appear in her eyes. The dull, statue-like look came over her face that she had worn at the grave. The man thought it was the stupefaction of grief. "I told you I didn't want any help," she said, trying to speak in the same tone she had used when she thanked the men. "Yes, but you're all alone," said the man insinuatingly. She felt a menace in the thought. "And I am sorry for you." He came nearer, but her face was cold. Instinctively, she glanced to the cupboard door, behind which lay her brother's belt with 2 pistols. "You're very kind," she forced herself to say, "but I'd rather be alone now." It was hard to speak so when she would have liked to dash on him and call down curses for the death of her brother. But she looked into his evil face, and a fear for herself, worse than death, stole into her heart. He took encouragement from her gentle dignity. Where did she get that manner so imperial? She, born in a mountain cabin and bred on the wilds. How could she speak with an accent so different from those about her? The brother was not so, not so much so. The mother had been plain and quiet. He had not known her father, for he had lately come to this state in hiding from another. He wondered, with his wide knowledge of the world, over her wild, haughty beauty, and gloated over it. He liked to think just what worth was within his easy grasp, a prize for the taking, and here alone, unprotected. "But it ain't good for you to be alone, you know, and I've come to protect you. Besides, you need cheering up, little girl." He came closer. "I love you, Bess, you know, and I'm going to take care of you now. You're all alone, poor little girl." He was so near that she almost felt his breath against her cheek. She faced him desperately, growing white to the lips. Was there nothing on earth or in heaven to save her? Mother, father, brother, all gone. Ah, could she but have known that the quarrel which ended her wild young brother's life had been about her, perhaps pride in him would have salved her grief and choked her horror. While she watched the green lights play in the evil eyes above her, she gathered all the strength of her young life into one effort and schooled herself to be calm. She controlled her involuntary shrinking from the man, only drew herself back gently, as a woman with wider experience and gentler breeding might have done. "Remember," she said, "that my brother just lay there dead," and she pointed to the empty center of the room. The dramatic attitude was almost a condemnation to the guilty man before her. He drew back as if the sheriff had entered the room, and looked instinctively to where the coffin had been but a short time before, then laughed nervously and drew himself together. The girl caught her breath and took courage. She had held him for a minute. Could she not hold him longer? "Think," said she, "he is but just buried. It is not right to talk of such things as love in this room where he has just gone out. You must leave me alone for a little while. I cannot talk and think now. We must respect the dead, you know." She looked appealingly at him, acting her part desperately, but well. It was as if she were trying to charm a lion or an insane man. He stood admiring her. She argued well. He was half-minded to humor her, for somehow, when she spoke of the dead, he could see the gleam in her brother's eyes just before he shot him. Then there was promise in this wooing. She was no girl to be lightly won, after all. She could hold her own, and perhaps she would be the better for having her way for a little. At any rate, there was more excitement in such game. She saw that she was gaining, and her breath came freer. "Go," she said with a flickering smile. "Go, for a little while." And then she tried to smile again. He made a motion to take her in his arms and kiss her, but she drew back suddenly and spread her hands before her, motioning him back. "I tell you, you must not now. Go. Go, or I will never speak to you again." He looked into her eyes and seemed to feel a power that he must obey. Half sullenly, he drew back toward the door. "But, Bess, this ain't the way to treat a fellow," he whined. "I came way back here to take care of you. I tell you I love you, and I'm going to have you. There ain't any other fellow going to run off with you." "Stop," she cried tragically. "Don't you see you're not doing right? My brother is just dead. I must have some time to mourn. It is only decent." She was standing now with her back to the little cupboard behind whose door lay the 2 pistols. Her hand was behind her on the wooden latch. "You don't respect my trouble," she said, catching her breath and putting her hand to her eyes. "I don't believe you care for me when you don't do what I say." The man was held at bay. He was almost conquered by her sign of tears. It was a new phase of her to see her melt into weakness so. He was charmed. "How long must I stay away?" he faltered. She could scarcely speak, so desperate she felt. Oh, if she dared but say, "Forever," and shouted at him. She was desperate enough to try her chances at shooting him, if she but had the pistols and was sure they were loaded. A desperate chance indeed against the best shot on the Pacific coast, and a desperado at that. She pressed her hands to her throbbing temples and tried to think. At last she faltered out, 3 days. He swore beneath his breath, and his brows drew down in heavy frowns that were not good to see. She shuddered at what it would be to be in his power forever, how he would play with her and toss her aside, or kill her perhaps, when he was tired of her. Her life on the mountain had made her familiar with evil characters. He came a step nearer, and she felt she was losing ground. Straightening up, she said coolly, "You must go away at once, and not think of coming back at least until tomorrow night. Go!" With wonderful control, she smiled at him, one frantic, brilliant smile, and to her great wonder he drew back. At the door he paused, a softened look upon his face. "Mayn't I kiss you before I go?" She shuddered involuntarily, but put out her hands in protest again. "Not tonight." She shook her head and tried to smile. He thought he understood her, but turned away half satisfied. Then she heard his step coming back to the door again, and she went to meet him. He must not come in. She had gained in sending him out, if she could but close the door fast. It was in the doorway that she faced him, as he stood with one foot ready to enter again. The crafty look was out upon his face plainly now, and in the sunlight she could see it. "You will be all alone tonight." "I am not afraid," calmly, "and no one will trouble me. Don't you know what they say about the spirit of a man?" She stopped. She had almost said, "a man who has been murdered," coming back to his home the first night after he is buried. It was her last frantic effort. The man before her trembled and looked around nervously. "You better come away tonight with me," he said, edging away from the door. "See, the sun is going down. You must go now," she said imperiously, and reluctantly the man mounted his restless horse and rode away down the mountain. She watched him, silhouetted against the blood-red globe of the sun as it sank lower and lower. She could see every outline of his slouch hat and muscular shoulders as he turned now and then and saw her standing still alone at her cabin door. Why he was going he could not tell, but he went, and he frowned as he rode away, with the wicked gleam still in his eye, for he meant to return. At last he disappeared, and the girl, turning, looked up, and there rode the white ghost of the moon overhead. She was alone. Chapter 2. The Flight. A great fear settled down upon the girl as she realized that she was alone, and for a few hours at least, free. It was a marvelous escape. Even now she could hear the echo of the man's last words and see his hateful smile as he waved his goodbye and promised to come back for her tomorrow. She felt sure he would not wait until the night. It might be he would return even yet. She cast another reassuring look down the darkening road and strained her ear, but she could no longer hear hoof-beats. Nevertheless, it behooved her to hasten. He had blanched at her suggestion of walking spirits, but after all, his courage might arise. She shuddered to think of his returning later in the night. She must fly somewhere at once. Instantly, her dormant senses seemed to be on the alert. Fully fledged plans flashed through her brain. She went into the cabin and barred the door. She made every movement swiftly, as if she had not an instant to spare. Who could tell? He might return even before dark. He had been hard to baffle, and she did not feel at all secure. It was her one chance of safety to get away speedily. Whither it mattered little, only so she was away and hidden. Her first act inside the cottage was to get the belt from the cupboard and buckle it around her waist. She examined and loaded the pistols. Her throat seemed seized with sudden constriction when she discovered that the barrels had been empty and the weapons would have done her no good, even if she could have reached them. She put into her belt the sharp little knife her brother used to carry, and then began to gather together everything eatable that she could carry with her. There was not much that could be easily carried. Some dried beef, a piece of cheese, some cornmeal, a piece of pork. a handful of cheap coffee berries, and some pieces of hard cornbread. She hesitated over a pan half full of baked beans, and finally added them to the store. They were bulky, but she ought to take them if she could. There was nothing else in the house that seemed advisable to take in the way of eatables. Their stores had been running low, and the trouble of the last day or two had put housekeeping entirely out of her mind. She had not cared to eat, and now it occurred to her that food had not passed her lips that day. With strong self-control, she forced herself to eat a few of the dry pieces of cornbread and to drink some cold coffee that stood in the little coffee pot. This she did while she worked, wasting not 1 minute. There were some old flour sacks in the house. She put the eatables into 2 of them, with the pan of beans on the top, adding a tin cup, and tied them securely together. Then she went into her little shed room and put on the few extra garments in her wardrobe. They were not many, and that was the easiest way to carry them. Her mother's wedding ring, sacredly kept in a box since the mother's death, she slipped upon her finger. It seemed the closing act of her life in the cabin, and she paused and bent her head as if to ask the mother's permission that she might wear the ring. It seemed a kind of protection to her in her lonely situation. There were a few papers and an old letter or 2, yellow with years, which the mother had always guarded sacredly. One was the certificate of her mother's marriage. The girl did not know what the others were. She had never looked into them closely, but she knew that her mother had counted them precious. These she pinned into the bosom of her calico gown. Then she was ready. She gave one swift glance of farewell about the cabin, where she had spent nearly all of her life that she could remember, gathered up the 2 flour sacks and an old coat of her father's that hung on the wall, remembering at the last minute to put into its pocket the few matches and the single candle left in the house, and went out from the cabin, closing the door behind her. She paused, looking down the road, and listened again, but no sound came to her, save a distant howl of a wolf. The moon rode high and clear by this time, and it seemed not so lonely here, with everything bathed in soft silver, as it had in the darkening cabin with its flickering candle. The girls stole out from the cabin and stealthily across the patch of moonlight into the shadow of the shackly barn where stamped the poor, ill-fed, faithful horse that her brother had ridden to his death upon. All her movements were stealthy as a cat's. She laid the old coat over the horse's back, swung her brother's saddle into place. She had none of her own, and could ride his or without any. It made no difference, for she was perfectly at home on horseback, and strapped the girths with trembling fingers that were icy cold with excitement. Across the saddle bows she hung the 2 flour sacks containing her provisions. Then, with added caution, she tied some old burlap about each of the horse's feet. She must make no sound and leave no track as she stole forth into the great world. The horse looked curiously down and whinnied at her as she tied his feet up clumsily. He did not seem to like his new habiliments, but he suffered anything at her hand. "Hush," she murmured softly, laying her cold hands across his nostrils, and he put his muzzle into her palm and seemed to understand. She led him out into the clear moonlight then, and paused a second, looking once more down the road that led away in front of the cabin. But no one was coming yet, though her heart beat high as she listened, fancying every falling bough or rolling stone was a horse's hoofbeat. There were 3 trails leading away from the cabin, for they could hardly be dignified by the name of road. One led down the mountain toward the west, and was the way they took to the nearest clearing 5 or 6 miles beyond, and to the supply store some 3 miles further. One led off to the east, and was less traveled, being the way to the great world, and the third led down behind the cabin, and was desolate and barren under the moon. It led down, back, and away to desolation, where 5 graves lay stark and ugly at the end. It was the way they had taken that afternoon. She paused just an instant, as if hesitating which way to take. Not the way to the west. Ah, any but that. To the east? Yes, surely. That must be the trail she would eventually strike, but she had a duty yet to perform. That prayer was as yet unsaid, and before she was free to seek safety, If safety there were for her in the wide world, she must take her way down the lonely path. She walked, leading the horse, which followed her with muffled tread and arched neck, as if he felt he were doing homage to the dead. Slowly, silently, she moved along into the river of moonlight and dreariness, for the moonlight here seemed cold, like the graves it shone upon, and the girl, as she walked with bowed head, almost fancied she saw strange misty forms flit past her in the night. As they came in sight of the graves, something dark and wild with plumy tail slunk away into the shadows and seemed a part of the place. The girl stopped a moment to gain courage in full sight of the graves, and the horse snorted and stopped too, with his ears a-quiver and a half-fright in his eyes. She patted his neck and soothed him incoherently as she buried her face in his mane for a moment, and let the first tears that had dimmed her eyes since the blow had fallen come smarting their way out. Then, leaving the horse to stand curiously watching her, she went down and stood at the head of the new heaped mound. She tried to kneel, but a shudder passed through her. It was as if she were descending into the place of the dead herself, so she stood up and raised her eyes to the wide, white night and the moon riding so high and far away. "Our Father," she said in a voice that sounded miles away to herself. Was there any Father? And could he hear her? And did he care? "Which art in heaven." But heaven was so far away, and looked so cruelly serene to her in her desolateness and danger. "Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come," whatever that might mean. "Thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven." It was a long prayer to pray alone with the pale moon rain and the graves, and a distant wolf, but it was her mother's wish. Her will being done here over the dead. Was that anything like the will of the Father being done in heaven? Her untrained thoughts hovered on the verge of great questions, and then slipped back into her pathetic self and its fear, while her tongue hurried on through the words of the prayer. Once the horse stirred and breathed a soft protest. He could not understand why they were stopping so long in this desolate place, for nothing apparently. He had looked and looked at the shapeless mound before which the girl was standing, but he saw no sign of his lost master, and his instincts warned him that there were wild animals about. Anyhow, this was no place for a horse and a maid to stop in the night. A few loose stones rattled from the horse's motion. The girl started and looked hastily about, listening for a possible pursuer, but everywhere in the white sea of moonlight there was empty, desolate space. On to the Amen, she finished then, and with one last look at the lonely graves, she turned to the horse. Now they might go, for the duty was done, and there was no time to be lost. Somewhere over toward the east, across that untraveled wilderness of white light, was the trail that started to the great world from the little cabin she had left. She dared not go back to the cabin to take it, lest she find herself already followed. She did not know the way across this lonely plain, and neither did the horse. In fact, there was no way, for it was all one arid plain, so situated that human traveler seldom came near it, so large and so barren that one might wander for hours and gain no goal, so dry that nothing would grow. With another glance back on the way she had come, the girl mounted the horse and urged him down into the valley. He stepped cautiously into the sandy plain, as if he were going into a river and must try its depth. He did not like the going here, but he plodded on with his burdens. The girl was light. He did not mind her weight, but he felt this place uncanny, and now and then would start on a little spurt of haste to get into a better way. He liked the high mountain trails, where he could step firmly and hear the twigs crackle under his feet, not this muffled velvet way where one made so little progress and had to work so hard. The girl's heart sank as they went on, for the sand seemed deep and drifted in places. She felt she was losing time. The way ahead looked endless, as if they were but treading sand behind them, which only returned in front to be trodden over again. It was to her like the valley of the dead, and she longed to get out of it. A great fear, lest the moon should go down and leave her in this low valley alone in the dark, took hold upon her. She felt she must get away, up higher. She turned the horse a little more to the right, and he paused, and seemed to survey the new direction and to like it. He stepped up more briskly, with a courage that could come only from an intelligent hope for better things. And at last they were rewarded by finding the sand shallower, and now and then a bit of rock cropping out for a firmer footing. The young rider dismounted and untied the burlap from the horse's feet. He seemed to understand and to thank her as he nosed about her neck. He thought perhaps that their mission was over, and they were going to strike out for home now. The ground rose steadily before them now, and at times grew quite steep, but the horse was fresh as yet, and clambered upward with good heart, and the rider was used to rough places, and felt no discomfort from her position. The fear of being followed had succeeded to the fear of being lost for the time being, and instead of straining her ears on the track behind, she was straining her eyes to the wilderness before. The growth of sagebrush was dense now, and trees were ahead. After that the way seemed steep, and the rider's heart stood still with fear, lest she could never get up and over to the trail, which she knew must be somewhere in that direction, though she had never been far out on its course herself. That it led straight east into all the great cities she never doubted, and she must find it before she was pursued. That man would be angry if he came and found her gone. He was not beyond shooting her for giving him the slip in this way. The more she thought over it, the more frightened she became, till every bit of rough way and every barrier that kept her from going forward quickly seemed terrible to her. A bobcat shot across the way just ahead, and the green gleam of its eyes as it turned one swift glance at this strange intruder in its chosen haunts made her catch her breath and put her hand on the pistols. They were climbing a long time. It seemed hours to the girl, when at last they came to a space where a better view of the land was possible. It was high and sloped away on three sides. To her, looking now in the clear night, the outline of a mountain ahead of her became distinct, and the lay of the land was not what she had supposed. It brought her a furious sense of being lost. Over there ought to be the familiar way where the cabin stood, but there was no sign of anything she had ever seen before, though she searched eagerly for landmarks. The course she had chosen, and which had seemed the only one, would take her straight up over the mountain, a way well nigh impossible, and terrible even if it were possible. It was plain she must change her course, but which way should she go? She was completely turned around. After all, what mattered it? One way might be as good as another, so it led not home to the cabin, which could never be home again. Why not give the horse his head, and let him pick out a safe path? Was there danger that he might carry her back to the cabin again after all? Horses did that sometimes, but at least he could guide through this maze of perplexity till some surer place was reached. She gave him a sign, and he moved on, nimbly picking a way for his feet. They entered a forest growth where weird branches let the pale moon through in splashes and patches, and grim moving figures seemed to chase them from every shadowy tree trunk. It was a terrible experience to the girl. Sometimes she shut her eyes and held to the saddle, that she might not see and be filled with this frenzy of things, living or dead, following her. Sometimes a real black shadow crept across the path and slipped into the engulfing darkness of the undergrowth, to gleam with yellow-lighted eyes upon the intruders. But the forest did not last forever, and the moon was not yet gone when they emerged presently upon the rough mountainside. The girl studied the moon then, and saw by the way it was setting that after all they were going in the right general direction. That gave a little comfort, until she made herself believe that in some way she might have made a mistake and gone the wrong way from the graves, and so be coming up to the cabin after all. It was a terrible night. Every step of the way some new horror was presented to her imagination. Once she had to cross a wild little stream, rocky and uncertain in its bed, with slippery, precipitous banks, and twice, in climbing a steep incline, she came sharp upon sheer precipices down into a rocky gorge, where the moonlight seemed repelled by dark, bristling evergreen trees growing halfway up the sides. She could hear the rush and clamor of a tumbling mountain stream in the depths below. Once she fancied she heard a distant shot, and the horse pricked up his ears and went forward excitedly. But at last the dawn contended with the night, and in the east a faint pink flush crept up. Down in the valley a mist, like a white feather, rose gently into a white cloud and obscured everything. She wished she might carry the wall of white with her to shield her. She had longed for the dawn, and now as it came with sudden light and clear revealing of the things about her, it was almost worse than night. So dreadful were the dangers when clearly seen, so dangerous the chasms, so angry the mountain torrents. With the dawn came the new terror of being followed. The man would have no fear to come to her in the morning, for murdered men were not supposed to haunt their homes after the sun was up, and murderers were always courageous in the day. He might the sooner come and find her gone, and perhaps follow, for she felt that he was not one easily to give up an object he coveted, and she had seen in his evil face that which made her fear unspeakably. As the day grew clearer, she began to study the surroundings. All seemed utter desolation. There was no sign that anyone had ever passed that way before, and yet, just as she had thought that, the horse stopped and snorted, and there in the rocks before them lay a man's hat, riddled with shot. Peering fearfully around, the girl saw a sight which made her turn icy cold and begin to tremble, for there, below them, as if he had fallen from his horse and rolled down the incline, lay a man on his face. For the instant, fear held her riveted. With the horse, one figure like a statue, girl and beast. The next, sudden panic took hold upon her. Whether the man were dead or not, she must make haste. It might be he would come to himself and pursue her, though there was that in the rigid attitude of the figure down below that made her sure he had been dead some time. But how had he died? Scarcely by his own hand. Who had killed him? Were there fiends lurking in the fastnesses of the mountain growth above her? With guarded motion she urged her horse forward, and for miles beyond the horse scrambled breathlessly, the girl holding on with shut eyes, not daring to look ahead for fear of seeing more terrible sights, not daring to look behind for fear of what she did not know. At last the way sloped downward, and they reached more level ground, with wide stretches of open plain, dotted here and there with sagebrush and greasewood. She had been hungry back there before she came upon the dead man, but now the hunger had gone from her, and in its place was only faintness. Still, she dared not stop long to eat. She must make as much time as possible here in this open space, and now she was where she could be seen more easily, if anyone were in pursuit. But the horse had decided that it was time for breakfast. He had had 1 or 2 drinks of water on the mountain, but there had been no time for him to eat. He was decidedly hungry, and the plain offered nothing in the shape of breakfast. He halted, lingered, and came to a neighing stop, looking around at his mistress. She roused from her lethargy of trouble and realized that his wants, if not her own, must be attended to. She must sacrifice some of her own store of eatables, for by and by they would come to a good grazing place perhaps, but now there was nothing. The cornmeal seemed the best for the horse. She had more of it than of anything else. She poured a scanty portion out on a paper, and the beast smacked his lips appreciatively over it, carefully licking every grain from the paper, as the girl guarded it lest his breath should blow any away. He snuffed hungrily at the empty paper, and she gave him a little more meal, while she ate some of the cold beans and scanned the horizon anxiously. There was nothing but sagebrush in sight ahead of her, and more hills farther on, where dim outlines of trees could be seen. If she could but get up higher where she could see farther, and perhaps reach a bench where there would be grass and some shelter. It was only a brief rest she allowed, and then, hastily packing up her stores and retaining some dry cornbread and a few beans in her pocket, she mounted and rode on. The morning grew hot and the way was long. As the ground rose again, it was stony and overgrown with cactus. A great desolation took possession of the girl. She felt as if she were in an endless flight from an unseen pursuer who would never give up until he had her. It was high noon by the glaring sun when she suddenly saw another human being. At first she was not quite sure whether he were human. It was only a distant view of a moving speck, but it was coming toward her, though separated by a wide valley that had stretched already for miles. He was moving along against the skyline on a high bench on one side of the valley, and she, mounting as fast as her weary beast would go to the top of another, hoping to find a grassy stretch and a chance to rest. But the sight of the moving speck startled her. She watched it breathlessly as they neared each other. Could it be a wild beast? No, it must be a horse and rider. A moment later there came a puff of smoke as from a rifle discharged, followed by the distant echo of the discharge. It was a man, and he was yet a great way off. Should she turn and flee before she was discovered? But where? Should she go back? No, 1,000 times no. Her enemy was there. This could not be the one from whom she fled. He was coming from the opposite direction. But he might be just as bad. Her experience taught her that men were to be shunned. Even fathers and brothers were terribly uncertain, sorrow-bringing creatures. She could not go back to the place where the dead man lay. She must not go back. And forward, she was taking the only course that seemed at all possible through the natural obstructions of the region. She shrank to her saddle and urged the patient horse on. Perhaps she could reach the bench and get away out of sight before the newcomer saw her. But the way was longer to the top, and steeper than it had seemed at first, and the horse was tired. Sometimes he stopped of his own accord and snorted appealingly to her, with his head turned inquiringly, as if to know how long and how far this strange ride was to continue. Then the man in the distance seemed to ride faster. The valley between them was not so wide here. He was quite distinctly a man now, and his horse was going rapidly. Once it seemed as if he waved his arms, but she turned her head and urged her horse with sudden fright. They were almost to the top now. She dismounted and clambered alongside of the animal up the steep incline, her breath coming in quick gasps, with the horse's breath hot upon her cheek as they climbed together. At last they were at the top. 10 feet more and they would be on a level where they might disappear from view. She turned to look across the valley, and the man was directly opposite. He must have ridden hard to get there so soon. Oh, horror! He was waving his hands and calling. She could distinctly hear a cry. It chilled her senses and brought a frantic, unreasoning fear. Somehow she felt he was connected with the one from whom she fled. Some emissary of his, sent out to foil her in her attempt for safety, perhaps. She clutched the bridle wildly and urged the horse up with one last effort, and just as they reached high ground, she heard the wild cry ring clear and distinct. "Hello! Hello!" And then something else. It sounded like "Help!" But she could not tell. Was he trying to deceive her, pretending he would help her? She flung herself into the saddle, giving the horse the signal to run, and as the animal obeyed and broke into his prairie run, she cast one fearful glance behind her. The man was pursuing her at a gallop. He was crossing the valley. There was a stream to cross, but he would cross it. He had determination in every line of his flying figure. His voice was pursuing her, too. It seemed as if the sound reached out and clutched her heart, and tried to draw her back as she fled. And now her pursuers were 3. Her enemy, the dead man upon the mountain, and the voice. Chapter 3. The Pursuit. Straight across the prairie she galloped, not daring to stop for an instant, with the voice pursuing her. For hours it seemed to ring in her ears, and even after she was far beyond any possibility of hearing it, she could not be sure but there was now and then a faint echo of it ringing yet. Hello! Ringing like some strange bird amid the silence of the world. There were cattle and sheep grazing on the bench, and the horse would fain have stopped to dine with them, but the girl urged him on, seeming to make him understand the danger that might be pursuing them. It was hours before she dared stop for the much-needed rest. Her brain had grown confused with the fright and weariness. She felt that she could not much longer stay in the saddle. She might fall asleep. The afternoon sun would soon be slipping down behind the mountains. When and where dared she rest? Not in the night, for that would be almost certain death, with wild beasts about. A little group of greasewood offered a scanty shelter. As if the beast understood her thoughts, he stopped with a neigh and looked around at her. She scanned the surroundings. There were cattle all about. They had looked up curiously from their grazing as the horse flew by, but were now going quietly on about their business. They would serve as a screen if any should be still pursuing her. One horse among the other animals in a landscape would not be so noticeable as one alone against the sky. The greasewood was not far from sloping ground, where she might easily flee for hiding if danger approached. The horse had already begun to crop the tender grass at his feet, as if his life depended upon a good meal. The girl took some more beans from the pack she carried and mechanically ate them, though she felt no appetite, and her dry throat almost refused to swallow. She found her eyes shutting, even against her will, and in desperation she folded the old coat into a pillow, and with the horse's bridle fastened in her belt, she lay down. The sun went away. The horse ate his supper, and the girl slept. By and by the horse drowsed off too, and the bleating sheep in the distance, the lowing of the cattle, the sound of night birds came now and again from the distance, but still the girl slept on. The moon rose full and round, shining with flickering light through the cottonwoods, and the girl stirred in a dream, and thought someone was pursuing her, but slept on again. Then out through the night rang a vivid human voice. "Hello! Hello!" The horse roused from his sleep and stamped his feet nervously, twitching at his bridle, but the relaxed hand that lay across the leather strap did not quicken, and the girl slept on. The horse listened and thought he heard a sound good to his ear. He neighed and neighed again, but the girl slept on. The first ray of the rising sun at last shot through the gray of dawning and touched the girl full in the face as it slid under the branches of her sheltering tree. The light brought her acutely to her senses. Before she opened her eyes, she seemed to be keenly and painfully aware of much that had gone on during her sleep. With another flash, her eyes flew open, not because she willed it, but rather as if the springs that held the lids shut had unexpectedly been touched, and they sprang back because they had to. She shrank as her eyes opened from a new day and the memory of the old one. Then, before her, she saw something which kept her motionless and almost froze the blood in her veins. She could not stir nor breathe, and for a moment even thought was paralyzed. There before her, but a few feet away, stood a man. Beyond him, a few feet from her own horse, stood his horse. She could not see it without turning her head, and that she dared not do, but she knew it was there, felt it even before she noticed the double stamping and breathing of the animals. Her keen senses seemed to make the whole surrounding landscape visible to her without the moving of a muscle. She knew to a nicety exactly how her weapons lay and what movement would bring her hand to the trigger of her pistol, yet she stirred not. Gradually, she grew calm enough to study the man before her. He stood almost with his back turned toward her, his face just half turned so that one cheek and a part of his brow were visible. He was broad-shouldered and well-built. There was strength in every line of his body. She felt how powerless she would be in his grasp. Her only hope would be in taking him unaware, yet she moved not one atom. He wore a brown flannel shirt, open at the throat, brown leather belt and boots. In short, his whole costume was in harmonious shades of brown, and looked new as if it had been worn but a few days. His soft felt sombrero was rolled back from his face, and the young red sun tinged the short brown curls to a ruddy gold. He was looking toward the rising sun. The gleam of it shot across his brace of pistols in his belt and flashed twin rays into her eyes. Then all at once the man turned and looked at her. Instantly the girl sprang to her feet, her hands upon her pistol, her eyes meeting with calm, desperate defiance, the blue ones that were turned to her. She was braced against a tree, and her senses were measuring the distance between her horse and herself and deciding whether escape were possible. "Good morning," said the man politely. "I hope I haven't disturbed your nap." The girl eyed him solemnly and said nothing. This was a new kind of man. He was not like the one from whom she had fled, nor like any she had ever seen, but he might be a great deal worse. She had heard that the world was full of wickedness. "You see," went on the man with an apologetic smile, which lit up his eyes in a wonderfully winning way, "you led me such a desperate race nearly all day yesterday that I was obliged to keep you in sight when I finally caught you." He looked for an answering smile, but there was none. Instead, the girl's dark eyes grew wide and purple with fear. He was the same one, then, that she had seen in the afternoon, the voice who had cried to her, and he had been pursuing her. He was an enemy, perhaps, sent by the man from whom she fled. She grasped her pistol with trembling fingers and tried to think what to say or do. The young man wondered at the formalities of the plains. Were all these Western maidens so reticent? "Why did you follow me? Who did you think I was?" she asked breathlessly at last. "Well, I thought you were a man," he said. "At least, you appeared to be a human being and not a wild animal. I hadn't seen anything but wild animals for 6 hours, and very few of those, so I followed you." The girl was silent. She was not reassured. It did not seem to her that her question was directly answered. The young man was playing with her. "What right had you to follow me?" she demanded fiercely. "Well, now that you put it in that light, I'm not sure that I had any right at all, unless it may be the claim that every human being has upon all creation." His arms were folded now across his broad brown flannel chest, and the pistols gleamed in his belt below like fine ornaments. He wore a philosophical expression, and looked at his companion as if she were a new specimen of the human kind, and he was studying her variety, quite impersonally, it is true, but interestedly. There was something in his look that angered the girl. "What do you want?" She had never heard of the divine claims of all the human family. Her one instinct at present was fear. An expression that was almost bitter flitted over the young man's face, as of an unpleasant memory forgotten for the instant. "It really wasn't of much consequence when you think of it," he said with a shrug of his fine shoulders. "I was merely lost, and was wanting to inquire where I was, and possibly the way to somewhere. But I don't know as 'twas worth the trouble." The girl was puzzled. She had never seen a man like this before. He was not like her wild, reckless brother, nor any of his associates. "This is Montana," she said, "or was when I started," she added with sudden thought. "Yes, well, it was Montana when I started, too, but it's as likely to be the desert of Sahara as anything else. I'm sure I've come far enough, and found it barren enough." "I never heard of that place," said the girl seriously. "Is it in Canada?" "I believe not," said the man with sudden gravity. "At least, not that I know of. When I went to school, it was generally located somewhere in Africa." "I never went to school," said the girl wistfully. "But," with a sudden resolve, "I'll go now." "Do," said the man. "I'll go with you. Let's start at once, for now that I think of it, I haven't had anything to eat for over a day, and there might be something in that line near a schoolhouse. Do you know the way?" "No," said the girl, slowly studying him. She began to feel he was making fun of her. "But I can give you something to eat." "Thank you," said the man. "I assure you I shall appreciate anything from hardtack to bisque ice cream." "I haven't any of those," said the girl, "but there are plenty of beans left, and if you will get some wood for a fire, I'll make some coffee." "Agreed," said the man. "That sounds better than anything I've heard for 48 hours. The girl watched him as he strode away to find wood, and frowned for an instant, but his face was perfectly sober, and she turned to the business of getting breakfast. For a little her fears were allayed. At least he would do her no immediate harm. Of course, she might fly from him now, while his back was turned. But then, of course, he would pursue her again, and she had little chance of getting away. Besides, he was hungry. She could not leave him without something to eat. "We can't make coffee without water," she said as he came back with a bundle of sticks. He whistled. "Could you inform me where to look for water?" he asked. She looked into his face and saw how worn and gray he was about his eyes, and a sudden compassion came upon her. "You'd better eat something first," she said, "and then we'll go and hunt for water. There's sure to be some in the valley. We'll cook some meat." She took the sticks from him and made the fire in a businesslike way. He watched her and wondered at her grace. Who was she, And how had she wandered out into this waste place? Her face was both beautiful and interesting. She would make a fine study, if he were not so weary of all human nature, and especially woman. He sighed as he thought again of himself. The girl caught the sound, and turning with the quickness of a wild creature, caught the sadness in his face. It seemed to drive away much of her fear and resentment. A half flicker of his smile came to her lips as their eyes met. It seemed to recognize a comradeship in sorrow. But her face hardened again almost at once into disapproval as he answered her look. The man felt a passing disappointment. After a minute, during which the girl had dropped her eyes to her work again, he said, "Now why did you look at me in that way? Ought I be helping you in some way? I'm awkward, I know, but I can obey if you'll just tell me how." The girl seemed puzzled. Then she replied almost sullenly, "There's nothing more to do. It's ready to eat." She gave him a piece of the meat and the last of the cornbread in the tin cup, and placed the pan of beans beside him, but she did not attempt to eat anything herself. He took a hungry bite or two, and looked furtively at her. "I insist upon knowing why you looked." He paused and eyed her. "Why you look at me in that way? I'm not a wolf, if I am hungry, and I'm not going to eat you up." The look of displeasure deepened on the girl's brow. In spite of his hunger, the man was compelled to watch her. She seemed to be looking at a flock of birds in the sky. Her hand rested lightly at her belt. The birds were coming towards them, flying almost over their heads. Suddenly the girl's hand was raised with a quick motion, and something gleamed in the sun across his sight. There was a loud report, and one of the birds fell almost at his feet, dead. It was a sage hen. Then the girl turned and walked toward him with as haughty a carriage as ever a society belle could boast. "You were laughing at me," she said quietly. It had all happened so suddenly that the man had not time to think. Several distinct sensations of surprise passed over his countenance. Then, as the meaning of the girl's act dawned upon him, and the full intention of her rebuke, the color mounted in his nice tanned face. He set down the tin cup and balanced the bit of cornbread on the rim, and arose. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I never will do it again. I couldn't have shot that bird to save my life." And he touched it with the tip of his tan leather boot, as if to make sure it was a real bird. The girl was sitting on the ground, indifferently eating some of the cooked pork. She did not answer. Somehow the young man felt uncomfortable. He sat down and took up his tin cup and went at his breakfast again, but his appetite seemed in abeyance. "I've been trying myself to learn to shoot during the last week," he began soberly. "I haven't been able yet to hit anything but the side of a barn. Say, I'm wondering, suppose I had tried to shoot at those birds just now and had missed, whether you wouldn't have laughed at me? Quietly, all to yourself, you know. Are you quite sure?" The girl looked up at him solemnly without saying a word for a full minute. "Was what I said as bad as that?" she asked slowly. "I'm afraid it was," he answered thoughtfully. "But I was a blamed idiot for laughing at you. A girl that shoots like that may locate the desert of Sahara in Canada if she likes, and Canada ought to be proud of the honor." She looked into his face for an instant and noted his earnestness, and all at once she broke into a clear ripple of laughter. The young man was astonished anew that she had understood him enough to laugh. She must be unusually keen-witted, this lady of the desert. "If 'twas as bad as that," she said in quite another tone, "you can laugh." They looked at each other then in mutual understanding, and each fell to eating his portion in silence. Suddenly the man spoke. "I am eating your food that you had prepared for your journey, and I have not even said thank you yet, nor asked if you have enough to carry you to a place where there is more. Where are you going?" The girl did not answer at once, but when she did, she spoke thoughtfully, as if the words were a newly made vow from an impulse just received. "I am going to school," she said in her slow way, "to learn to sight the desert of Sahara." He looked at her, and his eyes gave her the homage he felt was her due, but he said nothing. Here evidently was an indomitable spirit. But how did she get out into the wilderness? Where did she come from, and why was she alone? He had heard of the freedom of Western women, but surely such girls as this did not frequent so vast a waste of uninhabited territory as his experience led him to believe this was. He sat studying her. The brow was sweet and thoughtful, with a certain keen inquisitiveness about the eyes. The mouth was firm, yet there were gentle lines of grace about it. In spite of her coarse, dark calico garb, made in no particular fashion except with an eye to covering with the least possible fuss and trouble, she was graceful. Every movement was alert and clean-cut. When she turned to look full in his face, he decided that she had almost beautiful eyes. She had arisen while he was watching her, and seemed to be looking off with sudden apprehension. He followed her gaze, and saw several dark figures moving against the sky. "It's a herd of antelope," she said with relief. "But it's time we hit the trail." She turned and put her things together with incredible swiftness, giving him very little opportunity to help, and mounted her pony without more words. For an hour he followed her at high speed as she rode full tilt over rough and smooth, casting furtive, anxious glances behind her now and then, which only half included him. She seemed to know that he was there and was following, that was all. The young man felt rather amused and flattered. He reflected that most women he knew would have ridden by his side and tried to make him talk. But this girl of the wilderness rode straight ahead as if her life depended upon it. She seemed to have nothing to say to him, and to be anxious neither to impart her own history nor to know his. Well, that suited his mood. He had come out into the wilderness to think and to forget. Here was ample opportunity. There had been a little too much of it yesterday, when he had wandered from the rest of his party, who had come out to hunt, and for a time he had felt that he would rather be back in his native city with a good breakfast and all his troubles than to be alone in the vast waste forever. But now there was human company, and a possibility of getting somewhere, sometime. He was content. The lithe, slender figure of the girl ahead seemed one with the horse it rode. He tried to think what this ride would be if another woman he knew were riding on that horse ahead, but there was very small satisfaction in that. In the first place, it was highly improbable, and the young man was of an intensely practical turn of mind. It was impossible to imagine the haughty beauty in a brown calico riding a high-spirited horse of the wilds. There was but one parallel. If she had been there, she would, in her present state of mind, likely be riding imperiously and indifferently ahead instead of by his side where he wanted her. Besides, he came out to the plains to forget her. Why think of her? The sky was exceedingly bright and wide. Why had he never noticed this wideness in skies at home? There was another flock of birds. What if he should try to shoot one? Idle talk. He would probably hit anything but the birds. Why had that girl shot that bird anyway? Was it entirely because she might need it for food? She had picked it up significantly with the other things and fastened it to her saddlebow without a word. He was too ignorant to know whether it was an edible bird or not, or she was merely carrying it to remind him of her skill. And what sort of a girl was she? Perhaps she was escaping from justice. She ran from him yesterday, and apparently stopped only when utterly exhausted. She seemed startled and anxious when the antelopes came into sight. There was no knowing whether her company meant safety after all. Yet his interest was so thoroughly aroused in her that he was willing to risk it. Of course, he might go more slowly and gradually, let her get ahead, and he slip out of sight. It was not likely he had wandered so many miles away from human habitation, but that he would reach one sometime. And now that he was reinforced by food, perhaps it would be the part of wisdom to part with this strange maiden. As he thought, he unconsciously slackened his horse's pace. The girl was a rod or more ahead, and just vanishing behind a clump of sagebrush. She vanished, and he stopped for an instant, and looked about him on the desolation, and a great loneliness settled upon him like a frenzy. He was glad to see the girl riding back toward him with a smile of good fellowship on her face. "What's the matter?" she called. "Come on, there's water in the valley." The sound of water was good, and life seemed suddenly good for no reason whatever, but that the morning was bright, and the sky was wide, and there was water in the valley. He rode forward, keeping close beside her now, and in a moment there gleamed below in the hot sunshine the shining of a sparkling stream. "You seem to be running away from someone," he explained. "I thought you wanted to get rid of me, and I would give you a chance." She looked at him, surprised. "I am running away," she said, "but not from you." "From whom, then, may I ask? It might be convenient to know if we are to travel in the same company." She looked at him keenly. "Who are you, and where do you belong?" Chapter 4. The Two Fugitives. "I'm not anybody in particular," he answered, "and I'm not just sure where I belong. I live in Pennsylvania, but I didn't seem to belong there exactly, at least not just now, and so I came out here to see if I belonged anywhere else. I concluded yesterday that I didn't, at least not until I came in sight of you. But I suspect I am running away myself. In fact, that is just what I am doing, running away from a woman." He looked at her with his honest hazel eyes, and she liked him. She felt he was telling her the truth, but it seemed to be a truth he was just finding out for himself as he talked. "Why do you run away from a woman? How could a woman hurt you? Can she shoot?" He flashed her a look of amusement and pain mingled. "She uses other weapons," he said. "Her words are darts, and her looks are swords." "What a queer woman. Does she ride well?" "Yes, in an automobile." "What is that?" She asked the question shyly, as if she feared he might laugh again. And he looked down and perceived that he was talking far above her. In fact, he was talking to himself more than to the girl. There was a bitter pleasure in speaking of his lost lady to this wild creature who almost seemed of another kind, more like an intelligent bird or flower. "An automobile is a carriage that moves about without horses," he answered her gravely. "It moves by machinery." "I should not like it," said the girl decidedly. "Horses are better than machines. I saw a machine once. It was to cut wheat. It made a noise and did not go fast. It frightened me." "But automobiles go very fast, faster than any horses, and they do not all make a noise." The girl looked around apprehensively. "My horse can go very fast. You do not know how fast. If you see her coming, I will change horses with you. You must ride to the nearest bench and over, and then turn backward on your tracks. She will never find you that way. And I am not afraid of a woman." The man broke into a hearty laugh, loud and long. He laughed until the tears rolled down his cheeks, and the girl, offended, rode haughtily beside him. Then all in a moment he grew quite grave. "Excuse me," he said. "I am not laughing at you now, though it looks that way. I am laughing out of the bitterness of my soul at the picture you put before me. Although I am running away from her, the lady will not come out in her automobile to look for me. She does not want me." "She does not want you? And yet you ran away from her?" "That's exactly it," he said. "You see, I wanted her." "Oh." She gave a sharp, quick gasp of intelligence and was silent. After a full minute, she rode quite close to his horse and laid her small brown hand on the animal's mane. "I am sorry," she said simply. "Thank you," he answered. "I'm sure I don't know why I told you. I never told anyone before." There was a long silence between them. The man seemed to have forgotten her as he rode with his eyes upon his horse's neck and his thoughts apparently far away. At last the girl said softly, as if she were rendering return for the confidence given her, "I ran away from a man." The man lifted his eyes courteously, questioningly, and waited. "He is big and dark and handsome. He shoots to kill. He killed my brother. I hate him. He wants me, and I ran away from him. But he is a coward. I frightened him away. He is afraid of dead men that he has killed." The young man gave his attention now to the extraordinary story which the girl told as if it were a common occurrence. "But where are your people, your family and friends? Why do they not send the man away?" "They're all back there in the sand. she said with a sad little flicker of a smile and a gesture that told of tragedy. I said the prayer over them. Mother always wanted it when we died. There wasn't anybody left but me. I said it, and then I came away. It was cold moonlight, and there were noises. The horse was afraid, but I said it. Do you suppose it will do any good?" She fastened her eyes upon the young man with her last words, as if demanding an answer. The color came up to his cheeks. He felt embarrassed at such a question before her trouble. "Why, I should think it ought to," he stammered. "Of course it will," he added with more confident comfort. "Did you ever say the prayer?" "Why, yes, I believe I have," he answered somewhat uncertainly. "Did it do any good?" She hung upon his words. "Why, I believe, yes. I suppose it did. That is, praying is always a good thing. The fact is, it's a long time since I've tried it. But of course, it's all right." A curious topic for conversation between a young man and woman on a ride through the wilderness. The man had never thought about prayer for so many minutes consecutively in the whole of his life, at least not since the days when his nurse tried to teach him, "Now I lay me." "Why don't you try it about the lady?" asked the girl suddenly. "Well, the fact is I never thought of it." "Don't you believe it will do any good?" "Well, I suppose it might." "Then let's try it. Let's get off now, quick, and both say it. Maybe it will help us both. Do you know it all through? Can't you say it?" This last anxiously, as he hesitated and looked doubtful. The color came into the man's face. Somehow this girl put him in a very bad light. He couldn't shoot, and, if he couldn't pray, what would she think of him? "Why, I think I could manage to say it with help," he answered uneasily. "But what if that man should suddenly appear on the scene?" "You don't think the prayer is any good, or you wouldn't say that." She said it sadly, hopelessly. "Oh, why, certainly," he said. "Only I thought there might be some better time to try it. But if you say so, we'll stop right here." He sprang to the ground and offered to assist her, but she was beside him before he could get around his horse's head. Down she dropped and clasped her hands as a little child might have done, and closed her eyes. "Our Father," she repeated slowly, precisely, as if every word belonged to a charm and must be repeated just right or it would not work. The man's mumbling words halted after hers. He was reflecting upon the curious tableau they would make to the chance passer-by on the desert, if there were any passers-by. It was strange, this aloneness. There was a wideness here that made praying seem more natural than it would have been at home in the open country. The prayer, by reason of the unaccustomed lips, went slowly. But when it was finished, the girl sprang to her saddle again with a businesslike expression. "I feel better," she said with a winning smile. "Don't you? Don't you think he heard?" "Who heard?" "Why, our Father." "Oh, certainly. That is, I've always been taught to suppose he did. I haven't had much experimental knowledge in this line, but I dare say it'll do some good somewhere. Now, do you suppose we could get some of that very sparkling water? I feel exceedingly thirsty." They spurred their horses and were soon beside the stream, refreshing themselves. "Did you ride all night?" asked the girl. "Pretty much," answered the man. "I stopped once to rest a few minutes, but a sound in the distance stirred me up again, and I was afraid to lose my chance of catching you, lest I should be hopelessly lost. You see, I went out with a party hunting, and I sulked behind. They went off up a steep climb, and I said I'd wander around below till they got back, or perhaps ride back to camp. But when I tried to find the camp, it wasn't where I had left it." "Well, you've got to lie down and sleep a while," said the girl decidedly. "You can't keep going like that. It'll kill you. You lie down and I'll watch and get dinner. I'm going to cook that bird." He demurred, but in the end she had her way, for he was exceedingly weary, and she saw it. So he let her spread the old coat down for him while he gathered some wood for a fire, and then he lay down and watched her simple preparations for the meal. Before he knew it, he was asleep. When he came to himself, there was a curious blending of dream and reality. He thought his lady was coming to him across the rough plains in an automobile with gray wings like those of the bird the girl had shot, and his prayer, as he knelt in the sand, was drawing her, while overhead the air was full of a wild, sweet music from strange birds that mocked and called and trilled. But when the automobile reached him and stopped, the lady withered into a little old dried-up creature of ashes, and the girl of the plains was sitting in her place, radiant and beautiful. He opened his eyes and saw the rude little dinner set and smelt the delicious odor of the roasted bird. The girl was standing on the other side of the fire, gravely whistling a most extraordinary song, like unto all the birds of the air at once. She had made a little cake out of the cornmeal, and they feasted royally. "I caught 2 fishes in the brook. We'll take them along for supper," she said as they packed the things again for starting. He tried to get her to take a rest also and let him watch, but she insisted that they must go on, and promised to rest just before dark. "For we must travel hard at night, you know," she added fearfully. He questioned her more about the man who might be pursuing, and came to understand her fears. "The scoundrel," he muttered, looking at the delicate features and clear, lovely profile of the girl. He felt a strong desire to throttle the evil man. He asked a good many questions about her life, and was filled with wonder over the flower-like girl who seemed to have blossomed in the wilderness with no hand to cultivate her save a lazy, clever, drunken father and a kind but ignorant mother. How could she have escaped being coarsened amid such surroundings? How was it with such brothers as she had that she had come forth as lovely and unhurt as she seemed? He somehow began to feel a great anxiety for her lonely future and a desire to put her in the way of protection. But at present they were still in the wilderness, and he began to be glad that he was here too, and might have the privilege of protecting her now, if there should be need. As it grew toward evening, they came upon a little grassy spot in a coulee where the horses might rest and eat. Here they stopped, and the girl threw herself under a shelter of trees with the old coat for a pillow and rested while the man paced up and down at a distance, gathering wood for a fire and watching the horizon. As night came on, the city-bred man longed for shelter. He was by no means a coward where known quantities were concerned, but to face wild animals and drunken brigands in a strange wild plain with no help near was anything but an enlivening prospect. He could not understand why they had not come upon some human habitation by this time. He had never realized how vast this country was before. When he came westward on the train, he did not remember to have traversed such long stretches of country without a sign of civilization, though of course a train went so much faster than a horse that he had no adequate means of judging. Then, besides, they were on no trail now, and had probably gone in a most roundabout way to anywhere. In reality, they had twice come within 5 miles of little homesteads, tucked away beside a stream in a fertile spot, but they had not known it. A mile further to the right at one spot would have put them on the trail and made their way easier and shorter, but that they could not know. The girl did not rest long. She seemed to feel her pursuit more as the darkness crept on, and kept anxiously looking for the moon. "We must go toward the moon," she said, as she watched the bright spot coming in the east. They ate their supper of fish and cornbread with the appetite that grows on horseback, and by the time they had started on their way again, the moon spread a path of silver before them, and they went forward feeling as if they had known each other a long time. For a while, their fears and hopes were blended in one. Meantime, as the sun sank and the moon rose, a traveler rode up the steep ascent to the little lonely cabin which the girl had left. He was handsome and dark and strong, with a scarlet kerchief knotted at his throat, and he rode slowly, cautiously, looking furtively about and ahead of him. He was doubly armed, and his pistols gleamed in the moonlight, while an ugly knife nestled keenly in a secret sheath. He was wicked, for the look upon his face was not good to see, and he was a coward, for he started at the flutter of a night bird hurrying late to its home in a rock by the wayside. The mist rising from the valley in wreaths of silver gauze startled him again as he rounded the trail to the cabin, and for an instant he stopped and drew his dagger, thinking the ghost he feared was walking thus early. A draught from the bottle he carried in his pocket steadied his nerves, and he went on, but stopped again in front of the cabin, for there stood another horse, and there in the doorway stood a figure in the darkness. His curses rang through the still air and smote the moonlight. His pistol flashed forth a volley of fire to second him. In answer to his demand who was there, came another torrent of profanity. It was one of his comrades of the day before. He explained that he and 2 others had come up to pay a visit to the pretty girl. They had had a wager as to who could win her, and they had come to try, but she was not here. The door was fastened. They had forced it. There was no sign of her about. The other 2 had gone down to the place where her brother was buried to see whether she was there. Women were known to be sentimental. She might be that kind. He had agreed to wait here, but he was getting uneasy. Perhaps if the other 2 found her, they might not be fair. The last comer, with a mighty oath, explained that the girl belonged to him, and that no one had a right to her. He demanded that the other come with him to the grave and see what had become of the girl, and then they would all go and drink together, but the girl belonged to him. They rode to the place of the graves and met the 2 others returning, but there was no sign of the girl, and the 3 taunted the one, saying that the girl had given him the slip. Amid much argument as to whose she was and where she was, they rode on cursing through God's beauty. They passed the bottle continually, that their nerves might be the steadier. And when they came to the deserted cabin once more, they paused and discussed what to do. At last it was agreed that they should start on a quest after her, and, with oaths and coarse jests and drinking, they started down the trail of which the girl had gone in search by her roundabout way. Chapter 5. A Night Ride. It was a wonderful night that the 2 spent wading the sea of moonlight together on the plain. The almost unearthly beauty of the scene grew upon them. They had none of the loneliness that had possessed each the night before, and might now discover all the wonders of the way. Early in the way, they came upon a prairie dog's village, and the man would have lingered watching with curiosity, had not the girl urged him on. It was the time of night when she had started to run away, and the same apprehension that filled her then came upon her with the evening. She longed to be out of the land which held the man she feared. She would rather bury herself in the earth and smother to death than be caught by him. But, as they rode on, she told her companion much of the habits of the curious little creatures they had seen, and then, as the night settled down upon them, she pointed out the dark, stealing creatures that slipped from their way now and then, or gleamed with a fearsome green eye from some temporary refuge. At first, the cold shivers kept running up and down the young man, as he realized that here before him in the sagebrush was a real live animal about which he had read so much, and which he had come out bravely to hunt. He kept his hand upon his revolver, and was constantly on the alert, nervously looking behind, lest a troop of coyotes or wolves should be quietly stealing upon him. But, as the girl talked fearlessly of them, in much the same way as we talk of a neighbor's fierce dog, he grew gradually calmer, and was able to watch a dark, velvet-footed moving object ahead without starting. By and by, he pointed to the heavens and talked of the stars. Did she know that constellation? No? Then he explained. Such and such stars were so many miles from the earth. He told their names, and a bit of mythology connected with the name, and then went on to speak of the moon, and the possibility of its once having been inhabited. The girl listened, amazed. She knew certain stars as landmarks, telling east from west and north from south, and she had often watched them one by one coming out, and counted them her friends. But that they were worlds, and that the inhabitants of this earth knew anything whatever about the heavenly bodies, she had never heard. Question after question she plied him with, some of them showing extraordinary intelligence and thought, and others showing deeper ignorance than a little child in our kindergartens would show. He wondered more and more as their talk went on. he grew deeply interested in unfolding the wonder of the heavens to her, and, as he studied her pure profile in the moonlight, with eager, searching, wistful gaze, her beauty impressed him more and more. In the East, the man had a friend, an artist. He thought how wonderful a theme for a painting this scene would make. The girl in picturesque hat of soft felt, riding with careless ease and grace. Horse, maiden, plain, bathed in a sea of silver. More and more as she talked, the man wondered how this girl, reared in the wilds, had acquired a speech so free from grammatical errors. She was apparently deeply ignorant, and yet, with a very few exceptions, she made no serious errors in English. How was it to be accounted for? He began to ply her with questions about herself, but could not find that she had ever come into contact with people who were educated. She had not even lived in any of the miserable little towns that flourish in the wildest of the West, and not within several hundred miles of a city. Their nearest neighbors in one direction had been 40 miles away, she said it as if that were an everyday distance for a neighbor to live. Mail? They had had a letter once that she could remember, when she was a little girl. It was just a few lines in pencil to say that her mother's father had died. He had been killed in an accident of some sort, working in the city where he lived. Her mother had kept the letter and cried over it till almost all the pencil marks were gone. No, they had no mail on the mountain where their homestead was. Yes, her father went there first because he thought he had discovered gold, but it turned out to be a mistake. So, as they had no other place to go, and no money to go with, they had just stayed there. And her father and brothers had been cow-punchers, but she and her mother had scarcely ever gone away from home. There were the little children to care for, and, when they died, her mother did not care to go, and would not let her go far alone. Oh, yes, she had ridden a great deal, sometimes with her brothers, but not often. They went with rough men, and her mother felt afraid to have her go. The men all drank. Her brothers drank. Her father drank, too. She stated it as if it were a sad fact, common to all mankind, and ended with the statement, which was almost, not quite, a question. "I guess you drink, too." "Well," said the young man hesitatingly, "not that way. I take a glass of wine now and then in company, you know." "Yes, I know," sighed the girl. "Men are all alike. Mother used to say so. She said men were different from women. They had to drink. She said they all did it. Only she said her father never did. But he was very good, though he had to work hard." "Indeed," said the young man, his color rising in the moonlight. "Indeed, you make a mistake. I don't drink at all, not that way. I'm not like them. Well, the fact is, I don't care a red cent about the stuff anyway, and I don't want you to think I am like them. If it will do you any good, I'll never touch it again, not a drop." He said it earnestly. He was trying to vindicate himself. Just why he should care to do so, he did not know, only that all at once it was very necessary that he should appear different in the eyes of this girl from the other men she had known. "Will you really?" she asked, turning to look in his face. "Will you promise that?" "Why, certainly I will," he said, a trifle embarrassed that she had taken him at his word. "Of course I will. I tell you it's nothing to me. I only took a glass at the club occasionally when the other men were drinking, and sometimes when I went to banquets. Class banquets, you know, and dinners." Now the girl had never heard of class banquets, but to take a glass occasionally when the other men were drinking was what her brothers did, and so she sighed and said, "Yes, you may promise, but I know you won't keep it. Father promised, too, but when he got with the other men, it did no good. Men are all alike." "But I'm not," he insisted stoutly. "I tell you I'm not. I don't drink, and I won't drink. I promise you solemnly, here under God's sky, that I'll never drink another drop of intoxicating liquor again, if I know it, as long as I live." He put out his hand toward her, and she put her own into it, with a quick grasp for just an instant. "Then you're not like other men after all," she said with a glad ring in her voice. That must be why I wasn't so very much afraid of you when I woke up and found you standing there." A distinct sense of pleasure came over him at her words. Why it should make him glad that she had not been afraid of him when she had first seen him in the wilderness, he did not know. He forgot all about his own troubles. He forgot the lady in the automobile. Right then and there, he dropped her out of his thoughts. He did not know it, but she was forgotten, and he did not think about her any more during that journey. Something had erased her. He had run away from her, and he had succeeded most effectually, more so than he knew. There in the desert, the man took his first temperance pledge, urged thereto by a girl who had never heard of a temperance pledge in her life, had never joined a woman's temperance society, and knew nothing about women's crusades. Her own heart had taught her out of a bitter experience just how to use her God-given influence. They came to a long stretch of level ground then, smooth and hard, and the horses, as with common consent, set out to gallop shoulder to shoulder in a wild, exhilarating skim across the plain. Talking was impossible. The man reflected that he was making great strides in experience, first a prayer and then a pledge, all in the wilderness. If anyone had told him he was going into the West for this, he would have laughed him to scorn. Towards morning they rode more slowly. Their horses were growing jaded. They talked in lower tones as they looked toward the east. It was as if they feared they might waken someone too soon. There is something awesome about the dawning of a new day, and especially when one has been sailing a sea of silver all night. It is like coming back from an unreal world into a sad, real one. Each was almost sorry that the night was over. The new day might hold so much of hardship or relief, so much of trouble or surprise. And this night had been perfect, a jewel cut to set in memory with every facet flashing to the light. They did not like to get back to reality from the converse they had held together. It was an experience for each, which would never be forgotten. Once there came the distant sound of shots and shouts. The two shrank nearer each other, and the man laid his strong hand protectingly on the mane of the girl's horse, but he did not touch her hand. The lady of his thoughts had sometimes let him hold her jeweled hand, and smiled with drooping lashes when he fondled it, and, when she had tired of him, other admirers might claim the same privilege. But this woman of the wilderness, he would not even in his thoughts presume to touch her little brown, firm hand. Somehow she had commanded his honor and respect from the first minute, even before she shot the bird. Once a bobcat shot across their path but a few feet in front of them, and later a kit fox ran growling up with ruffled fur. But the girl's quick shot soon put it to flight, and they passed on through the dawning morning of the first real Sabbath day the girl had ever known. "It is Sunday morning at home," said the man gravely, as he watched the sun lift its rosy head from the mist of mountain and valley outspread before them. "Do you have such an institution out here?" The girl grew white about the lips. "Awful things happen on Sunday," she said with a shudder. He felt a great pity rising in his heart for her, and strove to turn her thoughts in other directions. Evidently there was a recent sorrow connected with the Sabbath. "You are tired," said he, "and the horses are tired. See, we ought to stop and rest. The daylight has come, and nothing can hurt us. Here is a good place, and sheltered. We can fasten the horses behind these bushes, and no one will guess we are here." She assented, and they dismounted. The man cut an opening into a clump of thick growth with his knife, and there they fastened the weary horses, well hidden from sight if anyone chanced that way. The girl lay down a few feet away, in a spot almost entirely surrounded by sagebrush, which had reached an unusual height and made a fine hiding place. Just outside the entrance of this natural chamber, the man lay down on a fragrant bed of sagebrush. He had gathered enough for the girl first, and spread out the old coat over it, and she had dropped asleep almost as soon as she lay down. But although his own bed of sagebrush was tolerably comfortable, even to one accustomed all his life to the finest springs and hair mattress that money could buy, and although the girl had insisted that he must rest too, for he was weary, and there was no need to watch, sleep would not come to his eyelids. He lay there, resting and thinking. How strange was the experience through which he was passing. Came ever a wealthy college-bred society man into the like before? What did it all mean? His being lost, his wandering for a day, the sight of this girl and his pursuit, the prayer under the open sky, and that night of splendor under the moonlight riding side by side. It was like some marvelous tale. And this girl, where was she going? What was to become of her? Out in the world where he came from, were they ever to reach it, she would be nothing. Her station in life was beneath his so far that the only recognition she could have would be one which would degrade her. This solitary journey they were taking, how the world would lift up its hands in horror at it. A girl without a chaperone. She was impossible. And yet it all seemed right and good, and the girl was evidently recognized by the angels, else how had she escaped from degradation thus far? Ah, how did he know she had? But he smiled at that. No one could look into that pure, sweet face and doubt that she was as good as she was beautiful. If it was not so, he hoped he would never find it out. She seemed to him a woman yet unspoiled, and he shrank from the thought of what the world might do for her. The world and its cultivation, which would not be for her, because she was friendless and without money or home. The world would have nothing but toil to give her, with a meager living. Where was she going, and what was she proposing to do? Must he not try to help her in some way? Did not the fact that she had saved his life demand so much from him? If he had not found her, he must surely have starved before he got out of this wild place. Even yet, starvation was not an impossibility, for they had not reached any signs of habitation yet, and there was but one more portion of cornmeal and a little coffee left. They had but 2 matches now, and there had been no more flights of birds, nor brooks with fishes. In fact, the man found a great deal to worry about as he lay there, too weary with the unaccustomed exercise and experiences to sleep. He reflected that the girl had told him very little, after all, about her plans. He must ask her. He wished he knew more of her family. If he were only older and she younger, or if he had the right kind of a woman friend to whom he might take her or send her. How horrible that that scoundrel was after her. Such men were not men, but beasts, and should be shot down. Far off in the distance, it might have been in the air, or in his imagination, there sometimes floated a sound as of faint voices or shouts, but they came and went, and he listened, and by heard no more. The horses breathed heavily behind their sagebrush stable, and the sun rose higher and hotter. At last sleep came, troubled, fitful, but sleep, oblivion. This time there was no lady in an automobile. It was high noon when he awoke, for the sun had reached around the sagebrush and was pouring full into his face. He was very uncomfortable, and moreover, an uneasy sense of something wrong pervaded his mind. Had he, or had he not, heard a strange, low, sibilant, writhing sound just as he came to consciousness? Why did he feel that something or someone had passed him but a moment before? He rubbed his eyes open and fanned himself with his hat. There was not a sound to be heard, save a distant hawk in the heavens and the breathing of the horses. He stepped over and made sure that they were all right, and then came back. Was the girl still sleeping? Should he call her? But what should he call her? She had no name to him as yet. He could not say, "My dear madam," in the wilderness, nor yet, "Mademoiselle." Perhaps it was she who had passed him. Perhaps she was looking about for water or for firewood. He cast his eyes about, but the thick growth of sagebrush everywhere prevented his seeing much. He stepped to the right and then to the left of the little enclosure where she had gone to sleep, but there was no sign of life. At last the sense of uneasiness grew upon him until he spoke. "Are you awake yet?" he ventured, but the words somehow stuck in his throat and would not sound out clearly. He ventured the question again, but it seemed to go no further than the gray-green foliage in front of him. Did he catch an alert movement? The sound of attention, alarm? Had he perhaps frightened her? His flesh grew creepy, and he was angry with himself that he stood here actually trembling, and for no reason. He felt that there was danger in the air. What could it mean? He had never been a believer in premonitions or superstitions of any kind, but the thought came to him that perhaps that evil man had come softly while he slept and had stolen the girl away. Then, all at once, a horror seized him, and he made up his mind to end this suspense and venture in to see whether she was safe. Chapter 6. A Christian Endeavor Meeting in the Wilderness. He stepped boldly around the green barrier, and his first glance told him she was lying there still asleep. But the consciousness of another presence held him from going away. There, coiled on the ground with venomous fangs extended and eyes glittering like slimy jewels, was a rattlesnake close beside her. For a second he gazed with a kind of fascinated horror, and his brain refused to act. Then he knew he must do something, and at once. He had read of serpents and travelers' encounters with them, but no memory of what was to be done under such circumstances came. Shoot? He dared not. He would be more likely to kill the girl than the serpent, and in any event would precipitate the calamity. Neither was there any way to awaken the girl and drag her from peril, for the slightest movement upon her part would bring the poisoned fangs upon her. He cast his eyes about for some weapon, but there was not a stick or a stone in sight. He was a good golf player. If he had a loaded stick, he could easily take the serpent's head off, he thought, but there was no stick. There was only one hope, he felt, and that would be to attract the creature to himself, and he hardly dared move, lest the fascinated gaze should close upon the victim as she lay there sweetly sleeping, unaware of her new peril. Suddenly he knew what to do. Silently he stepped back out of sight, tore off his coat, and then cautiously approached the snake again, holding the coat up before him. There was an instant's pause when he calculated whether the coat could drop between the snake and the smooth brown arm in front before the terrible fangs would get there. And then the coat dropped, the man bravely holding one end of it as a wall between the serpent and the girl, crying to her in an agony of frenzy to awaken and run. There was a terrible moment in which he realized that the girl was saved, and he himself was in peril of death, while he held to the coat till the girl was on her feet in safety. Then he saw the writhing coil at his feet turn and fasten its eyes of fury upon him. He was conscious of being uncertain whether his fingers could let go the coat, and whether his trembling knees could carry him away before the serpent struck. Then it was all over, and he and the girl were standing outside the sagebrush, with the sound of the pistol dying away among the echoes, and the fine ache of his arm where her fingers had grasped him to drag him from danger. The serpent was dead. She had shot it. She took that as coolly as she had taken the bird in its flight. But she stood looking at him with great eyes of gratitude, and he looked at her amazed that they were both alive, and scarcely understanding all that had happened. The girl broke the stillness. "You are what they call a tenderfoot," she said significantly. "Yes," he assented humbly, "I guess I am. I couldn't have shot it to save anybody's life." "You are a tenderfoot, and you couldn't shoot," she continued eulogistically, as if it were necessary to have it all stated plainly. "But you are what my brother used to call a white man. You couldn't shoot, but you could risk your life, and hold that coat, and look death in the face. You are no tenderfoot." There was eloquence in her eyes, and in her voice there were tears. She turned away to hide if any were in her eyes, but the man put out his hand on her sure little brown one, and took it firmly in his own, looking down upon her with his own eyes filled with tears, of which he was not ashamed. "And what am I to say to you for saving my life?" he said. I? Oh, that was easy, said the girl, rousing to the commonplace. I can always shoot. Only you were hard to drag away. You seemed to want to stay there and die with your coat. They laughed at me for wearing that coat when we started away. They said a hunter never bothered himself with extra clothing, he mused as they walked away from the terrible spot. Do you think it was the prayer? Asked the girl suddenly. It may be, said the man with wondering accent. Then quietly, thoughtfully, they mounted and rode onward. Their way, due east, led them around the shoulder of a hill. It was tolerably smooth, but they were obliged to go single file, so there was very little talking done. It was nearly the middle of the afternoon when all at once a sound reached them from below, a sound so new that it was startling. They stopped their horses and looked at each other. It was the faint sound of singing, wafted on the light breeze, singing that came in whiffs like a perfume and then died out. Cautiously they guided their horses on around the hill, keeping close together now. It was plain they were approaching some human being or beings. No bird could sing like that. There were indistinct words to the music. They rounded the hillside and stopped again side by side. There below them lay the trail for which they had been searching, and just beneath them, nestled against the hill, was a little schoolhouse of logs, weather-boarded, its windows open, and behind it and around it were horses tied, some of them hitched to wagons, but most of them with saddles. The singing was clear and distinct now. They could hear the words. Oh, that will be glory for me, glory for me, glory for me. What is it? She whispered. Why, I suspect it is a Sunday school or something of the kind. Oh, a school. Could we go in? If you like, said the man, enjoying her simplicity. We can tie our horses here behind the building and they can rest. There is fresh grass in this sheltered place. See? He led her down behind the schoolhouse to a spot where the horses could not be seen from the trail. The girl peered curiously around the corner into the window. There sat two young girls about her own age, and one of them smiled at her. It seemed an invitation. She smiled back and went on to the doorway, reassured. When she entered the room, she found them pointing to a seat near a window, behind a small desk. There were desks all over the room at regular intervals, and a larger desk up in front. Almost all the people sat at desks. There was a curious wooden box in front at one side of the big desk, and a girl sat before it, pushing down some black and white strips that looked like sticks, and making her feet go, and singing with all her might. The curious box made music, the same music the people were singing. Was it a piano, she wondered? She had heard of pianos. Her father used to talk about them. Oh, and what was that her mother used to want? A cabinet organ. Perhaps this was a cabinet organ. At any rate, she was entranced with the music. Up behind the man who sat at the big desk was a large board painted black, with some white marks on it. The sunlight glinted across it, and she could not tell what they were, but when she moved a little, she saw quite clearly it was a large cross with the words underneath it, "He will hide me." It was a strange place. The girl looked around shyly and felt submerged in the volume of song that rolled around her, from voices untrained perhaps, but hearts that knew whereof they sang. To her it was heavenly music, if she had the least conception of what such music was like. Glory, glory, glory. The words seemed to fit the day and the sunshine and the deliverance that had come to her so recently. She looked around for her companion and deliverer to enjoy it with him, but he had not come in yet. The two girls were handing her a book now and pointing to the place. She could read. Her mother had taught her just a little before the other children were born, but not much in the way of literature had ever come in her way. She grasped the book eagerly, hungrily, and looked where the finger pointed. Yes, there were the words, "Glory for me, glory for me." Did that mean her? Was there glory for her anywhere in the world? She sighed with the joy of the possibility as the glory song rolled along, led by the enthusiasm of one who had recently come from a big city where it had been sung in a great revival service. Some kind friend had given some copies of a leaflet containing it and a few other new songs to this little handful of Christians, and they were singing them as if they had been 1,000 strong. The singing ceased, and the man at the big desk said, "Let us have the verses." "The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms," said a careworn woman in the front seat. "He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust," said a young man next. "In the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me," read the girl who had handed the book. The slip of paper she had written it on fluttered to the floor at the feet of the stranger, and the stranger stooped and picked it up, offering it back. But the other girl shook her head, and the stranger kept it, looking wonderingly at the words, trying to puzzle out a meaning. There were other verses repeated, but just then a sound smote upon the girl's ear, which deadened all others. In spite of herself, she began to tremble. Even her lips seemed to her to move with the weakness of her fear. She looked up, and the man was just coming toward the door, but her eyes grew dizzy, and a faintness seemed to come over her. Up the trail on horseback, with shouts and ribald songs, rode 4 rough men, too drunk to know where they were going. The little schoolhouse seemed to attract their attention as they passed, and just for deviltry, they shouted out a volley of oaths and vile talk to the worshippers within. One in particular, the leader, looked straight into the face of the young man as he returned from fastening the horses and was about to enter the schoolhouse, and pretended to point his pistol at him, discharging it immediately into the air. This was the signal for some wild firing as the men rode on past the schoolhouse, leaving a train of curses behind them to haunt the air and struggle with the glory song in the memories of those who heard. The girl looked out from her seat beside the window and saw the evil face of the man from whom she had fled. She thought for a terrible minute, which seemed ages long to her, that she was cornered now. She began to look about on the people there helplessly and wonder whether they would save her, would help her in her time of need. Would they be able to fight and prevail against those 4 terrible men mad with liquor? Suppose he said she was his wife perhaps, or sister who had run away. What could they do? Would they believe her? Would the man who had saved her life a few minutes ago believe her? Would anybody help her? The party passed, and the man came in and sat down beside her quietly enough, but without a word or a look. He knew at once who the man was he had just seen. His soul trembled for the girl, and his anger rose hot. He felt that a man like that ought to be wiped off the face of the earth in some way, or placed in solitary confinement the rest of his life. He looked down at the girl, trembling, brave, white, beside him, and he felt like gathering her in his arms and hiding her himself. Such a frail, brave, courageous little soul she seemed. But the calm nerve with which she had shot the serpent was gone now. He saw she was trembling and ready to cry. Then he smiled upon her, a smile the like of which he had never given to human being before, at least not since he was a tiny baby, and smiled confidingly into his mother's face. Something in that smile was like sunshine to a nervous chill. Hiding, she could understand. She had been hidden in her time of trouble. Someone had done it. He. The word would fit the man by her side, for he had helped to hide her and to save her more than once. But just now there came a dim perception that it was some other he, someone greater, who had worked this miracle and saved her once more, to go on perhaps to better things. There were many things said in that meeting, good and wise and true. They might have been helpful to the girl if she had understood, but her thoughts had much to do. One grain of truth she had gathered for her future use. There was a hiding somewhere in this world, and she had had it in a time of trouble. One moment more out upon the open, and the terrible man might have seen her. There came a time of prayer in which all heads were bowed, and a voice here and there murmured a few soft little words which she did not comprehend. But at the close they all joined in the prayer, and when she heard the words, "Our Father," she closed her eyes, which had been curiously open and watching, and joined her voice softly with the rest. Somehow it seemed to connect her safety with Our Father, and she felt a stronger faith than ever in her prayer. The young man listened intently to all he heard. There was something strangely impressive to him in this simple worship, out in what to him was a vast wilderness. He felt more of the true spirit of worship than he had ever felt at home, sitting in the handsomely upholstered pew beside his mother and sister, while the choir boys chanted the processional, and the light filtered through costly windows of many colors over the large and cultivated congregation. There was something about the words of these people that went straight to the heart more than all the intonings of the cultured voices he had ever heard. Truly they meant what they said, and God had been a reality to them in many a time of trouble. That seemed to be the theme of the afternoon, the saving power of the eternal God, made perfect through the need and the trust of his people. He was reminded more than once of the incident of the morning, and the miraculous saving of his own and his companion's life. When the meeting was over, the people gathered in groups and talked with one another. The girl who had handed the book came over and spoke to the strangers, putting out her hand pleasantly. She was the missionary's daughter. "What is this, school?" asked the stranger eagerly. "Yes, this is the schoolhouse," said the missionary's daughter, "but this meeting is Christian Endeavor. Do you live near here? Can't you come every time?" "No, I live a long way off," said the girl sadly. "That is, I did. I don't live anywhere now. I'm going away." "I wish you lived here. Then you could come to our meeting. Did you have a Christian Endeavor where you lived?" "No, I never saw one before. It's nice. I like it." Another girl came up now and put out her hand in greeting. "You must come again," she said politely. "I don't know," said the visitor. I shan't be coming back soon." "Are you going far?" "As far as I can. I'm going east." "Oh," said the inquisitor. And then, seeing the missionary's daughter was talking to someone else, she whispered, nodding toward the man, "Is he your husband?" The girl looked startled, while a slow color mounted into her cheeks. "No," she said gravely, thoughtfully, "but he saved my life a little while ago." "Oh," said the other, awestruck. "My, and ain't he handsome? How did he do it?" But the girl could not talk about it. She shuddered. "It was a dreadful snake," she said, "and I didn't see it. It was awful. I can't tell you about it." "My," said the girl, "how terrible." The people were passing out now. The man was talking with the missionary, asking the road to somewhere. The girl suddenly realized that this hour of preciousness was over, and life was to be faced again. Those men, those terrible men. She had recognized the others as having been among her brother's funeral train. Where were they, and why had they gone that way? Were they on her track? Had they any clue to her whereabouts? Would they turn back pretty soon and catch her when the people were gone home? It appeared that the nearest town was Malta, 16 miles away, down in the direction where the party of men had passed. There were only 4 houses near the schoolhouse, and they were scattered in different directions along the stream in the valley. The 2 stood still near the door after the congregation had scattered. The girl suddenly shivered. As she looked down the road, she seemed again to see the coarse face of the man she feared, and to hear his loud laughter and oaths. What if he should come back again? "I cannot go that way," she said, pointing down the trail toward Malta. "I would rather die with wild beasts." "No," said the man with decision. "On no account can we go that way. Was that the man you ran away from?" "Yes." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with wonder over the way in which he had coupled his lot with hers. Poor little girl, he said with deep feeling. You would be better off with the beasts. Come, let us hurry away from here. They turned sharply away from the trail and followed down behind a family who were almost out of sight around the hill. There would be a chance of getting some provisions, the man thought. The girl thought of nothing except to get away. They rode hard and soon came within hailing distance of the people ahead of them and asked a few questions. No, there were no houses to the north until you were over the Canadian line, and the trail was hard to follow. Few people went that way. Most went down to Malta. Why didn't they go to Malta? There was a road there and stores. It was by all means the best way. Yes, there was another house about 20 miles away on this trail. It was a large ranch and was near to another town that had a railroad. The people seldom came this way, as there were other places more accessible to them. The trail was little used and might be hard to find in some places, but if they kept the Cottonwood Creek in sight and followed on to the end of the valley and then crossed the bench to the right, they would be in sight of it and couldn't miss it. It was a good 20 miles beyond their house, but if the travelers didn't miss the way, they might reach it before dark. Yes, the people could supply a few provisions at their house if the strangers didn't mind taking what was at hand. The man in the wagon tried his best to find out where the two were going and what they were going for, but the man from the east baffled his curiosity in a most dexterous manner, so that when the two rode away from the two-roomed log house where the kind-hearted people lived, they left no clue to their identity or mission, beyond the fact that they were going quite a journey and had got a little off their trail and run out of provisions. They felt comparatively safe from pursuit for a few hours at least, for the men could scarcely return and trace them very soon. They had not stopped to eat anything, but all the milk they could drink had been given to them, and its refreshing strength was racing through their veins. They started upon their long ride with the pleasure of their companionship strong upon them. "What was it all about?" asked the girl as they settled into a steady gait after a long gallop across a smooth, level place. He looked at her questioningly. "The school. What did it mean? She said it was a Christian endeavor. What is that?" "Why, some sort of a religious meeting, or something of that kind, I suppose," he answered lamely. "Did you enjoy it?" "Yes," she answered solemnly. "I liked it. I never went to such a thing before. The girl said they had one everywhere, all over the world. What do you think she meant?" "Why, I don't know, I'm sure, unless it's some kind of a society. But it looked to me like a prayer meeting. I've heard about prayer meetings, but I never went to one, though I never supposed they were so interesting. That was a remarkable story that old man told of how he was taken care of that night among the Indians. He evidently believes that prayer helps people." "Don't you?" she asked quickly. "Oh, certainly," he said, but there was something so genuine about the way the old man told it that it made you feel it in a new way. "It is all new to me," said the girl, "but Mother used to go to Sunday school and church and prayer meeting. She often told me about it. She used to sing sometimes. One song was Rock of Ages. Did you ever hear that? Rock of Ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee." She said it slowly and in a sing-song voice, as if she were measuring the words off to imaginary notes. I thought about that the night I started. I wished I knew where that rock was. Is there a rock anywhere that they call the Rock of Ages? The young man was visibly embarrassed. He wanted to laugh, but he would not hurt her in that way again. He was not accustomed to talking religion, yet here by this strange girl's side it seemed perfectly natural that he, who knew so very little experimentally himself about it, should be trying to explain the Rock of Ages to a soul in need. All at once it flashed upon him that it was for just such souls in need as this one that the Rock of Ages came into the world. I've heard the song. Yes, I think they sing it in all churches. It's quite common. No, there isn't any place called Rock of Ages. It refers, that is, I believe. Why, you see, the thing is figurative. That is, a kind of picture of things. It refers to the deity." "Oh, who is that?" asked the girl. "Why, God." He tried to say it as if he had been telling her it was Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones, but somehow the sound of the word on his lips thus shocked him. He did not know how to go on. "It just means that God will take care of people." "Oh," she said, and this time a light of understanding broke over her face. "But," she added, "I wish I knew what it meant, the meeting, and why they did it. There must be some reason. They wouldn't do it for nothing. And how do they know it's all so? Where did they find it out?" The man felt he was beyond his depth, so he sought to change his subject. "I wish you would tell me about yourself," he said gently. "I should like to understand you better. We have traveled together for a good many hours now, and we ought to know more about each other." "What do you want to know?" She asked it gravely. "There isn't much to tell but what I've told you. I've lived on a mountain all my life and helped Mother. The rest all died. The baby first, and my 2 brothers, and Father and Mother, and then John. I said the prayer for John and ran away." "Yes, but I want to know about your life. You know I live in the East where everything is different. It's all new to me out here. I want to know, for instance, how you came to talk so well. You don't talk like a girl that never went to school. You speak as if you had read and studied. You make so few mistakes in your English. You speak quite correctly. That is not usual, I believe, when people have lived all their lives away from school, you know. You don't talk like the girls I have met since I came out here." "Father always made me speak right. He kept at every one of us children when we said a word wrong, and made us say it over again. It made him angry to hear words said wrong. He made Mother cry once when she said done, when she ought to have said did. Father went to school once, but Mother only went a little while. Father knew a great deal, and when he was sober, he used to teach us things once in a while. He taught me to read. I can read anything I ever saw." "Did you have many books and magazines?" he asked innocently. "We had 3 books," she answered proudly, as if that were a great many. "One was a grammar. Father bought it for Mother before they were married, and she always kept it wrapped up in paper carefully. She used to get it out for me to read in sometimes, but she was very careful with it, and when she died, I put it in her hands. I thought she would like to have it close to her, because it always seemed so much to her. You see, Father bought it. Then there was an almanac and a book about stones and earth. A man who was hunting for gold left that. He stopped overnight at our house and asked for something to eat. He hadn't any money to pay for it, so he left that book with us, and said when he found the gold, he would come and buy it back again. But he never came back." "Is that all that you have ever read?" he asked compassionately. "Oh, no. We got papers sometimes. Father would come home with a whole paper wrapped around some bundle. Once there was a beautiful story about a girl, but the paper was torn in the middle, and I never knew how it came out." There was great wistfulness in her voice. It seemed to be one of the regrets of her girlhood that she did not know how that other girl in the story fared. All at once she turned to him. "Now, tell me about your life," she said. "I'm sure you have a great deal to tell." His face darkened in a way that made her sorry. "Oh, well," said he, as if it mattered very little about his life. "I had a nice home. Have yet, for the matter of that. Father died when I was little, and Mother let me do just about as I pleased. I went to school because the other fellows did, and because that was the thing to do. After I grew up, I liked it. That is, I liked some studies, so I went to a university." "What is that?" "Oh, just a higher school where you learn grown-up things. Then I traveled. When I came home, I went into society a good deal, but," and his face darkened again, "I got tired of it all and thought I would come out here for a while and hunt, and I got lost, and I found you." He smiled into her face. "Now you know the rest." Something passed between them in that smile and glance, a flash of the recognition of souls and a gladness in each other's company that made the heart warm. They said no more for some time, but rode quietly side by side. They had come to the end of the valley and were crossing the bench. The distant ranch could quite distinctly be seen. The silver moon had come up, for they had not been hurrying, and a great beauty pervaded everything. They almost shrank from approaching the buildings and people. They had enjoyed the ride and the companionship. Every step brought them nearer to what they had known all the time was an indistinct future from which they had been joyously shut away for a little time till they might know each other. Chapter 7. Bad News. They found rest for the night at the ranch house. The place was wide and hospitable. The girl looked about her with wonder on the comfortable arrangements for work. If only her mother had had such a kitchen to work in, and such a pleasant, happy home, she might have been living yet. There was a pleasant-faced, sweet-voiced woman with gray hair whom the men called Mother. She gave the girl a kindly welcome and made her sit down to a nice warm supper, and when it was over, led her to a little room where her own bed was, and told her she might sleep with her. The girl lay down in a maze of wonder, but was too weary with the long ride to keep awake and think about it. They slept, the two travelers, a sound and dreamless sleep, wherein seemed peace and moonlight and forgetting of sorrows. Early the next morning, the girl awoke. The woman by her side was already stirring. There was breakfast to get for the men. The woman asked her a few questions about her journey. "He's your brother, ain't he, dearie?" asked the woman as she was about to leave the room. "No," said the girl. "Oh," said the woman, puzzled. "Then you and he's going to be married in the town." "Oh, no," said the girl with scarlet cheeks, thinking of the lady in the automobile. "Not going to be married, dearie? Now that's too bad. Ain't he any kind of relation to you? Not an uncle, nor cousin, nor nothing?" "No." "Then how be's you travelin' alone with him? It don't seem just right. You's a sweet good girl, and he's a fine man, but harm's come to more'n one. Where'd you take up with each other? Be he a neighbor? He looks like a man from way off, not hereabouts. You sure he ain't deceivin' you, dearie?" The girl flashed her eyes in answer. "Yes, I'm sure. He's a good man. He prays to our Father. No, he's not a neighbor, nor an uncle, nor a cousin. He's just a man that got lost. We were both lost on the prairie in the night, and he's from the East, and got lost from his party of hunters. He had nothing to eat, but I had, so I gave him some. Then he saved my life when a snake almost stung me. He's been good to me." The woman looked relieved. "And where you goin', dearie, all lone? What your folks thinkin' 'bout to let you go lone this way?" "They're dead," said the girl with great tears in her eyes. "Dearie me, and you so young. Say, dearie, s'pose you stay here with me. I'm lonesome, and there's no women nearby here. You could help me and be company. The men would like to have a girl round. There's plenty likely men on this ranch could make a good home for a girl sometime. Stay here with me, dearie." Had this refuge been offered the girl during her first flight in the wilderness, with what joy and thankfulness she would have accepted. Now it suddenly seemed a great impossibility for her to stay. She must go on. She had a pleasant ride before her and delightful companionship, and she was going to school. The world was wide, and she had entered it. She had no mind to pause thus on the threshold and never see further than Montana. Moreover, the closing words of the woman did not please her. "I cannot stay," she said decidedly. "I'm going to school, and I do not want a man. I have just run away from a man, a dreadful one. I am going to school in the East. I have some relations there, and perhaps I can find them." "You don't say so," said the woman, looking disappointed. She had taken a great fancy to the sweet young face. "Well, dearie, why not stay here a little while and write to your folks, and then go on with someone who is going your way? I don't like to see you go off with that man. It ain't the proper thing. He knows it himself.
I'm afraid he's deceiving you. I can see by his clothes he's one of the fine young fellows that does as they please. He won't think any good of you if you keep traveling alone with him. It's all well enough when you get lost, and he was nice to help you out and save you from snakes. But he knows he ain't no business traveling alone with you, you pretty little creature." "You must not talk so," said the girl, rising and flashing her eyes again. "He's a good man. He's what my brother called a white man all through. Besides, he's got a lady, a beautiful lady, in the East. She rides in some kind of a grand carriage that goes of itself, and he thinks a great deal of her." The woman looked as if she were but half convinced. "It may seem all right to you, dearie," she said sadly, "but I'm old, and I've seen things happen. You'd find his fine lady wouldn't go jantin' round the world alone with him unless she's married. I've lived East, and I know. And what's more, he knows it too. He may mean all right, but you never can trust folks." The woman went away to prepare breakfast then, and left the girl feeling as if the whole world was against her, trying to hold her. She was glad when the man suggested that they hurry their breakfast and get away as quickly as possible. She did not smile when the old woman came out to bid her good-bye and put a detaining hand on the horse's bridle, saying, "You better stay with me after all, hadn't you, dearie?" The man looked inquiringly at the two women and saw like a flash the suspicion of the older woman, read the trust and haughty anger in the beautiful younger face, and then smiled down on the old woman whose kindly hospitality had saved them for a while from the terrors of the open night, and said, "Don't you worry about her, Auntie. I'm going to take good care of her, and perhaps she'll write you a letter some day and tell you where she is and what she's doing." Half reassured, the old woman gave him her name and address, and he wrote them down in a little red notebook. When they were well started on their way, the man explained that he had hurried because from conversation with the men he had learned that this ranch where they had spent the night was on the direct trail from Malta to another small town. It might be that the pursuers would go further than Malta. Did she think they would go so far? They must have come almost 100 miles already. Would they not be discouraged? But the girl looked surprised. 100 miles on horseback was not far. Her brother often used to ride 100 miles just to see a fight or have a good time. She felt sure the men would not hesitate to follow a long distance if something else did not turn them aside. The man's face looked sternly out from under his wide hat. He felt a great responsibility for the girl, since he had seen the face of the man who was pursuing her. Their horses were fresh, and the day was fine. They rode hard as long as the road was smooth, and did little talking. The girl was turning over in her mind the words the woman had spoken to her. But the thing that stuck there and troubled her was, "And he knows it is so." Was she doing something for which this man by her side would not respect her? Was she overstepping some unwritten law of which she had never heard, and did he know it, and yet encourage her in it? That she need fear him in the least, she would not believe. Had she not watched the look of utmost respect on his face as he stood quietly waiting for her to awake the first morning they had met? Had he not had opportunity again and again to show her dishonor by word or look? Yet he had never been anything but gentle and courteous to her. She did not call things by these names, but she felt the gentleman in him. Besides, there was the lady. He had told about her at the beginning. He evidently honored the lady. The woman had said that the lady would not ride with him alone. Was it true? Would he not like to have the lady ride alone with him when she was not his relative in any way? Then, was there a difference between his thought of the lady and of herself? Of course there was some. He loved the lady. But he should not think less honorably of her than of any lady in the land. She sat straight and proudly in her man's saddle and tried to make him feel that she was worthy of respect. She had tried to show him this when she had shot the bird. Now she recognized that there was a fine something, higher than shooting or prowess of any kind, which would command respect. It was something she felt belonged to her, yet she was not sure she commanded it. What did she lack, and how could she secure it? He watched her quiet, thoughtful face, and the lady of his former troubled thoughts was as utterly forgotten by him as if she had never existed. He was unconsciously absorbed in the study of eye and lip and brow. His eyes were growing accustomed to the form and feature of this girl beside him, and he took pleasure in watching her. They stopped for lunch in a coulee under a pretty cluster of cedar trees a little back from the trail, where they might look over the way they had come and be warned against pursuers. About 3 o'clock they reached a town. Here the railroad came directly from Malta, but there was but one train a day each way. The man went to the public stopping place and asked for a room, and boldly demanded a private place for his sister to rest a while. "She is my little sister," he told himself in excuse for the word. "She is my sister to care for. That is, if she were my sister, this is what I should want some good man to do for her." He smiled as he went on his way after leaving the girl to rest. The thought of his sister pleased him. The old woman at the ranch had made him careful for the girl who was thus thrown in his company. He rode down through the rough town to the railway station, but a short distance from the rude stopping place, and there he made inquiries concerning roads, towns, etc., in the neighboring locality, and sent a telegram to the friends with whom he had been hunting when he got lost. He said he would be at the next town about 20 miles away. He knew that by this time they would be back home and anxious about him, if they were not already sending out searching parties for him. His message read, "Hit the trail all right. Am taking a trip for my health. Send mail to me at—" Then, after careful inquiry as to directions, and learning that there was more than one route to the town he had mentioned in his telegram, he went back to his companion. She was ready to go, for the presence of other people about her made her uneasy. She feared again there would be objection to their further progress together. Somehow the old woman's words had grown into a shadow which hovered over her. She mounted her horse gladly, and they went forward. He told her what he had just done, and how he expected to get his mail the next morning when they reached the next town. He explained that there was a ranch halfway there where they might stop all night. She was troubled at the thought of another ranch. She knew there would be more questions, and perhaps other disagreeable words said, but she held her peace, listening to his plans. Her wonder was great over the telegram. She knew little or nothing about modern discoveries. It was a mystery to her how he could receive word by morning from a place that it had taken them nearly 2 days to leave behind. And how had he sent a message over a wire? Yes, she had heard of telegrams, but had never been quite sure they were true. When he saw that she was interested, he went on to tell her of other wonderful triumphs of science: the telephone, the electric light, gas, and the modern system of waterworks. She listened as if it were all a fairy tale. Sometimes she looked at him and wondered whether it could be true, or whether he were not making fun of her. But his earnest, honest eyes forbade doubt. At the ranch they found 2 women, a mother and her daughter. The man asked frankly whether they could take care of this young friend of his overnight, saying that she was going on to the town in the morning and was in his care for the journey. This seemed to relieve all suspicion. The 2 girls eyed each other and then smiled. "I'm Myrtle Baker," said the ranch owner's daughter. "Come, I'll take you where you can wash your hands and face, and then we'll have some supper." Myrtle Baker was a chatterer by nature. She talked incessantly, and though she asked many questions, she did not wait for half of them to be answered. Besides, the traveler had grown wary. She did not intend to talk about the relationship between herself and her traveling companion. There was a charm in Myrtle's company which made the girl half regret leaving the next morning, as they did quite early, amid protests from Myrtle and her mother, who enjoyed a visitor in their isolated home. But the ride that morning was constrained. Each felt in some subtle way that their pleasant companionship was coming to a crisis. Ahead in that town would be letters, communications from the outside world of friends, people who did not know or care what these 2 had been through together, and who would not hesitate to separate them with a firm hand. Neither put this thought into words, but it was there in their hearts, in the form of a vague fear. They talked very little. But each was feeling how pleasant the journey had been and dreading what might be before. They wanted to stay in this utopia of the plains, forever journeying together and never reaching any troublesome futures where were laws and opinions by which they must abide. But the morning grew bright, and the road was not half long enough. Though at the last they walked their horses, they reached the town before the daily train had passed through. They went straight to the station and found that the train was an hour late. But a telegram had arrived for the man. He took it nervously, his fingers trembling. He felt a premonition that it contained something unpleasant. The girl sat on her horse by the platform, watching him through the open station door where he was standing as he tore open the envelope. She saw a deathly pallor overspread his face, and a look of anguish, as if an arrow had pierced his heart. She felt as if the arrow had gone on into her own heart, and then she sat and waited. It seemed hours before he glanced up, with an old, weary look in his eyes. The message read, "Your mother, seriously ill, wants you immediately. Will send your baggage on morning train. Have wired you are coming." It was signed by his cousin, with whom he had been taking his hunting trip, and who was bound by business to go further west within a few days more. The strong young man was almost bowed under this sudden stroke. His mother was very dear to him. He had left her well and happy. He must go to her at once, of course. But what should he do with the girl, who had within the last 2 days taken so strong a hold upon his— He hesitated and called it protection. That word would do in the present emergency. Then he looked and saw her own face pale under the tan, and stepped out to the platform to tell her. Chapter 8. The Parting. She took the news like a Spartan. Her gentle pity was simply expressed, and then she held her peace. He must go. He must leave her. She knew that the train would carry him to his mother's bedside quicker than a horse could go. She felt by the look in his eyes and the set of his mouth that he had already decided that. Of course he must go. And the lady was there too. His mother and the lady. The lady would be sorry by this time and would love him. Well, it was all right. He had been good to her. He had been a strong, bright angel God had sent to help her out of the wilderness. And now that she was safe, the angel must return to his heaven. This was what she thought. He had gone into the station to inquire about the train. It was an hour late. He had 1 short hour in which to do a great deal. He had very little money with him. Naturally, men do not carry a fortune when they go out into the wilderness for a day's shooting. Fortunately, he had his railroad return ticket to Philadelphia. That would carry him safely. But the girl, she of course had no money. And where was she going? He realized that he had failed to ask her many important questions. He hurried out and explained to her, "The train is an hour late. We must sell our horses and try to get money enough to take us east. It is the only way. Where do you intend going?" But the girl stiffened in her seat. She knew it was her opportunity to show that she was worthy of his honor and respect. "I cannot go with you," she said very quietly. "But you must," he said impatiently. "Don't you see there is no other way? I must take this train and get to my mother as soon as possible. She may not be living when I reach her if I don't." Something caught in his throat as he uttered the horrible thought that kept coming to his mind. "I know," said the girl quietly. "You must go, but I must ride on." "And why, I should like to know? Those villains may be upon us at any minute. In fact, it is a good thing for us to board the train and get out of their miserable country as fast as steam can carry us. I am sorry you must part with your horse, for I know you are attached to it. But perhaps we can arrange to sell it to someone who will let us redeem it when we send the money out. You see, I have not money enough with me to buy you a ticket. I couldn't get home myself if I hadn't my return ticket with me in my pocket. But surely the sale of both horses will bring enough to pay your way." "You are very kind, but I must not go." The red lips were firm, and the girl was sitting very erect. She looked as she had done after she had shot the bird. But why?
I cannot travel alone with you. It is not your custom where you come from. The woman on the ranch told me. She said you knew girls did not do that, and that you did not respect me for going alone with you. She said it was not right, and that you knew it." He looked at her, impatient, angry, half ashamed that she should face him with these words.
"Nonsense," said he. "This is a case of necessity. You are to be taken care of, and I am the one to do it."
"But it is not the custom among people where you live, is it?"
The clear eyes faced him down, and he had to admit that it was not.
"Then I can't go," she said decidedly.
"But you must. If you don't, I won't go."
"But you must," said the girl, "and I mustn't. If you talk that way, I'll run away from you. I've run away from one man, and I guess I can from another. Besides, you're forgetting the lady."
"What lady?"
"Your lady. The lady who rides in a carriage without horses."
"Hang the lady," he said inelegantly. "Do you know that the train will be along here in less than an hour, and we have a great deal to do before we can get on board? There's no use stopping to talk about this matter. We haven't time, and if you will just trust things to me, I'll attend to them all, and I'll answer your questions when we get safely on the train. Every instant is precious. Those men might come around that corner over there any minute. That's all bosh about respect. I respect you more than any woman I've ever met, and it's my business to take care of you."
"No, it's not your business," said the girl bravely, "and I can't let you. I am nothing to you, you know."
"You're that is, why, surely you know you're a great deal to me. Why, you saved my life, you know."
"Yes, and you saved mine. That was beautiful, but that's all."
"Isn't that enough? What are you made of, anyway, to sit there when there's so much to be done, and those villains on our track, and insist that you won't be saved? Respect you? Why, a lion in the wilderness would have to respect you. You're made of iron and steel and precious stones. You've the courage of I was going to say a man, but I mean an angel. You're pure as snow, and true as the heavenly blue, and firm as a rock, and if I had never respected you before, I would have to now. I respect, I honor, I pray for you," he finished fiercely. He turned his back to hide his emotion. She lifted her eyes to his when he turned again, and her own were full of tears. "Thank you," she said it very simply. "That makes me very glad, but I cannot go with you." "Do you mean that?" he asked her desperately.
"Yes," steadily.
"Then I shall have to stay too."
"But you can't. You must go to your mother. I won't be stayed with. And what would she think? Mothers are everything," she finished. "You must go quick and get ready. What can I do to help?" He gave her a look which she remembered long years afterward. It seemed to burn and sear its way into her soul. How was it that a stranger had the power to scorch her with anguish this way, and she him? He turned, still with that desperate, half-frantic look in his face, and accosted two men who stood at the other end of the platform. They were not in particular need of a horse at present, but they were always ready to look at a bargain, and they walked speculatively down the uneven boards of the platform with him to where his horse stood, and inspected it. The girl watched the whole proceeding with eyes that saw naught but into the future. She put in a word about the worth of the saddle once, when she saw it was going lower than it should. 3 other men gathered about before the bargain was concluded, and the horse and its equipments sold for about half its value. That done, the man turned toward the girl and motioned to her to lead her horse away to a more quiet place, and set him down to plead steadily against her decision. But the talk and the horse selling had taken more time than he realized. The girl was more decided than ever in her determination not to go with him. She spoke of the lady again. She spoke of his mother, and mothers in general, and finished by reminding him that God would take care of her, and of him too. Then they heard the whistle of the train, and saw it growing from a speck to a large black object across the plain.
To the girl, the sight of this strange machine that seemed more like a creature rushing toward her to snatch all beauty and hope and safety from her sent a thrill of horror. To the man, it seemed like a dreaded fate that was tearing him asunder. He had barely time to divest himself of his powder horn and a few little things that might be helpful to the girl in her journey before the train was halting at the station. Then he took from his pocket the money that had been paid him for his horse, and selecting a $5 bill for himself, he wrapped the rest in an envelope bearing his own name and address. The envelope was one addressed by the lady at home. It had contained some gracefully worded refusal of a request. But he did not notice now what envelope he gave her. "Take this," he said. "It will help a little." "Yes, you must." "I cannot leave you. I will not, unless you do." When he saw that she hesitated and looked doubtful, "I owe you all and more for saving my life. I can never repay you. Take it. You may return it sometime when you get plenty more of your own, if it hurts your pride to keep it. Take it, please. Yes, I have plenty for myself. You will need it, and you must stop at nice places overnight. You will be very careful, won't you? My name is on that envelope. You must write to me and let me know that you are safe." "Someone is calling you, and that thing is beginning to move again," said the girl, an awesome wonder in her face. "You will be left behind. Oh, hurry, quick, your mother." He half turned toward the train and then came back. "You haven't told me your name," he gasped. "Tell me, quick." She caught her breath. "Elizabeth," she answered, and waved him from her. The conductor of the train was shouting to him, and two men shoved him toward the platform. He swung himself aboard with the accustomed ease of a man who has traveled, but he stood on the platform and shouted, "Where are you going?" as the train swung noisily off. She did not hear him, but waved her hand and gave him a bright smile that was brimming with unshed tears. It seemed like instant, daring suicide in him to stand on that swaying, clattering house as it moved off irresponsibly down the plane of vision. She watched him till he was out of sight, a mere speck on the horizon of the prairie, and then she turned her horse slowly into the road and went her way into the world alone. The man stood on the platform and watched her as he whirled away, a little brown girl on a little brown horse, so staunch and firm and stubborn and good. Her eyes were dear, and her lips as she smiled, and her hand was beautiful as it waved him goodbye. She was dear, dear, dear. Why had he not known it? Why had he left her? Yet how could he stay? His mother was dying, perhaps. He must not fail her in what might be her last summons. Life and death were pulling at his heart, tearing him asunder. The vision of the little brown girl and the little brown horse blurred and faded. He tried to look, but could not see. He brought his eyes to nearer vision, to fix their focus for another look, and straight before him whirled a shackly old saloon, rough and tumble, its character apparent from the men who were grouped about its doorway, and from the barrels and kegs in profusion outside. From the doorway issued 4 men, wiping their mouths and shouting hilariously. 4 horses stood tied to a fence nearby. They were so instantly past, and so vaguely seen, that he could not be sure in the least, but those 4 men reminded him strongly of the 4 who had passed the schoolhouse on Sunday. He shuddered and looked back. The little brown horse and the little brown girl were one with the little brown station so far away, and presently the saloon and men were blotted out in one blur of green and brown and yellow. He looked to the ground in his despair. He must go back. He could not leave her in such peril. She was his to care for by all the rights of manhood and womanhood. She had been put in his way. It was his duty. But the ground whirled by under his madness and showed him plainly that to jump off would be instant death. Then the thought of his mother came again, and the girl's words, "I am nothing to you, you know." The train whirled its way between 2 mountains in the valley, and the green and brown and yellow blur were gone from sight. He felt as if he had just seen the coffin close over the girl's sweet face, and he had done it. By and by he crawled into the car, pulled his slouch hat down over his eyes, and settled down in a seat, but all the time he was trying to see over again that old saloon and those 4 men, and to make out their passing identity. Sometimes the agony of thinking it all over and trying to make out whether those men had been the pursuers made him feel frantic, and it seemed as if he must pull the bell cord and make the train stop and get off to walk back. Then the utter hopelessness of ever finding her would come over him, and he would settle back in his seat again and try to sleep. But the least drowsiness would bring a vision of the girl galloping alone over the prairie with the 4 men in full pursuit behind. Elizabeth, 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 the car wheels seemed to say. Elizabeth, that was all he had of her. He did not know the rest of her name, nor where she was going. He did not even know where she had come from. Just Elizabeth and Montana. If anything happened to her, he would never know. Oh, why had he left her? Why had he not made her go with him? In a case like that, a man should assert his authority. But then, it was true he had none, and she had said she would run away. She would have done it, too. Oh, if it had been anything but sickness and possible death at the other end. And his mother, his own little mother. Nothing else would have kept him from staying to protect Elizabeth. What a fool he had been. There were questions he might have asked, and plans they might have made. All those beautiful days and those moon-silvered nights. If any other man had done the same, he would have thought him lacking mentally. But here he had maundered on, and never found out the all-important things about her. Yet, how did he know then how important they were to be? It had seemed as if they had all the world before them in the brilliant sunlight. How could he know that modern improvements were to seize him in the midst of a prairie waste and whirl him off from her when he had just begun to know what she was, and to prize her company as a most precious gift dropped down from heaven at his feet? By degrees he came out of his hysterical frenzy and returned to a somewhat normal state of mind. He reasoned himself several times into the belief that those men were not in the least like the men he had seen Sunday. He knew that one could not recognize one's own brother at that distance and that rate of passing speed. He tried to think that Elizabeth would be cared for. She had come through many a danger, and was it likely that the God in whom she trusted, who had guarded her so many times in her great peril, would desert her now in her dire need? Would he not raise up help for her somewhere? Perhaps another man as good as he, and as trustworthy as he had tried to be, would find her and help her. But that thought was not pleasant. He put it away impatiently. It cut him. Why had she talked so much about the lady? The lady, ah! How was it the lady came no more into his thoughts? The memory of her haughty face no more quickened his heartbeats. Was he fickle that he could lose what he had supposed was a lifelong passion in a few days? The darkness was creeping on. Where was Elizabeth? Had she found a refuge for the night? Or was she wandering on an unknown trail, hearing voices and oaths through the darkness, and seeing the gleaming of wild eyes low in the bushes ahead? How could he have left her? How could he? He must go back even yet. He must. He must. He must. And so it went on through the long night. The train stopped at several places to take on water, but there seemed to be no human habitation near, or else his eyes were dim with his trouble. Once, when they stopped longer than the other times, he got up and walked the length of the car and down the steps to the ground. He even stood there and let the train start jerkily on till his car had passed him and the steps were just sliding by, and tried to think whether he would not stay and go back in some way to find her. Then the impossibility of the search and of his getting back in time to do any good helped him to spring on board just before it was too late. He walked back to his seat, saying to himself, "Fool, fool." It was not till morning that he remembered his baggage and went in search of it. There he found a letter from his cousin, with other letters and telegrams explaining the state of affairs at home. He came back to his seat laden with a large leather grip and a suitcase. He sat down to read his letters, and these took his mind away from his troubled thoughts for a little while. There was a letter from his mother. Sweet, graceful, half wistfully offering her sympathy. He saw she guessed the reason why he had left her and gone to this far place. Dear little mother, what would she say if she knew his trouble now? And then would return his heart frenzy over Elizabeth's peril. Oh, to know that she was protected, hidden. Fumbling in his pocket, he came upon a slip of paper, the slip the girl had given Elizabeth in the schoolhouse on Sunday afternoon. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion, in the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. Ah, God had hidden her then. Why not again? And what was that he had said to her himself when searching for a word to cover his emotion? I pray for you. Why could he not pray? She had made him pray in the wilderness. Should he not pray for her who was in peril now? He leaned back in the hot, uncomfortable car seat, pulling his hat down closer over his eyes, and prayed as he had never prayed before. Our Father. He stumbled through as far as he could remember, and tried to think how her sweet voice had filled in the places where he had not known it the other time. Then, when he was done, he waited and prayed, Our Father, care for Elizabeth, and added, For Jesus' sake, Amen. Thereafter, through the rest of his journey, and for days and weeks stretching ahead, he prayed that prayer, and sometimes found in it his only solace from the terrible fear that possessed him, lest some harm had come to the girl, whom it seemed to him now he had deserted in cold blood.
Chapter 9. In a Trap. Elizabeth rode straight out to the east, crossing the town as rapidly as possible, going full gallop where the streets were empty. On the edge of the town, she crossed another trail running back the way that they had come, but without swerving, she turned out toward the world, and soon passed into a thick growth of trees around a hill. Not 3 minutes elapsed after she had passed the crossing of the trails before the 4 men rode across from the other direction, and pausing, called to one another, looking this way and that. What do you think, Bill? Shall we risk the right hand or the left? Take the left for luck, answered Bill. Let's go over to the ranch and ask. If she's been hereabouts, she's likely there. The old woman'll know. Come on, boys. And who shall say that the angel of the Lord did not stand within the crossing of the ways and turn aside the evil men? Elizabeth did not stop her fierce ride until about noon. The frenzy of her fear of pursuit had come upon her with renewed force. Now that she was alone and desolate, she dared not look behind her. She had been strong enough as she smiled her farewell, but when the train had dwindled into a mere speck in the distance, her eyes were dropping tears thick and fast upon the horse's mane. So, in the first heaviness of her loneliness, she rode as if pursued by enemies close at hand. But the horse must rest if she did not, for he was her only dependence now. So she sat her down in the shade of a tree and tried to eat some dinner. The tears came again as she opened the pack which the man's strong hands had bound together for her. How little she had thought at breakfast time that she would eat the next meal alone. It was all well enough to tell him he must go and say she was nothing to him, but it was different now to face the world without a single friend when one had learned to know how good a friend could be. Almost it would have been better if he had never found her, never saved her from the serpent, never ridden beside her and talked of wonderful new things to her. For now that he was gone, the emptiness and loneliness were so much harder to bear, and now she was filled with a longing for things that could not be hers. It was well he had gone so soon. Well, she had no longer to grow into the charm of his society, for he belonged to the lady and was not hers. Thus she ate her dinner with the indifference of sorrow. Then she took out the envelope and counted over the money. $40 he had given her. She knew he had kept but 5 for himself. How wonderful that he should have done all that for her. It seemed a very great wealth in her possession. Well, she would use it as sparingly as possible, and thus be able the sooner to return it all to him. Some she must use, she supposed, to buy food, but she would do with as little as she could.
She might sometimes shoot a bird or catch a fish, or there might be berries fit for food by the way. Nights she must stop by the way at a respectable house. That she had promised. He had told her of awful things that might happen to her if she lay down in the wilderness alone. Her lodging would sometimes cost her something, yet often they would take her in for nothing. She would be careful of the money. She studied the name on the envelope. George Trescott Benedict, 2 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, Penn. The letters were large and angular, not easy to read, but she puzzled them out. It did not look like his writing. She had watched him as he wrote the old woman's address in his little red book. He wrote small, round letters, slanting backwards, plain as print, pleasant writing to read. Now the old woman's address would never be of any use, and her wish that Elizabeth should travel alone was fulfilled. There was a faint perfume from the envelope, like weldwood flowers. She breathed it in and wondered at it. Was it perfume from something he carried in his pocket? Some flower his lady had once given him. But this was not a pleasant thought. She put the envelope into her bosom after studying it again carefully until she knew the words by heart. Then she drew forth the papers of her mother's that she had brought from home, and for the first time read them over. The first was the marriage certificate. That she had seen before and had studied with awe, but the others had been kept in a box that was never opened by the children. The mother kept them sacredly, always with the certificate on the top. The largest paper she could not understand. It was something about a mine. There were a great many herebys and whereases and agreements in it. She put it back into the wrapper as of little account, probably something belonging to her father, which her mother had treasured for old time's sake. Then came a paper which related to the claim where their little log home had stood, and upon the extreme edge of which the graves were. That, too, she laid reverently within its wrapper. Next came a bit of pasteboard, whereon was inscribed, Mrs. Merrill Wilton Bailey, Rittenhouse Square, Tuesdays. That she knew was her grandmother's name, though she had never seen the card before. Her father's mother. She looked at the card in wonder. It was almost like a distant view of the lady in question. What kind of a place might Rittenhouse Square be, and where was it? There was no telling. It might be near that wonderful desert of Sahara that the man had talked about. She laid it down with a sigh. There was only one paper left, and that was a letter written in pale pencil lines. It said, "My dear Bessie, your pa died last week. He was killed falling from a scaffold. He was buried on Monday with 5 carriages and everything nice. We all got new black dresses and have enough for a stone. If it don't cost too much, we'll have an angel on the top. I always thought an angel pointing to heaven was nice. We wish you was here. We miss you very much. I hope your husband is good to you. Why don't you write to us? You haven't wrote since your little girl was born. I suppose you call her Bessie, like you. If anything ever happens to you, you can send her to me. I'd kind of like her to fill your place. Your sister has got a baby girl, too. She calls her Lizzie. We couldn't somehow have it natural to call her Lisbeth. And Nan wanted her called for me. I was always Lizzie, you know. Now you must write soon. Your loving mother, Elizabeth Brady." There was no date nor address to the letter, but an address had been penciled on the outside in her mother's cramped schoolgirl hand. It was dim but still readable. Mrs. Elizabeth Brady, 18 Flora Street, Philadelphia. Elizabeth studied the last word, then drew out the envelope again and looked at that. Yes, the 2 names were the same. How wonderful! Perhaps she would sometime see him again, though of course he belonged to the lady. But perhaps if she went to school and learned very fast, she might sometime meet him at church. He went to church, she was sure. And then he might smile and not be ashamed of his friend who had saved his life. Saved his life? Nonsense! She had not done much. He would not feel any such ridiculous indebtedness to her when he got back to home and friends and safety. He had saved her much more than she had saved him. She put the papers all back in safety, and after having prepared her few belongings for taking up the journey, she knelt down. She would say the prayer before she went on. It might be that would keep the terrible pursuers away. She said it once, and then, with eyes still closed, she waited a moment. Might she say it for him, who was gone away from her? Perhaps it would help him, and keep him from falling from that terrible machine he was riding on. Hitherto, in her mind, prayers had been only for the dead, but now they seemed also to belong to all who were in danger or trouble. She said the prayer over once more, slowly, then paused a moment and added, Our Father, hide him from trouble. Hide George Trescott Benedict, and hide me, please, too. Then she mounted her horse and went on her way. It was a long and weary way. It reached over mountains and through valleys, across winding, turbulent streams, and broad rivers that had few bridges. The rivers twice led her further south than she meant to go in her ignorance. She had always felt that Philadelphia was straight ahead east, as straight as one could go to the heart of the sun. Night after night, she lay down in strange homes, some poorer and more forlorn than others, and day after day she took up her lonely travel again. Gradually, as the days lengthened and mountains piled themselves behind her, and rivers stretched like barriers between, she grew less and less to dread her pursuers, and more to look forward to the future. It seemed so long away. Would it never end? Once she asked a man whether he knew where Philadelphia was. She had been traveling then for weeks and thought she must be almost there. But he said, Philadelphia? Oh, Philadelphia is in the east. That's a long way off. I saw a man once who came from there. She set her firm little chin then and traveled on. Her clothes were much worn, and her skin was brown as a berry. The horse plodded on with a dejected air. He would have liked to stop at a number of places they passed and remain for life, what there was left of it, but he obediently walked on over any kind of an old road that came in his way, and solaced himself with whatever kind of a bite the roadside afforded. He was becoming a much-traveled horse. He knew a threshing machine by sight now, and considered it no more than a prairie bobcat. At one stopping place, a good woman advised Elizabeth to rest on Sundays. She told her God didn't like people to do the same on his day as on other days, and it would bring her bad luck if she kept up her incessant riding. It was bad for the horse, too. So, the night being Saturday, Elizabeth remained with the woman over the Sabbath, and heard read aloud the 14th chapter of John. It was a wonderful revelation to her. She did not altogether understand it. In fact, the Bible was an unknown book. She had never known that it was different from other books. She had heard it spoken of by her mother, but only as a book. She did not know it was a book of books. She carried the beautiful thoughts with her on the way and pondered them. She wished she might have the book. She remembered the name of it, Bible, the Book of God. Then God had written a book. Some day she would try to find it and read it. Let not your heart be troubled. So much of the message drifted into her lonesome, ignorant soul and settled down to stay. She said it over nights when she found a shelter in some unpleasant place, or days when the road was rough, or a storm came up and she was compelled to seek shelter by the roadside, under a haystack, or in a friendly but deserted shack. She thought of it the day there was no shelter, and she was drenched to the skin. She wondered afterward, when the sun came out and dried her nicely, whether God had really been speaking the words to her troubled heart. Let not your heart be troubled. Every night and every morning she said, Our Father, twice, once for herself and once for the friend who had gone out into the world. It seemed about 100 years ago. But one day she came across a railroad track. It made her heart beat wildly. It seemed now that she must be almost there. Railroads were things belonging to the East and civilization. But the way was lonely still for days, and then she crossed more railroads, becoming more and more frequent, and came into the line of towns that stretched along beside the snake-like tracks. She fell into the habit of staying overnight in a town and then riding on to the next in the morning. But now her clothes were becoming so dirty and ragged that she felt ashamed to go to nice-looking places lest they should turn her out. So she sought shelter in barns and small, mean houses. But the people in these houses were distressingly dirty, and she found no place to wash. She had lost track of the weeks or the months when she reached her first great city, the only one she had come near in her uncharted wanderings. Into the outskirts of Chicago she rode undaunted, her head erect, with the carriage of a queen. She had passed Indians and cowboys in her journeying. Why should she mind Chicago? Miles and miles of houses and people. There seemed to be no end to it. Nothing but houses everywhere, and hurried-looking people, many of them working hard. Surely this must be Philadelphia. A large, beautiful building attracted her attention. There were handsome grounds about it, and girls playing some game with a ball, and curious webbed implements across a net of cords. Elizabeth drew her horse to the side of the road and watched a few minutes. One girl was skillful and hit the ball back every time. Elizabeth almost exclaimed out loud once when a particularly fine ball was played. She rode reluctantly on when the game was finished and saw over the arched gateway the words, Janeway School for Girls. Ah, this was Philadelphia at last, and here was her school. She would go in at once before she went to her grandmother's. It might be better. She dismounted and tied the horse to an iron ring in a post by the sidewalk. Then she went slowly, shyly, up the steps into the charmed circles of learning. She knew she was shabby, but her long journey would explain that. Would they be kind to her and let her study? She stood some time before the door, with a group of laughing girls not far away, whispering about her. She smiled at them, but they did not return the salutation, and their actions made her more shy. At last she stepped into the open door, and a maid in cap and apron came forward. "You must not come in here, miss," she said imperiously. "This is a school." "Yes," said Elizabeth gravely, smiling. "I want to see the teacher." "She's busy. You can't see her," snapped the maid. "Then I will wait till she is ready. I've come a great many miles, and I must see her." The maid retreated at this, and an elegant woman in trailing black silk and gold-rimmed glasses approached threateningly. This was a new kind of beggar, of course, and must be dealt with at once. "What do you want?" she asked frigidly. "I've come to school," said Elizabeth confidingly. "I know I don't look very nice, but I've had to come all the way from Montana on horseback. If you could let me go where I can have some water and a thread and needle, I can make myself look better." The woman eyed the girl incredulously. "You have come to school?" she said, and her voice was large and frightened Elizabeth. "You have come all the way from Montana? Impossible. You must be crazy." "No, ma'am, I'm not crazy," said Elizabeth. "I just want to go to school." The woman perceived that this might be an interesting case for benevolently inclined people. It was nothing but an annoyance to herself. "My dear girl," her tone was bland and disagreeable now, "are you aware that it takes money to come to school?" "Does it?" said Elizabeth. "No, I didn't know it, but I have some money. I could give you $10 right now, and if that is not enough, I might work some way and earn more." The woman laughed disagreeably. "It is impossible," she said. "The yearly tuition here is $500. Besides, we do not take girls of your class. This is a finishing school for young ladies. You will have to inquire further." And the woman swept away to laugh with her colleagues over the queer character, the new kind of tramp she had just been called to interview. The maid came pertly forward and said that Elizabeth could not longer stand where she was. Bewilderment and bitter disappointment in her face, Elizabeth went slowly down to her horse, the great tears welling up into her eyes. As she rode away, she kept turning back to the school grounds wistfully. She did not notice the passers-by, nor know that they were commenting upon her appearance. She made a striking picture in her rough garments, with her wealth of hair, her tan skin, and tear-filled eyes. An artist noticed it and watched her down the street, half thinking he would follow and secure her as a model for his next picture. A woman, gaudily bedecked in soiled finery, her face giving evidence of the frequent use of rouge and powder, watched her and followed, pondering. At last she called, my dear, wait a minute." She had to speak several times before Elizabeth saw that she was talking to her. Then the horse was halted by the sidewalk. "My dear," said the woman, "you look tired and disappointed. Don't you want to come home with me for a little while and rest?" "Thank you," said Elizabeth, "but I'm afraid I must go on. I only stop on Sundays." "But just come home with me for a little while," coaxed the wheedling tones. "You look so tired, and I've some girls of my own. I know you would enjoy resting and talking with them." The kindness in her tones touched the weary girl. Her pride had been stung to the quick by the haughty woman in the school. This woman would soothe her with kindness. "Do you live far from here?" asked Elizabeth. "Only 2 or 3 blocks," said the woman. "You ride along by the sidewalk, and we can talk. Where are you going? You look as if you had come a long distance." "Yes," said the girl wearily. "From Montana. I am going to school. Is this Philadelphia?" "This is Chicago," said the woman. "There are finer schools here than in Philadelphia. If you like to come and stay at my house a while, I will see about getting you into a school." "Is it hard work to get people into schools?" asked the girl wonderingly. "I thought they would want people to teach." "No, it's very hard," said the lying woman, "but I think I know a school where I can get you in. Where are your folks? Are they in Montana?" "They are all dead," said Elizabeth, "and I have come away to school." "Poor child," said the woman glibly. "Come right home with me, and I'll take care of you. I know a nice way you can earn your living, and then you can study if you like. But you're quite big to go to school. It seems to me you could have a good time without that. You are a very pretty girl, do you know it? You only need pretty clothes to make you a beauty. If you come with me, I will let you earn some beautiful new clothes." "You are very kind," said the girl gravely. "I do need new clothes, and if I could earn them, that would be all the better." She did not quite like the woman, yet of course that was foolish. After a few more turns, they stopped in front of a tall brick building with a number of windows. It seemed to be a good deal like other buildings. In fact, as she looked up the street, Elizabeth thought there were miles of them, just alike. She tied her horse in front of the door and went in with the woman. The woman told her to sit down a minute until she called the lady of the house, who would tell her more about the school. There were a number of pretty girls in the room, and they made very free to speak to her. They twitted her about her clothes, and in a way reminded Elizabeth of the girls in the school she had just interviewed. Suddenly she spoke up to the group. An idea had occurred to her. This was the school, and the woman had not liked to say so until she spoke to the teacher about her. "Is this a school?" she asked shyly. Her question was met with a shout of derisive laughter. "School?" cried the boldest, prettiest one. "School for scandal. School for morals." There was one, a thin, pale girl with dark circles under her eyes, a sad droop to her mouth, and bright scarlet spots in her cheeks. She came over to Elizabeth and whispered something to her. Elizabeth started forward, unspeakable horror in her face. She fled to the door where she had come in, but found it fastened. Then she turned as if she had been brought to bay by a pack of lions. Chapter 10. Philadelphia at Last. "Open this door," she commanded. "Let me out of here at once." The pale girl started to do so, but the pretty one held her back.
No, Nellie, Madam will be angry with us all if you open that door." Then she turned to Elizabeth and said, "Whoever enters that door never goes out again. You are nicely caught, my dear." There was a sting of bitterness and self-pity in the taunt at the end of the words. Elizabeth felt it as she seized her pistol from her belt and pointed it at the astonished group. They were not accustomed to girls with pistols. "Open that door, or I will shoot you all," she cried. Then, as she heard someone descending the stairs, she rushed again into the room where she remembered the windows were open. They were guarded by wire screens, but she caught up a chair and dashed it through one, plunging out into the street in spite of detaining hands that reached for her, hands much hindered by the gleam of the pistol and the fear that it might go off in their midst. It took but an instant to wrench the bridle from its fastening and mount her horse. Then she rode forward through the city at a pace that only millionaires and automobiles are allowed to take. She met and passed her first automobile without a quiver. Her eyes were dilated, her lips set. Angry, frightened tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she urged her poor horse forward until a policeman here and there thought it his duty to make a feeble effort to detain her. But nothing impeded her way. She fled through a maze of wagons, carriages, automobiles, and trolley cars until she passed the whirl of the great city and at last was free again and out in the open country. She came toward evening to a little cottage on the edge of a pretty suburb. The cottage was covered with roses, and the front yard was full of great old-fashioned flowers. On the porch sat a plain little old lady in a rocking chair knitting. There was a little gate with a path leading up to the door, and at the side another open gate with a road leading around to the back of the cottage. Elizabeth saw, and murmuring, "Oh, our Father, please hide me," she dashed into the driveway and tore up to the side of the piazza at a full gallop. She jumped from the horse and, leaving him standing panting, with his nose to the fence and a tempting strip of clover in front of him where he could graze when he should get his breath, she ran up the steps and flung herself in a miserable little heap at the feet of the astonished old lady. "Oh, please, please, won't you let me stay here a few minutes and tell me what to do? I am so tired, and I have had such a dreadful, awful time." "Why, dearie me," said the old lady, "of course I will. Poor child, sit right down in this rocking chair and have a good cry. I'll get you a glass of water and something to eat, and then you shall tell me all about it." She brought the water and a tray with nice broad slices of brown bread and butter, a generous piece of apple pie, some cheese, and a glass pitcher of creamy milk. Elizabeth drank the water, but before she could eat, she told the terrible tale of her last adventure. It seemed awful for her to believe, and she felt she must have help somewhere. She had heard there were bad people in the world. In fact, she had seen men who were bad, and once a woman had passed their ranch whose character was said to be questionable. She wore a hard face and could drink and swear like the men. But that sin should be in this form, with pretty girls and pleasant wheedling women for agents, she had never dreamed, and this in the great civilized East. Almost better would it have been to remain in the desert alone and risk the pursuit of that awful man than to come all this way to find the world gone wrong. The old lady was horrified, too. She had heard more than the girl of licensed evil, but she had read it in the paper, as she had read about the evils of the slave traffic in Africa, and it had never really seemed true to her. Now she lifted up her hands in horror and looked at the beautiful girl before her with something akin to awe that she had been in one of those dens of iniquity and escaped. Over and over she made the girl tell what was said and how it looked, and how she pointed her pistol, and how she got out. And then she exclaimed in wonder and called her escape a miracle. They were both weary from excitement when the tale was told. Elizabeth ate her lunch. Then the old lady showed her where to put the horse and made her go to bed. It was only a wee little room with a cot bed white as snow where she put her, but the roses peeped in at the window, and the box covered with an old white curtain
contained a large pitcher of fresh water and a bowl and soap and towels. The old lady brought her a clean white nightgown, coarse and mended in many places, but smelling of rose leaves, and in the morning she tapped at the door quite early before the girl was up and came in with an armful of clothes. "I had some boarders last summer," she explained, "and when they went away, they left these things and said I might put them into the home mission box. But I was sick when they sent it off this winter, and if you ain't a home mission, then I never saw one. You put 'em on. I guess they'll fit. They may be a mite large, but she was about your size. I guess your clothes are about wore out, so you just leave 'em here for the next one and use these. There's a couple of extra shirtwaists you can put in a bundle for a change. I guess folks won't dare fool with you if you have some clean, nice clothes on." Elizabeth looked at her gratefully and wrote her down in the list of saints with the woman who read the 14th chapter of John. The old lady had neglected to mention that from her own meager wardrobe she had supplied some undergarments, which were not included in those the boarders had left. Bathed and clothed in clean, sweet garments, with a white shirtwaist and a dark blue serge skirt and coat, Elizabeth looked a different girl. She surveyed herself in the little glass over the box washstand and wondered. All at once, vanity was born within her, and an ambition to be always thus clothed, with a horrible remembrance of the woman of the day before, who had promised to show her how to earn some pretty clothes. It flashed across her mind that pretty clothes might be a snare. Perhaps they had been to those girls she had seen in that house. With much good advice and kindly blessings from the old lady, Elizabeth fared forth upon her journey once more, sadly wise in the wisdom of the world, and less sweetly credulous than she had been, but better fitted to fight her way. The story of her journey from Chicago to Philadelphia would fill a volume if it were written, but it might pall upon the reader from the very variety of its experiences. It was made slowly and painfully, with many haltings and much lessening of the scanty store of money that had seemed so much when she received it in the wilderness. The horse went lame, and had to be watched over and petted, and finally, by the advice of a kindly farmer, taken to a veterinary surgeon, who doctored him for a week before he finally said it was safe to let him hobble on again. After that, the girl was more careful of the horse. If he should die, what would she do? One dismal morning, late in November, Elizabeth, wearing the old overcoat to keep her from freezing, rode into Philadelphia. Armed with instructions from the old lady in Chicago, she rode boldly up to a policeman and showed him the address of the grandmother to whom she had decided to go first, her mother's mother. He sent her on in the right direction, and in due time, with the help of other policemen, she reached the right number on Flora Street. It was a narrow street, banked either side by small, narrow brick houses of the older type. Here and there gleamed out a scrap of a white marble doorstep, but most of the houses were approached by steps of dull stone or of painted wood. There was a dejected and dreary air about the place. The street was swarming with children in various stages of the soiled condition. Elizabeth timidly knocked at the door after being assured by the interested urchins who surrounded her that Mrs. Brady really lived there and had not moved away or anything. It did not seem wonderful to the girl, who had lived her life thus far in a mountain shack, to find her grandmother still in the place from which she had written 15 years before. She did not yet know what a floating population most cities contain. Mrs. Brady was washing when the knock sounded through the house. She was a broad woman, with a face on which the cares and sorrows of the years had left a not too heavy impress. She still enjoyed life, even though a good part of it was spent at the wash-tub, washing other people's fine clothes. She had some fine ones of her own upstairs in her clothes press, and, when she went out, it was in shiny satin, with a bonnet bobbing of jet and a red rose. Though of late years, strictly speaking, the bonnet had become a hat again, and Mrs. Brady was in style with the other old ladies. The perspiration was in little beads on her forehead, and trickling down the creases in her well-cushioned neck toward her ample bosom. Her gray hair was neatly combed, and her calico wrapper was open at the throat.
even on this cold day. She wiped on her apron the soap suds from her plump arms steaming pink from the hot suds, and went to the door. She looked with disfavor upon the peculiar person on the doorstep attired in a man's overcoat. She was prepared to refuse the demands of the Salvation Army for a nickel for Christmas dinners, or to silence the banana man, or the fish man, or the man with shoestrings and pins and pencils for sale, or to send the photograph agent on his way. Yes, even the man who sold albums for postcards. She had no time to bother with anybody this morning. But the young person in the rusty overcoat, with the dark blue serge Eton jacket under it, which might have come from Wanamaker's 2 years ago, who yet wore a leather belt with gleaming pistols under the Eton jacket, was a new species. Mrs. Brady was taken off her guard, else Elizabeth might have found entrance to her grandmother's home as difficult as she had found entrance to the finishing school of Madame Janeway. "Are you Mrs. Brady?" asked the girl. She was searching the forbidding face before her for some sign of likeness to her mother, but found none. The cares of Elizabeth Brady's daughter had outweighed those of the mother, or else they sat upon a nature more sensitive. "I am," said Mrs. Brady imposingly. "Grandmother, I am the baby you talked about in that letter," she announced, handing Mrs. Brady the letter she had written nearly 18 years before. The woman took the envelope gingerly in the wet thumb and finger that still grasped a bit of the gingham apron. She held it at arm's length and squinted up her eyes, trying to read it without her glasses. It was some new kind of beggar, of course. She hated to touch these dirty envelopes, and this one looked old and worn. She stepped back to the parlor table where her glasses were lying, and adjusting them, began to read the letter. "For the land's sakes, where did you find this?" she said, looking up suspiciously. "It's against the law to open letters that ain't your own. Didn't me daughter ever get it? I wrote it to her myself. How come you by it?" "Mother read it to me long ago when I was little," answered the girl, the slow hope fading from her lips as she spoke. Was everyone, was even her grandmother, going to be cold and harsh with her? "Our Father, hide me," her heart murmured, because it had become a habit, and her listening thought caught the answer, "Let not your heart be troubled." "Well, who are you?" said the uncordial grandmother, still puzzled. "You ain't Bessie, me Bessie. For one thing, you're about as young as she was when she went off and got married against me advice to that drunken, lazy dude." Her brow was lowering, and she proceeded to finish her letter. "I am Elizabeth," said the girl with a trembling voice, "the baby you talked about in that letter. But please, don't call Father that. He wasn't ever bad to us. He was always good to Mother, even when he was drunk. If you talk like that about him, I shall have to go away." "For the land's sakes, you don't say," said Mrs. Brady, sitting down hard in astonishment on the biscuit upholstery of her best parlor chair. "Now you ain't Bessie's child. Well, I am clear beat. And growed up so big. You look strong, but you're kind of thin. What makes your skin so black? Your ma never was dark, nor your pa neither." "I've been riding a long way in the wind and sun and rain." "For the land's sakes," as she looked through the window to the street, "not on a horse?" "Yes." What was your ma thinking about to let you do that?" "My mother is dead. There was no one left to care what I did. I had to come. There were dreadful people out there, and I was afraid." "For the land's sakes!" That seemed the only remark that the capable Mrs. Brady could make. She looked at her new granddaughter in bewilderment, as if a strange sort of creature had suddenly laid claim to relationship. "Well, I'm right glad to see you," she said stiffly, wiping her hand again on her apron and putting it out formally for a greeting. Elizabeth accepted her reception gravely and sat down. She sat down suddenly, as if her strength had given way, and a great strain was at an end. As she sat down, she drooped her head back against the wall, and a gray look spread about her lips. "You're tired," said the grandmother energetically. "Come far this morning?" "No," said Elizabeth weakly. "Not many miles, but I hadn't any more bread. I used it all up yesterday, and there wasn't much money left. I thought I could wait till I got here, but I guess I'm hungry."
"For the land's sakes!" ejaculated Mrs. Brady as she hustled out to the kitchen and clattered the frying pan onto the stove, shoving the boiler hastily aside. She came in presently with a steaming cup of tea and made the girl drink it hot and strong. Then she established her in the big rocking chair in the kitchen with a plate of appetizing things to eat, and went on with her washing, punctuating every rub with a question. Elizabeth felt better after her meal and offered to help, but the grandmother would not hear to her lifting a finger. "You must rest first," she said. "It beats me how you ever got here. I'd sooner crawl on me hands and knees than ride a great scary horse." Elizabeth sprang to her feet. "The horse," she said. "Poor fellow. He needs something to eat worse than I did. He hasn't had a bite of grass all this morning. There was nothing but hard roads and pavements. The grass is all brown anyway now. I found some corn stalks by the road, and once a man dropped a big bundle of hay out of his load. If it hadn't been for Robin, I'd never have got here. And here I've sat enjoying my breakfast, and Robin out there hungry." "For the land's sakes," said the grandmother, taking her arms out of the suds and looked troubled. "Poor fellow, what would he like? I haven't got any hay, but there's some mashed potatoes left. And what is there? Why, there's some excelsior the lampshade come packed in. You don't suppose he'd think it was hay, do you? No, I guess it wouldn't taste very good."
"Where can I put him, grandmother?"
"For the land's sakes, I don't know," said the grandmother, looking around the room in alarm. "We haven't any place for horses. Perhaps you might get him into the backyard for a while, till we think what to do. There's a stable, but they charge high to board horses. Lizzie knows one of the fellers that works there. Maybe he'll tell us what to do. Anyway, you lead him round to the alleyway, and we'll see if we can't get him in the little ash gate. You don't suppose he'd try to get in the house, do you? I shouldn't like him to come in the kitchen when I was getting supper."
"Oh, no," said Elizabeth. "He's very good. Where is the backyard?" This arrangement was finally made, and the two women stood in the kitchen door, watching Robin drink a bucket full of water and eat heartily of the various viands that Mrs. Brady set forth for him, with the exception of the excelsior, which he sniffed at in disgust.
"Now ain't he smart?" said Mrs. Brady, watching fearfully from the doorstep, where she might retreat if the animal showed any tendency to step nearer to the kitchen. "But don't you think he's cold? Wouldn't he like a shawl or something?" The girl drew the old coat from her shoulders and threw it over him, her grandmother watching her fearless handling of the horse with pride and awe. "We're used to sharing this together," said the girl simply. "Nan sews in an uptown dressmaker's place," explained Mrs. Brady by and by, when the wash was hung out in fearsome proximity to the weary horse's heels, and the two had returned to the warm kitchen to clean up and get supper. "Nan's your ma's sister, you know, older'n her by 2 year, and Lizzie, that's her girl. She's about's old as you. She's got a good place in the 10-cent store. Nan's husband died 4 years ago, and her and me have been living together ever since. It'll be nice for you and Lizzie to be together. She'll make it lively for you right away. Probably she can get you a place at the same store. She'll be here at 6:30 tonight. This is her week to get out early." The aunt came in first. She was a tall, thin woman with faded brown hair and a faint resemblance to Elizabeth's mother. Her shoulders stooped slightly, and her voice was nasal. Her mouth looked as if it was used to holding pins in one corner and gossiping out of the other. She was one of the kind who always get into a rocking chair to sew if they can, and rock as they sew. Nevertheless, she was skillful in her way and commanded good wages. She welcomed the new niece reluctantly, more excited over her remarkable appearance among her relatives after so long a silence than pleased, Elizabeth felt. But after she had satisfied her curiosity, she was kind, beginning to talk about Lizzie, and mentally compared this thin brown girl with rough hair and dowdy clothes to her own stylish daughter. Then Lizzie burst in. They could hear her calling to a young man who had walked home with her even before she entered the house. "It's just fierce out, Ma," she exclaimed. "Grandma, ain't supper ready yet? I never was so hungry in all my life. I could eat a house afire." She stopped short at sight of Elizabeth. She had been chewing gum. Lizzie was always chewing gum, but her jaws ceased action in sheer astonishment. "This is your Cousin Bessie, come all the way from Montana on horseback, Lizzie. She's your Aunt Bessie's child. Her folks is dead now, and she's come to live with us. You must see if you can't get her a place in the 10-cent store along with you," said the grandmother. Lizzie came airily forward and grasped her cousin's hand in mid-air, giving it a lateral shake that bewildered Elizabeth. "Pleased to meet you," she chattered glibly, and set her jaws to work again. One could not embarrass Lizzie long. But she kept her eyes on the stranger and let them wander disapprovingly over her apparel in a pointed way as she took out the long hat pins from the cumbersome hat she wore and adjusted her ponderous pompadour. "Lizzie'll have to help fix you up," said the aunt, noting Lizzie's glance. "You're all out of style. I suppose they get behind times out in Montana. Lizzie, can't you show her how to fix her hair pompadour?" Lizzie brightened. If there was a prospect of changing things, she was not averse to a cousin of her own age, but she could never take such a dowdy-looking girl into society, not the society of the 10-cent store. "Oh, sir," answered Lizzie affably, "I'll fix you fine, don't you worry. How'd you get so awful tanned? I suppose riding. You look like you'd been to the seashore and lay out on the beach in the sun, but 'tain't the right time of year quite. It must be great to ride horseback." "I'll teach you if you want to learn," said Elizabeth, endeavoring to show a return of the kindly offer. "Me? What would I ride? Have to ride a counter, I guess. I guess you won't find much to ride here in the city, 'cept trolley cars." "Bessie's got a horse. He's out in the yard now," said the grandmother with pride. "A horse? All your own? Gee whiz! Won't the girls stare when I tell them? Say, we can borrow a rig at the livery some night and take a ride. Dan'll go with us and get the rig for us. Won't that be great?" Elizabeth smiled. She felt the glow of at last contributing something to the family pleasure. She did not wish her coming to be so entirely a wet blanket as it had seemed at first, for to tell the truth, she had seen blank dismay on the face of each separate relative as her identity had been made known. Her heart was lonely, and she hungered for someone who belonged and loved her. Supper was put on the table, and the two girls began to get a little acquainted, chattering over clothes and the arrangement of hair. "Do you know whether there is anything in Philadelphia called Christian Endeavor?" asked Elizabeth, after the supper table was cleared off. "Oh, Christian Endeavor? Yes, I used to belong," answered Lizzie. She had removed the gum from her mouth while she ate her supper, but now it was busy again between sentences. "Yes, we have one down to our church. It was real interesting, too, but I got mad at one of the members and quit. She was a stuck-up old maid anyway. She was always turning round and scowling at us girls if we just whispered the least little bit or smiled. And one night she was leading the meeting, and Jim Forbes got in a corner behind a post and made mouths at her behind his book. He looked awful funny. It was something fierce the way she always screwed her face up when she sang, and he looked just like her. We girls, Hetty and Emmeline and I, got to laughing, and we just couldn't stop. And didn't that old thing stop the singing after one verse and look right at us and say she thought Christian Endeavor members should remember whose house they were in, and that the owner was there, and all that rot. I nearly died, I was so mad. Everybody looked around, and we girls choked and got up and went out. I haven't been down since. The lookout committee came to see us about it, but I said I wouldn't go back where I'd been insulted, and I've never been inside the doors since. But she's moved away now. I wouldn't mind going back if you want to go." "Whose house did she mean it was? Was it her house?" "Oh, no, it wasn't her house," laughed Lizzie. "It was the church. She meant it was God's house, I suppose, but she needn't have been so pernickety. We weren't doing any harm." "Does God have a house?" "Why, yes, didn't you know that? Why, you talk like a heathen, Bessie. Didn't you have churches in Montana?" "Yes. There was a church 50 miles away. I heard about it once, but I never saw it," answered Elizabeth. "But what did the woman mean? Who did she say was there? God? Was God in the church? Did you see him and know he was there when you laughed?" "Oh, you silly," giggled Lizzie. "Wouldn't the girls laugh at you, though, if they could hear you talk? Why, of course God was there. He's everywhere, you know, with superior knowledge. But I didn't see him. You can't see God." "Why not?" "Why, because you can't," answered her cousin with final logic. "Say, haven't you got any other clothes with you at all? I'd take you down with me in the morning if you was fixed up."
Chapter 11. In Flight Again. When Elizabeth lay down to rest that night, with Lizzie still chattering by her side, she found that there was one source of intense pleasure in the anticipation, and that was the prospect of going to God's house, to Christian endeavor. Now perhaps she would be able to find out what it had all meant, and whether it were true that God took care of people and hid them in time of trouble. She felt almost certain in her own little experience that he had cared for her, and she wanted to be quite sure, so that she might grasp this precious truth to her heart and keep it forever. No one could be quite alone in the world if there was a God who cared and loved and hid. The aunt and the grandmother were up betimes the next morning, looking over some meager stores of old clothing, and there was found an old dress which it was thought could be furbished over for Elizabeth. They were hard-working people with little money to spare, and everything had to be utilized. But they made a great deal of appearance, and Lizzie was proud as a young peacock. She would not take Elizabeth to the store to face the head man without having her fixed up according to the most approved style. So the aunt cut and fitted before she went off for the day, and Elizabeth was ordered to sew while she was gone. The grandmother presided at the rattling old sewing machine, and in 2 or 3 days Elizabeth was pronounced to be fixed up enough to do for the present, till she could earn some new clothes. With her fine hair snarled into a cushion and puffed out into an enormous pompadour that did not suit her face in the least, and with an old hat and jacket of Lizzie's which did not become her, nor fit her exactly, she started out to make her way in the world as a saleswoman. Lizzie had already secured her a place, if she suited. The store was a maze of wonder to the girl from the mountains. So many bright, bewildering things, ribbons and tin pans, glassware and toys, cheap jewelry and candies. She looked about with the dazed eyes of a creature from another world. But the manager looked upon her with eyes of favor. He saw that her eyes were bright and keen. He was used to judging faces. He saw that she was as yet unspoiled, with a face of refinement far beyond the general run of the girls who applied to him for positions. And he was not beyond a friendly flirtation with a pretty new girl himself, so she was engaged at once and put on duty at the notion counter. The girls flocked around her during the intervals of custom. Lizzie had told of her cousin's long ride, embellished wherever her knowledge failed by her extremely wild notions of Western life. She had told how Elizabeth arrived wearing a belt with 2 pistols, and this gave Elizabeth standing at once among all the people in the store. A girl who could shoot and who wore pistols in a belt like a real cowboy had a social distinction all her own. The novel-reading, theater-going girls rallied around her to a girl, and the young men in the store were not far behind. Elizabeth was popular from the first. Moreover, as she settled down into the routine of life and had 3 meals every day, her cheeks began to round out just a little, and it became apparent that she was unusually beautiful in spite of her dark skin, which whitened gradually under the electric light and high-pressure life of the store. They went to Christian Endeavor, Elizabeth and her cousin, and Elizabeth felt as if heaven had suddenly dropped down about her. She lived from week to week for that Christian Endeavor. The store, which had been a surprise and a novelty at first, began to be a trial to her. It wore upon her nerves. The air was bad, and the crowds were great. It was coming on toward Christmas time, and the store was crammed to bursting day after day and night after night, for they kept open evenings now until Christmas. Elizabeth longed for a breath from the mountains, and grew whiter and thinner. Sometimes she felt as if she must break away from it all, and take Robin and ride into the wilderness again. If it were not for the Christian Endeavor, she would have done so, perhaps. Robin, poor beast, was well housed and well fed, but he worked for his living as did his mistress. He was a grocer's delivery horse, worked from Monday morning early till Saturday night at 10 o'clock, subject to curses and kicks from the grocery boy, expected to stand meekly at the curbstones, snuffing the dusty brick pavements, while the boy delivered a box of goods, and while trolleys and beer wagons and automobiles slammed and rumbled and tooted by him, and then to start on the double-quick to the next stopping place. He, to be thus under the rod, who had trod the plains with a free foot and snuffed the mountain air. It was a great come-down, and his life became a weariness to him. But he earned his mistress $1 a week, besides his board. There would have been some consolation in that to his faithful heart, if he only could have known it. Albeit she would have gladly gone without the $1, if Robin could have been free and happy. One day, one dreadful day, the manager of the 10-cent store came to Elizabeth with a look in his eyes that reminded her of the man in Montana from whom she had fled. He was smiling, and his words were unduly pleasant. He wanted her to go with him to the theater that evening, and he complimented her on her appearance. He stated that he admired her exceedingly and wanted to give her pleasure. But somehow Elizabeth had fallen into the habit ever since she left the prairies of comparing all men with George Trescott Benedict, and this man, although he dressed well and was every bit as handsome, did not compare well. There was a sinister, selfish glitter in his eyes that made Elizabeth think of the serpent on the plain just before she shot it. Therefore, Elizabeth declined the invitation. It happened that there was a missionary meeting at the church that evening. All the Christian Endeavorers had been urged to attend. Elizabeth gave this as an excuse, but the manager quickly swept that away, saying she could go to church any night, but she could not go to this particular play with him always. The girl eyed him calmly, with much the same attitude with which she might have pointed her pistol at his head, and said gravely, "But I do not want to go with you." After that, the manager hated her. He always hated girls who resisted him. He hated her and wanted to do her harm, but he fairly persecuted her to receive his attentions. He was a young fellow, extremely young to be occupying so responsible a position. He undoubtedly had business ability. He showed it in his management of Elizabeth. The girl's life became a torment to her. In proportion as she appeared to be the manager's favorite, the other girls became jealous of her. They taunted her with the manager's attentions on every possible occasion. When they found anything wrong, they charged it upon her, and so she was kept constantly going to the manager, which was perhaps just what he wanted. She grew paler and more desperate. She had run away from one man. She had run away from a woman. But here was a man from whom she could not run away unless she gave up her position. If it had not been for her grandmother, she would have done so at once. But if she gave up her position, she would be thrown upon her grandmother for support, and that must not be. She understood from the family talk that they were having just as much as they could do already to make both ends meet and keep the all-important god of fashion satisfied. This god of fashion had come to seem to Elizabeth an enemy of the living God. It seemed to occupy all people's thoughts, and everything else had to be sacrificed to meet its demands. She had broached the subject of school one evening soon after she arrived, but was completely squelched by her aunt and cousin. "You're too old," sneered Lizzie. "School is for children." "Lizzie went through grammar school, and we talked about high for her," said the grandmother proudly. "But I just hated school," grinned Lizzie. "It ain't so nice as it's cracked up to be. Just sit and study all day long. Why, they were always keeping me after school for talking or laughing. I was glad enough when I got through. You may thank your stars you didn't have to go, Bess." "People who have to earn their bread can't lie around and go to school," remarked Aunt Nan dryly, and Elizabeth said no more. But later she heard of a night school, and then she took up the subject once more. Lizzie scoffed at this. She said night school was only for very poor people, and it was sort of a disgrace to go. But Elizabeth stuck to her point until one day Lizzie came home with a tale about Temple College. She had heard it was very cheap. You could go for 10 cents a night or something like that. Things that were 10 cents appealed to her. She was used to bargain counters. She heard it was quite respectable to go there, and they had classes in the evening. You could study gymnastics, and it would make you graceful. She wanted to be graceful. And she heard they had a course in millinery. If it was so, she believed she would go herself and learn to make the new kind of bows they were having on hats this winter. She could not seem to get the right twist to the ribbon. Elizabeth wanted to study geography. At least, that was the study Lizzie said would tell her where the desert of Sahara was. She wanted to know things, all kinds of things. But Lizzie said such things were only for children, and she didn't believe they taught such baby studies in a college. But she would inquire. It was silly of Bessie to want to know, she thought, and she was half ashamed to ask, but she would find out. It was about this time that Elizabeth's life at the store grew intolerable. One morning, it was little more than a week before Christmas, Elizabeth had been sent to the cellar to get 7 little red tin pails and shovels for a woman who wanted them for Christmas gifts for some Sunday school class. She had just counted out the requisite number and turned to go upstairs when she heard someone step near her, and as she looked up in the dim light, there stood the manager. "At last, I've got you alone, Bessie, my dear." He said it with suave triumph in his tones. He caught Elizabeth by the wrists, and before she could wrench herself away, he had kissed her. With a scream, Elizabeth dropped the 7 tin pails and the 7 tin shovels, and with one mighty wrench, took her hands from his grasp. Instinctively, her hand went to her belt, where were now no pistols. If one had been there, she certainly would have shot him in her horror and fury. But, as she had no other weapon, she seized a little shovel and struck him in the face. Then, with the frenzy of the desert back upon her, she rushed up the stairs, out through the crowded store, and into the street, hatless and coatless in the cold December air. The passers-by made way for her, thinking she had been sent out on some hurried errand. She had left her pocketbook, with its pitifully few nickels for car fare and lunch, in the cloakroom with her coat and hat. But she did not stop to think of that. She was fleeing again, this time on foot, from a man. She half expected he might pursue her and make her come back to the hated work in the stifling store, with his wicked face moving everywhere above the crowds. But she turned not to look back. On over the slushy pavements, under the leaden sky, with a few busy flakes floating about her. The day seemed pitiless as the world. Where could she go, and what should she do? There seemed no refuge for her in the wide world. Instinctively, she felt her grandmother would feel that a calamity had befallen them in losing the patronage of the manager of the 10-cent store. Perhaps Lizzie would get into trouble. What should she do? She had reached the corner where she and Lizzie usually took the car for home. The car was coming now, but she had no hat nor coat, and no money to pay for a ride. She must walk. She paused not, but fled on in a steady run, for which her years on the mountain had given her breath. 3 miles it was to Flora Street, and she scarcely slackened her pace after she had settled into that steady half-run, half-walk. Only at the corner of Flora Street she paused, and allowed herself to glance back once. No, the manager had not pursued her. She was safe. She might go in and tell her grandmother without fearing he would come behind her as soon as her back was turned. Chapter 12. Elizabeth's Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Brady was at the wash-tub again when her most uncommon and unexpected grandchild burst into the room. She wiped her hands on her apron and sat down with her usual exclamation, "For the land's sakes! What's happened? Bessie, tell me quick. Is anything the matter with Lizzie? Where is she?" But Elizabeth was on the floor at her feet in tears. She was shaking with sobs and could scarcely manage to stammer out that Lizzie was all right. Mrs. Brady settled back with a relieved sigh. Lizzie was the first grandchild, and therefore the idol of her heart. If Lizzie was all right, she could afford to be patient and find out by degrees.
"It's that awful man, Grandmother," Elizabeth sobbed out. "What man? That feller in Montana you run away from?" The grandmother sat up with snapping eyes. She was not afraid of a man, even if he did shoot people. She would call in the police and protect her own flesh and blood. Let him come. Mrs. Brady was ready for him. "No, no, Grandmother. The manager at the 10-cent store," sobbed the girl. "He kissed me. Oh!" And she shuddered as if the memory was the most terrible thing that ever came to her. "For the land's sakes, is that all?" said the woman, with much relief and a degree of satisfaction. "Why, that's nothing. You ought to be proud. Many a girl would go boasting round about that. What are you crying for? He didn't hurt you, did he? Why, Lizzie seems to think he's just fine. I tell you, Lizzie wouldn't cry if he was to kiss her, I'm sure. She'd just laugh and ask him for a holiday. Here, sit up, child, and wash your face, and go back to your work. You've evidently struck the manager on the right side, and you're bound to get a raise in your wages. Every girl he takes a notion to gets up and does well. Perhaps you'll get money enough to go to school. Goodness knows what you want to go for. I suppose it's in the blood, though Bess used to say your pa wa'n't any great at study. But if you've struck the manager the right way, no telling what he might do. He might even want to marry you." "Grandmother!" Mrs. Brady was favored with the flashing of the Bailey eyes. She viewed it in astonishment, not unmixed with admiration. "Well, you have certainly got spirit," she ejaculated. "I don't wonder he liked you. I didn't know you was so pretty, Bessie. You look like your mother when she was 18. You really do. I never saw the resemblance before. I believe you'll get on all right. Don't you be afraid. I wish you had your chance if you're so anxious to go to school. I shouldn't wonder if you turn out to be something and marry rich. Well, I must be getting back to me tub. Land's sakes, but you did give me a turn. I thought Lizzie had been run over. I couldn't think what else'd make you run off way here without your coat. Come, get up, child, and go back to your work. It's too bad you don't like to be kissed, but don't let that worry you. You'll have lots worse than that to come up against. When you've lived as long as I have and worked as hard, you'll be pleased to have someone admire you. You better wash your face and eat a bite of lunch and hustle back. You needn't be afraid. If he's fond of you, he won't bother about your running away a little. He'll excuse you if it is busy times and not dock your pay neither." "Grandmother," said Elizabeth, "don't. I can never go back to that awful place and that man. I would rather go back to Montana. I would rather be dead." "Hoity-toity," said the easy-going grandmother, sitting down to her task, for she perceived some wholesome discipline was necessary. "You can't talk that way, Bess. You got to go to your work. We ain't got money to keep you in idleness, and land knows where you'd get another place as good's this one. If you stay home all day, you might make him awful mad, and then it would be no use going back, and you might lose Lizzie her place, too." But though the grandmother talked and argued and soothed by turns, Elizabeth was firm. She would not go back. She would never go back. She would go to Montana if her grandmother said any more about it. With a sigh, at last Mrs. Brady gave up. She had given up once before, nearly 20 years ago. Bessie, her oldest daughter, had a will like that, and tastes far above her station. Mrs. Brady wondered where she got them. "You're for all the world like your ma," she said, as she thumped the clothes in the wash-tub. "She was just that way when she would marry your pa. She could have had Jim Stokes, the grocery man, or Lodge, the milkman, or her choice of 3 railroad men, all of 'em doing well and ready to let her walk over 'em. But she would have your pa, the drunken, good-for-nothing, slippery dude. The only thing I'm surprised at was that he ever married her. I never expected it. I supposed they'd run off and he'd leave her when he got tired of her. But it seems he stuck to her. It's the only good thing he ever done, and I'm not sure but she'd have been better off if he hadn't have done that." "Grandmother!" Elizabeth's face blazed. "Yes, grandmother," snapped Mrs. Brady. "It's all true, and you might's well face it. He met her in church. She used to go reg'lar. Some boys used to come and sit in the back seat behind the girls and then go home with them. They was all nice enough boys 'cept him. I never had a bit of use for him. He belonged to the swells and the stuck-ups, and he knowed it and presumed upon it. He just thought he could wind Bessie round his finger, and he did. If he said go, she went, no matter what I'd do. So, when his ma found it out, she was hoppin' mad. She just came drivin' round here to me house and presumed to talk to me. She said Bessie was a designing snip and a bad girl and a whole lot of things. Said she was leading her son astray and would come to no good end, and a whole lot of stuff, and told me to look after her. It wasn't so. Bess got John Bailey to quit smoking for a whole week at a time, and he said if she'd marry him, he'd quit drinking too. His ma couldn't have got him to promise that. She wouldn't even believe he got drunk. I told her a few things about her precious son, but she curled her fine aristocratic lip up and said, "Gentlemen never get drunk." Gentlemen. That's all she knowed about it. He got drunk all right, and stayed drunk too. So after that, when I tried to keep Bess at home, she slipped away one night, said she was going to church, and she did too. Went to the minister's study in a strange church and got married, her and John, and then they up and off west. John, he'd sold his watch and his fine diamond stud his ma had give him, and he borrowed some money from some friends of his father's, and he off with $300 in Bess, and that's all I ever saw more of me Bessie. The poor woman sat down in her chair and wept into her apron, regardless for once of the soapsuds that rolled down her red, wet arms. "Is my grandmother living yet?" asked Elizabeth. She was sorry for this grandmother, but did not know what to say. She was afraid to comfort her, lest she take it for yielding. "Yes, they say she is," said Mrs. Brady, sitting up with a show of interest. She was always ready for a bit of gossip. "Her husband's dead, and her other son's dead, and she's all alone. She lives in a big house on Rittenhouse Square. If she was any count, she'd ought to provide for you. I never thought about it, but I don't suppose it would be any use to try. You might ask her. Perhaps she'd help you go to school. You've got a claim on her. She ought to give you her son's share of his father's property, though I've heard she disowned him when he married our Bess. You might fix up in some of Lizzie's best things and go up there and try. She might give you some money." "I don't want her money," said Elizabeth stiffly. "I guess there's work somewhere in the world I can do, without begging even of grandmothers. But I think I ought to go and see her. She might want to know about Father." Mrs. Brady looked at her granddaughter wonderingly. This was a view of things she had never taken. "Well," she said resignedly, "go your own gait. I don't know where you'll come up at. All I say is, if you're going through the world with such high and mighty fine notions, you'll have a hard time. You can't pick out roses and cream and a bed of down every day. You have to put up with life as you find it." Elizabeth went to her room, the room she shared with Lizzie. She wanted to get away from her grandmother's disapproval. It lay on her heart like lead. Was there no refuge in the world? If grandmothers were not refuges, where should one flee? The old lady in Chicago had understood. Why had not Grandmother Brady? Then came the sweet old words, "Let not your heart be troubled. In the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me." She knelt down by the bed and said, "Our Father." She was beginning to add some words of her own now. She had heard them pray so in Christian Endeavor, in the sentence prayers. She wished she knew more about God and his book. She had had so little time to ask or think about it. Life seemed all one rush for clothes and position. At supper time, Lizzie came home, much excited. She had been in hot water all the afternoon. The girls had said at lunchtime that the manager was angry with Bessie and had discharged her. She found her coat and hat and had brought them home. The pocketbook was missing. There was only 15 cents in it, but Lizzie was much disturbed, and so was the grandmother. They had a quiet consultation in the kitchen, and when the aunt came, there was another whispered conversation among the three. Elizabeth felt disapproval in the air. Aunt Nan came and sat down beside her and talked very coldly about expenses and being dependent upon one's relatives, and let her understand thoroughly that she could not sit around and do nothing. But Elizabeth answered by telling her how the manager had been treating her. The aunt then gave her a dose of worldly wisdom, which made the girl shrink into herself. It needed only Lizzie's loud-voiced exhortations to add to her misery and make her feel ready to do anything. Supper was a most unpleasant meal. At last the grandmother spoke up. "Well, Bessie," she said firmly, "we've decided, all of us, that, if you are going to be stubborn about this, something will have to be done. And I think the best thing is for you to go to Mrs. Bailey and see what she'll do for you. It's her business, anyway." Elizabeth's cheeks were very red. She said nothing. She let them go on with the arrangements. Lizzie went and got her best hat and tried it on Elizabeth to see how she would look, and produced a silk waist from her store of garments and a spring jacket. It wasn't very warm, it is true, but Lizzie explained that the occasion demanded strenuous measures, and the jacket was undoubtedly stylish, which was the main thing to be considered. One could afford to be cold if one was stylish. Lizzie was up early the next morning. She had agreed to put Elizabeth in battle array for her visit to Rittenhouse Square. Elizabeth submitted meekly to her borrowed adornings. Her hair was brushed over her face and curled on a hot iron and brushed backward in a perfect mat and then puffed out in a bigger pompadour than usual. The silk waist was put on with Lizzie's best skirt, and she was adjured not to let that drag. Then the best hat with the cheap pink plumes was set atop the elaborate coiffure. The jacket was put on, and a pair of Lizzie's long silk gloves was struggled into. They were a trite large when on, but to the hands unaccustomed to gloves, they were like being run into a mold. Elizabeth stood it all until she was pronounced complete. Then she came and stood in front of the cheap little glass and surveyed herself. There were blisters in the glass that twisted her head into a grotesque shape. The hairpins stuck into her head. Lizzie had tied a spotted veil tight over her nose and eyes. The collar of the silk waist was frayed and cut her neck. The skirt band was too tight, and the gloves were torture. Elizabeth turned slowly and went downstairs, past the admiring aunt and grandmother, who exclaimed at the girl's beauty, now that she was attired to their mind, and encouraged her by saying they were sure her grandmother would want to do something for so pretty a girl. Lizzie called out to her not to worry as she flew for her car. She said she had heard there was a variety show in town where they wanted a girl who could shoot. If she didn't succeed with her grandmother, they would try and get her in at the show. The girls at the store knew a man who had charge of it. They said he liked pretty girls, and they thought would be glad to get her. Indeed, Mary James had promised to speak to him last night and would let her know today about it. It would likely be a job more suited to her cousin's liking. Elizabeth shuddered. Another man. Would he be like all the rest? All the rest save one? She walked a few steps in the direction she had been told to go, and then turned resolutely around and came back. The watching grandmother felt her heart sink. What was this headstrong girl going to do next? Rebel again? "What's the matter, Bessie?" she asked, meeting her anxiously at the door. "It's bad luck to turn back when you've started." "I can't go this way," said the girl excitedly. "It's all a cheat. I'm not like this. It isn't mine, and I'm not going in it. I must have my own clothes and be myself when I go to see her. If she doesn't like me and want me, then I can take Robin and go back." And, like another David burdened with Saul's armor, she came back to get her little sling and stones. She tore off the veil and the sticky gloves from her cold hands, and all the finery of silk waist and belt, and donned her old plain blue coat and skirt in which she had arrived in Philadelphia. They had been frugally brushed and sponged and made neat for a working dress. Elizabeth felt that they belonged to her. Under the jacket, which fortunately was long enough to hide her waist, she buckled her belt with the 2 pistols. Then she took the battered old felt hat from the closet and tried to fasten it on, but the pompadour interfered. Relentlessly, she pulled down the work of art that Lizzie had created
and brushed and combed her long, thick hair into subjection again, and put it in its long braid down her back. Her grandmother should see her just as she was. She should know what kind of a girl belonged to her. Then, if she chose to be a real grandmother, well and good. Mrs. Brady was much disturbed in mind when Elizabeth came downstairs. She exclaimed in horror and tried to force the girl to go back, telling her it was a shame and disgrace to go in such garments into the sacred precincts of Rittenhouse Square. But the girl was not to be turned back. She would not even wait till her aunt and Lizzie came home. She would go now, at once. Mrs. Brady sat down in her rocking chair in despair for full 5 minutes after she had watched the reprehensible girl go down the street. She had not been so completely beaten since the day when her own Bessie left the house and went away to a wild west to die in her own time and way. The grandmother shed a few tears. This girl was like her own Bessie, and she could not help loving her, though there was a streak of something else about her that made her seem above them all, and that was hard to bear. It must be the Bailey streak, of course. Mrs. Brady did not admire the Baileys, but she was obliged to reverence them. If she had watched or followed Elizabeth, she would have been still more horrified. The girl went straight to the corner grocery and demanded her own horse, handing back to the man the $1 he had paid her last Saturday night, and saying she had need of the horse at once. After some parley, in which she showed her ability to stand her own ground, the boy unhitched the horse from the wagon and got her own old saddle for her from the stable. Then Elizabeth mounted her horse and rode away to Rittenhouse Square. Chapter 13. Another Grandmother. Elizabeth's idea in taking the horse along with her was to have all her armor on, as a warrior goes out to meet the foe. If this grandmother proved impossible, why, then so long as she had life and breath and a horse, she could flee. The world was wide, and the West was still open to her. She could flee back to the wilderness that gave her breath. The old horse stopped gravely and disappointedly before the tall, aristocratic house in Rittenhouse Square. He had hoped that city life was now to end, and that he and his dear mistress were to travel back to their beloved prairies. No amount of oats could ever make up to him for his freedom and the quiet and the hills. He had a feeling that he should like to go back home and die. He had seen enough of the world. She fastened the halter to a ring in the sidewalk, which surprised him. The grocer's boy never fastened him. He looked up questioningly at the house, but saw no reason why his mistress should go in there. It was not familiar ground. Coffee and Sons never came up this way. Elizabeth, as she crossed the sidewalk and mounted the steps before the formidable carved doors, felt that here was the last hope of finding an earthly habitation. If this failed her, then there was the desert and starvation and a long, long sleep. But while the echo of the cell still sounded through the high-ceilinged hall, there came to her the words, "Let not your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. I will come again and receive you." How sweet that was! Then, even if she died on the desert, there was a home prepared for her. So much she had learned in Christian Endeavor meeting. The stately butler let her in. He eyed her questioningly at first, and said Madam was not up yet, but Elizabeth told him she would wait. "Is she sick?" asked Elizabeth with a strange constriction about her heart. "Oh, no, she is not up yet, miss," said the kind old butler. "She never gets up before this. You're from Mrs. Sands, I suppose." Poor soul, for once his butler eyes had been mistaken. He thought she was the little errand girl from Madame Bailey's modiste. "No, I'm just Elizabeth," said the girl, smiling. She felt that this man, whoever he was not against her. He was old, and he had a kind look. He still thought she meant she was not the modiste, just her errand girl. Her quaint dress and the long braid down her back made her look like a child. "I'll tell her you've come,"
be seated," said the butler, and gave her a chair in the dim hall just opposite the parlor door, where she had a glimpse of elegance such as she had never dreamed existed. She tried to think how it must be to live in such a room and walk on velvet. The carpet was deep and rich. She did not know it was a rug, nor that it was woven in some poor peasant's home and then was brought here years afterward at a fabulous price. She only knew it was beautiful in its silvery sheen, with gleaming colors through it like jewels in the dew. On through another open doorway, she caught a glimpse of a painting on the wall. It was a man as large as life, sitting in a chair, and the face and attitude were her father's, her father at his best. She was fairly startled. Who was it? Could it be her father? And how had they made this picture of him? He must be changed in those 20 years he had been gone from home. Then the butler came back, and before he could speak she pointed toward the picture. "Who is it?" she asked. "That, miss? That's Mr. John, Madam's husband, that's dead a good many years now. But I remember him well. Could I look at it? He is so much like my father." She walked rapidly over the ancient rug, unheeding its beauties, while the wondering butler followed a trifle anxiously. This was unprecedented. Mrs. Sands' errand girls usually knew their place. "Madam said you was to come right up to her room," said the butler pointedly. But Elizabeth stood rooted to the ground, studying the picture. The butler had to repeat the message. She smiled and turned to follow him, and as she did so, saw on a side wall the portraits of 2 boys. "Who are they?" she pointed swiftly. They were much like her own 2 brothers. "Them are Mr. John and Mr. James, Madam's 2 sons. They're both of them dead now," said the butler. "At least, Mr. James is, I'm sure. He died 2 years ago. But you'd better come right up. Madam will be wondering." She followed the old man up the velvet-shod stairs that gave back no sound from footfall, and pondered as she went. Then that was her father, that boy with the beautiful face and the heavy wavy hair tossed back from his forehead, and the haughty, imperious, don't-care look. And here was where he had lived, here amid all this luxury. Like a flash came the quick contrast of the home in which he had died, and a great wave of reverence for her father rolled over her. From such a home and such surroundings, it would not have been strange if he had grown weary of the rough life out west and deserted his wife, who was beneath him in station. But he had not. He had stayed by her all the years. True, he had not been of much use to her, and much of the time had been but a burden and anxiety. But he had stayed and loved her, when he was sober. She forgave him his many trying ways, his fault-findings with her mother's many little blunders. No wonder, when he came from this place. The butler tapped on a door at the head of the stairs, and a maid swung it open. "Why, you're not the girl Mrs. Sands sent the other day," said a querulous voice from a mass of lace-ruffled pillows on the great bed. "I am Elizabeth," said the girl, as if that were full explanation. "Elizabeth? Elizabeth who? I don't see why she sent another girl. Are you sure you will understand the directions? They're very particular, for I want my frock ready for tonight without fail." The woman sat up, leaning on one elbow. Her lace nightgown and pale blue silk dressing sack fell away from a round white arm that did not look as if it belonged to a very old lady. Her gray hair was becomingly arranged, and she was extremely pretty, with small features. Elizabeth looked and marveled. Like a flash came the vision of the other grandmother at the wash-tub. The contrast was startling. "I am Elizabeth Bailey," said the girl quietly, as if she would break a piece of hard news gently. "My father was your son, John." "The idea!" said the new grandmother, and promptly fell back upon her pillows, with her hand upon her heart. "John, John, my little John. No one has mentioned his name to me for years and years. He never writes to me." She put up a lace-trimmed handkerchief and sobbed. "Father died 5 years ago," said Elizabeth. "You wicked girl," said the maid. "Can't you see that Madam can't bear such talk? Go right out of the room." The maid rushed up with smelling salts and a glass of water, and Elizabeth, in distress, came and stood by the bed. "I'm sorry I made you feel bad, Grandmother," she said when she saw that the fragile, childish creature on the bed was recovering somewhat. "What right do you have to call me that? Grandmother, indeed. I'm not so old as that. Besides, how do I know you belong to me? If John is dead, your mother better look after you. I'm sure I'm not responsible for you. It's her business. She wheedled John away from his home and carried him off to that awful West and never let him write to me. She has done it all, and now she may bear the consequences. I suppose she has sent you here to beg, but she has made a mistake. I shall not have a thing to do with her or her children." "Grandmother!" Elizabeth's eyes flashed as they had done to the other grandmother a few hours before. "You must not talk so. I won't hear it. I wouldn't let Grandmother Brady talk about my father, and you can't talk so about Mother. She was my mother, and I loved her, and so did Father love her. And she worked hard to keep him and take care of him when he drank years and years and didn't have any money to help her. Mother was only 18 when she married Father, and you ought not to blame her. She didn't have a nice home like this. But she was good and dear, and now she is dead. Father and Mother are both dead, and all the other children. A man killed my brother, and then, as soon as he was buried, he came and wanted me to go with him. He was an awful man, and I was afraid and took my brother's horse and ran away. I rode all this long way because I was afraid of that man, and I wanted to get to some of my own folks who would love me and let me work for them, and let me go to school and learn something. But I wish now I had stayed out there and died. I could have lain down in the sagebrush, and a wild beast would have killed me perhaps, and that would be a great deal better than this, for Grandmother Brady does not understand, and you do not want me. But in my Father's house in heaven there are many mansions, and he went to prepare a place for me. So I guess I will go back to the desert, and perhaps he will send for me. Goodbye, Grandmother." Then, before the astonished woman in the bed could recover her senses from this remarkable speech, Elizabeth turned and walked majestically from the room. She was slight and not very tall, but in the strength of her pride and purity, she looked almost majestic to the awestruck maid and the bewildered woman. Down the stairs walked the girl, feeling that all the wide world was against her. She would never again try to get a friend. She had not met a friend except in the desert. One man had been good to her, and she had let him go away. But he belonged to another woman, and she might not let him stay. There was just one thing to be thankful for. She had knowledge of her Father in heaven, and she knew what Christian endeavor meant. She could take that with her out into the desert, and no one could take it from her. One wish she had, but maybe that was too much to hope for. If she could have had a Bible of her own. She had no money left, nothing but her mother's wedding ring, the papers, and the envelope that had contained the money the man had given her when he left. She could not part with them, unless perhaps someone would take the ring and keep it until she could buy it back. But she would wait and hope. She walked by the old butler with her hand on her pistol. She did not intend to let anyone detain her now. He bowed pleasantly and opened the door for her, however, and she marched down the steps to her horse. But just as she was about to mount and ride away into the unknown, where no grandmother, be she Brady or Bailey, would ever be able to search her out, no matter how hard she tried, the door suddenly opened again, and there was a great commotion. The maid and the old butler both flew out and laid hands upon her. She dropped the bridle and seized her pistol, covering them both with its black, forbidding nozzle. They stopped, trembling, but the butler bravely stood his ground. He did not know why he was to detain this extraordinary young person, but he felt sure something wrong. Probably she was a thief and had taken some of Madam's jewels. He could call the police. He opened his mouth to do so when the maid explained. "Madam wants you to come back. She didn't understand. She wants to see you and ask about her son. You must come or you will kill her. She has heart trouble, and you must not excite her." Elizabeth put the pistol back into its holster, and picking up the bridle again, fastened it in the ring, saying simply, "I will come back." "What do you want?" she asked abruptly when she returned to the bedroom. "Don't you know that's a disrespectful way to speak?" asked the woman querulously. "What did you have to get into a temper for and go off like that without telling me anything about my son? Sit down and tell me all about it." "I'm sorry, Grandmother," said Elizabeth, sitting down. "I thought you didn't want me, and I'd better go." "Well, the next time, wait until I send you. What kind of a thing have you got on, anyway? That's a queer sort of hat for a girl to wear. Take it off. You look like a rough boy with that on. You make me think of John when he had been out disobeying me." Elizabeth took off the offending headgear and revealed her smoothly parted, thick brown hair in its long braid down her back. "Why, you're rather a pretty girl if you were fixed up," said the old lady, sitting up with interest now. "I can't remember your mother, but I don't think she had fine features like that." "They said I looked like father," said Elizabeth. "Did they? Well, I believe it's true," with satisfaction. "I couldn't bear you if you looked like those low-down—" "Grandmother!" Elizabeth stood up and flashed her Bailey eyes. "You needn't grandmother me all the time," said the lady petulantly. "But you look quite handsome when you say it. Take off that ill-fitting coat. It isn't thick enough for winter anyway. What in the world have you got round your waist? A belt? Why, that's a man's belt. And what have you got in it? Pistols? Horrors! Marie, take them away, quick. I shall faint. I never could bear to be in a room with one. My husband used to have one on his closet shelf, and I never went near it, and always locked the room when he was out. You must put them out in the hall. I cannot breathe where pistols are. Now, sit down and tell me all about it, how old you are, and how you got here." Elizabeth surrendered her pistols with hesitation. She felt that she must obey her grandmother, but was not altogether certain whether it was safe for her to be weaponless until she was sure this was friendly ground. At the demand, she began back as far as she could remember, and told the story of her life, pathetically, simply, without a single claim to pity, yet so earnestly and vividly that the grandmother, lying with her eyes closed, forgot herself completely and let the tears trickle unbidden and unheeded down her well-preserved cheeks. When Elizabeth came to the graves in the moonlight, she gasped and sobbed, "Oh, Johnny, Johnny, my little Johnny, why did you always be such a bad, bad boy?" And when the ride in the desert was described, and the man from whom she fled, the grandmother held her breath and said, "Oh, how fearful!" Her interest in the girl was growing, and kept at white heat during the whole of the story. There was one part of her experience, however, that Elizabeth passed over lightly, and that was the meeting with George Trescott Benedict. Instinctively she felt that this experience would not find a sympathetic listener. She passed it over by merely saying that she had met a kind gentleman from the East who was lost, and that they had ridden together for a few miles until they reached a town, and he had telegraphed to his friends and gone on his way. She said nothing about the money he had lent to her, for she shrank from speaking about him more than was necessary. She felt that her grandmother might feel as the old woman of the ranch had felt about their traveling together. She left it to be inferred that she might have had a little money with her from home. At least the older woman asked no questions about how she secured provisions for the way. When Elizabeth came to her Chicago experience, her grandmother clasped her hands as if a serpent had been mentioned, and said, "How degrading! You certainly would have been justified in shooting the whole company. I wonder such places are allowed to exist." But Marie sat with large eyes of wonder, and retailed the story over again in the kitchen afterwards for the benefit of the cook and the butler, so that Elizabeth became henceforth a heroine among them. Elizabeth passed on to her Philadelphia experience, and found that here her grandmother was roused to blazing indignation. But the thing that roused her was the fact that a Bailey should serve behind a counter in a 10-cent store. She lifted her hands and uttered a moan of real pain, and went on at such a rate that the smelling salts had to be brought into requisition again. When Elizabeth told of her encounter with the manager in the cellar, the grandmother said, "How disgusting! The impertinent creature! He ought to be sued. I will consult the lawyer about the matter. What did you say his name was? Marie, write that down. And so, dear, you did quite right to come to me. I've been looking at you while you talked, and I believe you'll be a pretty girl if you are fixed up. Marie, go to the telephone and call up Blandeau and tell him to send up a hairdresser at once. I want to see how Miss Elizabeth will look with her hair done low in one of those new coils. I believe it will be becoming. I should have tried it long ago myself, only it seems a trifle too youthful for hair that is beginning to turn gray." Elizabeth watched her grandmother in wonder. Here truly was a new phase of woman. She did not care about great facts, but only about little things. Her life was made up of the great pursuit of fashion, just like Lizzie's. Were people in cities all alike? No, for he, the one man she had met in the wilderness, had not seemed to care. Maybe, though, when he got back to the city, he did care. She sighed and turned toward the new grandmother. "Now I have told you everything, grandmother. Shall I go away? I wanted to go to school, but I see that it costs a great deal of money, and I don't want to be a burden on anyone. I came here not to ask you to take me in, because I did not want to trouble you. But I thought before I went away I ought to see you once because you are my grandmother." "I've never been a grandmother," said the little woman of the world reflectively, "but I don't know but it would be rather nice. I'd like to make you into a pretty girl and take you out into society. That would be something new to live for. I'm not very pretty myself any more, but I can see that you will be. Do you wear blue or pink? I used to wear pink myself, but I believe you could wear either when you get your complexion in shape. You've tanned it horribly, but it may come out all right. I think you'll take. You say you want to go to school. Why, certainly, I suppose that will be necessary. Living out in that barbarous, uncivilized region, of course you don't know much. You seem to speak correctly, but John always was particular about his speech. He had a tutor when he was little who tripped him up every mistake he made. That was the only thing that tutor was good for. He was a linguist. We found out afterwards he was terribly wild and drank. He did John more harm than good. Marie, I shall want Elizabeth to have the rooms next to mine. Ring for Martha to see that everything is in order. Elizabeth, did you ever have your hands manicured? You have a pretty shaped hand. I'll have the woman attend to it when she comes to shampoo your hair and put it up. Did you bring any clothes along? Of course not. You couldn't on horseback. I suppose you had your trunk sent by express? No trunk? No express? No railroad? How barbarous! How John must have suffered, poor fellow. He, so used to every luxury. Well, I don't see that it was my fault. I gave him everything he wanted except his wife, and he took her without my leave. Poor fellow, poor fellow. Mrs. Bailey in due time sent Elizabeth off to the suite of rooms that she said were to be hers exclusively, and arose to bedeck herself for another day. Elizabeth was a new toy, and she anticipated playing with her. It put new zest into a life that had grown monotonous. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was surveying her quarters and wondering what Lizzie would think if she could see her. According to orders, the coachman had taken Robin to the stable, and he was already rolling in all the luxuries of a horse of the aristocracy, and congratulating himself on the good taste of his mistress to select such a stopping place. For his part, he was now satisfied not to move further. This was better than the wilderness any day. Oats like these and hay such as this were not to be found on the plains. Toward evening, the grave butler, with many a deprecatory glance at the neighborhood, arrived at the door of Mrs. Brady and delivered himself of the following message to that astonished lady, backed by her daughter and her granddaughter, with their ears stretched to the utmost to hear every syllable. Mrs. Merrill Wilton Bailey sends word that her granddaughter, Miss Elizabeth, has reached her home safely and will remain with her. Miss Elizabeth will come sometime to see Mrs. Brady and thank her for her kindness during her stay with her." The butler bowed and turned away with relief. His dignity and social standing had not been so taxed by the family demands in years. He was glad he might shake off the dust of Flora Street forever. He felt for the coachman. He would probably have to drive the young lady down here sometime, according to that message. Mrs. Brady, her daughter, and Lizzie stuck their heads out into the lamplighted street and watched the dignified butler out of sight. Then they went in and sat down in 3 separate stages of relief and astonishment. "For the land's sakes!" ejaculated the grandmother. "Well, now, if that don't beat all!" Then, after a minute, "The impertinent fellow! And the impudence of that woman! Thank me for my kindness to me own grandchild? I'd thank her to mind her business, but then that's just like her." "Her nest is certainly well feathered," said Aunt Nan enviously. "I only wish Lizzie had such a chance." Said Lizzie, "It's awful queer her looking like that, too, in that crazy rig. Well, I'm glad she's gone, for she was so awful queer it was just fierce. She talked religion a lot to the girls, and then they laughed at her behind her back, and they kept a-telling me I'd be a missionary for long if she stayed with us. I went to Mr. Ray, the manager, and told him my cousin was awfully shy, and she sent word she wanted to be excused for running away like that. He kind of colored up and said 'twas all right, and she might come back and have her old place if she wanted, and he'd say no more about it. I told him I'd tell her. But I guess her acting up won't do me a bit of harm. The girls say he'll make up to me now. Wish he would. I'd have a fine time. It's me turn to have me wages raised anyway. He said if Bess and I would come tomorrow ready to stay in the evening, he'd take us to a show that beat everything he ever saw in Philadelphia. I mean to make him take me anyway. I'm just glad she's out of the way. She wasn't like the rest of us." Said Mrs. Brady, "It's the Bailey in her. But she said she'd come back and see me, didn't she?" And the grandmother in her meditated over that fact for several minutes. Chapter 14. In a New World. Meantime, the panorama of Elizabeth's life passed on into more peaceful scenes. By means of the telephone and the maid, a lot of new and beautiful garments were provided for her, which fitted perfectly, and which bewildered her not a little until they were explained by Marie. Elizabeth had her meals upstairs until these things had arrived and she had put them on. The texture of the garments was fine and soft, and they were rich with embroidery and lace. The flannels were as soft as the down in a milkweed pod, and everything was of the best. Elizabeth found herself wishing she might share them with Lizzie, who adored rich and beautiful things, and who had shared her meager outfit with her. She mentioned this wistfully to her grandmother, and in a fit of childish generosity that lady said, "Certainly. Get her what you wish. I'll take you downtown some day, and you can pick out some nice things for them all. I hate to be under obligations." A dozen ready-made dresses had been sent out before the first afternoon was over, and Elizabeth spent the rest of the day in trying on and walking back and forth in front of her grandmother. At last 2 or 3 were selected, which it was thought would do, until the dressmaker could be called in to help, and Elizabeth was clothed and allowed to come down into the life of the household. It was not a large household. It consisted of the grandmother, her dog, and the servants. Elizabeth fitted into it better than she had feared. It seemed pleasanter to her than the house on Flora Street. There was more room, and more air, and more quiet. With her mountain breeding, she could not get her breath in a crowd. She was presently taken in a luxurious carriage drawn by 2 beautiful horses to a large department store, where she sat by the hour and watched her grandmother choose things for her. Another girl might have gone half wild over the delightful experience of being able to have anything in the shops. Not so Elizabeth. She watched it all apathetically, as if the goods displayed about had been the leaves upon the trees set forth for her admiration. She could wear but one dress at once, and one hat. Why were so many necessary? Her main hope lay in the words her grandmother had spoken about sending her to school. The 3rd day of her stay in Rittenhouse Square, Elizabeth had reminded her of it, and the grandmother had said half impatiently, "Yes, yes, child, you shall go, of course, to a finishing school. That will be necessary. But first I must get you fixed up. You have scarcely anything to put on." So Elizabeth subsided. At last there dawned a beautiful Sabbath when, the wardrobe seemingly complete, Elizabeth was told to array herself for church, as they were going that morning. With great delight and thanksgiving, she put on what she was told, and when she looked into the great French plate mirror, after Marie had put on the finishing touches, she was astonished at herself. It was all true, after all. She was a pretty girl. She looked down at the beautiful gown of finest broadcloth, with the exquisite finish that only the best tailors can put on a garment, and wondered at herself. The very folds of dark green cloth seemed to bring a grace into her movements. The green velvet hat with its long, curling plumes of green and cream color seemed to be resting lovingly above the beautiful hair that was arranged so naturally and becomingly. Elizabeth wore her lovely ermine collar and muff without ever knowing they were costly. They all seemed so fitting and quiet and simple, so much less obtrusive than Lizzie's pink silk waist and cheap pink plumes. Elizabeth liked it and walked to church beside her grandmother with a happy feeling in her heart. The church was just across the square. Its tall brown stone spire and arched doorways attracted Elizabeth when she first came to the place. Now she entered with a kind of delight. It was the first time she had ever been to a Sabbath morning regular service in church. The Christian Endeavor had been as much as Lizzie had been able to stand. She said she had to work too hard during the week to waste so much time on Sunday in church. "The Sabbath was made for man and for rest," she had quoted glibly. For the first time in her life since she left Montana, Elizabeth felt as if she had a real home and was like other people. She looked around shyly to see whether perchance her friend of the desert might be sitting near, but no familiar face met her gaze. Then she settled back and gave herself up to delight in the service. The organ was playing softly, low, tender music. She learned afterward that the music was Handel's Largo. She did not know that the organ was one of the finest in the city, nor that the organist was one of the most skillful to be had. She knew only that the music seemed to take her soul and lift it up above the earth, so that heaven was all around her, and the very clouds seemed singing to her. Then came the processional, with the wonderful voices of the choir boys sounding far off and then nearer. It would be impossible for anyone who had been accustomed all his life to these things to know how it affected Elizabeth. It seemed as though the Lord himself was leading the girl in a very special way. At scarcely any other church in a fashionable quarter of the great city would Elizabeth have heard preaching so exactly suited to her needs. The minister was one of those rare men who lived with God and talked with him daily. He had one peculiarity which marked him from all other preachers, Elizabeth heard afterward. He would turn and talk with God in a gentle, sweet, conversational tone, right in the midst of his sermon. It made the Lord seem very real and very near. If he had not been the great and brilliant preacher of an old-established church and revered by all denominations as well as his own, the minister would have been called eccentric and have been asked to resign because his religion was so very personal that it became embarrassing to some. However, his rare gifts and his remarkable consecration and independence in doing what he thought right had produced a most unusual church for a fashionable neighborhood. Most of his church members were in sympathy with him, and a wonderful work was going forward right in the heart of Sodom, unhampered by fashion or form or class distinctions. It is true there were some who, like Madame Bailey, sat calmly in their seats and let the minister attend to the preaching end of the service, without ever bothering their thoughts as to what he was saying. It was all one to them whether he prayed 3 times or once, so the service got done at the usual hour. But the majority were being led to see that there is such a thing as a close and intimate walk with God upon this earth. Into this church came Elizabeth, the sweet heathen, eager to learn all that could be learned about the things of the soul. She sat beside her grandmother and drank in the sermon and bowed her lovely reverent head when she became aware that God was in the room and was being spoken to by his servant. After the last echo of the recessional had died away, and the bowed hush of the congregation had grown into a quiet, well-bred commotion of the putting on of wraps and the low Sabbath greetings, Elizabeth turned to her grandmother. "Grandmother, may I please go and ask that man some questions? He said just what I have been longing and longing to know, and I must ask him more. Nobody else ever told me these things. Who is he? How does he know it is all true?" The elder woman watched the eager, flushed face of the girl, and her heart throbbed with pride that this beautiful young thing belonged to her. She smiled indulgently. "The rector, you mean? Why, I'll invite him to dinner if you wish to talk with him. It's perfectly proper that a young girl should understand about religion. It has a most refining influence, and the doctor is a charming man. I'll invite his wife and daughter, too. They move in the best circles, and I have been meaning to ask them for a long time. You might like to be confirmed. Some do. It's a very pretty service. I was confirmed myself when I was about your age. My mother thought it a good thing for a girl before she went into society. Now, just as you are a schoolgirl, is the proper time. I'll send for him this week. He'll be pleased to know you are interested in these things. He has some kind of a young people's club that meets on Sunday. Christian something, he calls it. I don't know just what, but he talks a great deal about it and wants every young person to join. You might pay the dues, whatever they are, anyway. I suppose it's for charity. It wouldn't be necessary for you to attend the meetings, but it would please the doctor." "Is it Christian Endeavor?" asked Elizabeth with her eyes sparkling. "Something like that, I believe. Good morning, Mrs. Schuyler. Lovely day, isn't it, for December? No, I haven't been very well. No, I haven't been out for several weeks. Charming service, wasn't it? The doctor grows more and more brilliant, I think. Mrs. Schuyler, this is my granddaughter, Elizabeth. She has just come from the West to live with me and complete her education. I want her to know your daughter." Elizabeth passed through the introduction as a necessary interruption to her train of thought. As soon as they were out upon the street again, she began. "Grandmother, was God in that church?" "Dear me, child, what strange questions you do ask. Why, yes, I suppose he was in a way. God is everywhere, they say. Elizabeth, you had better wait until you can talk these things over with a person whose business it is. I never understood much about such questions. You look very nice in that shade of green, and your hat is most becoming." So was the question closed for the time, but not put out of the girl's thoughts. The Christmas time had come and passed without much notice on the part of Elizabeth, to whom it was an unfamiliar festival. Mrs. Bailey had suggested that she select some gifts for her relatives on her mother's side, as she always spoke of the Bradys, and Elizabeth had done so with alacrity, showing good sense and good taste in her choice of gifts, as well as deference to the wishes of the one to whom they were to be given. Lizzie, it is true, was a trifle disappointed that her present was not a gold watch or a diamond ring, but on the whole she was pleased. A new world opened before the feet of Elizabeth. School was filled with wonder and delight. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge in the water, and rushed eagerly from one study to another, showing marvelous aptitude, and bringing to every task the enthusiasm of a pleasure-seeker. Her growing intimacy with Jesus Christ, through the influence of the pastor, who knew him so well, caused her joy in life to blossom into loveliness. The Bible she studied with the zest of a novel reader, for it was a novel to her, and daily, as she took her rides in the park on Robin, now groomed into self-respecting sleekness, and wearing a saddle of the latest approved style, she marveled over God's wonderful goodness to her, just a maid of the wilderness. So passed 3 beautiful years in peace and quietness. Every month Elizabeth went to see her grandmother Brady and to take some charming little gifts, and every summer she and her grandmother Bailey spent at some of the fashionable watering places or in the Catskills, the girl always dressed in most exquisite taste and as sweetly indifferent to her clothes as a bird of the air or a flower of the field. The first pocket money she had been given, she saved up, and before long had enough to send the $40 to the address the man in the wilderness had given her. But with it she sent no word. It was like her to think she had no right. She went out more and more with her grandmother among the fashionable old families in Philadelphia society, though as yet she was not supposed to be out, being still in school. But in all her goings she neither saw nor heard of George Trescott Benedict. Often she looked about upon the beautiful women that came to her grandmother's house, who smiled and talked to her, and wondered which of them might be the lady to whom his heart was bound. She fancied she must be most sweet and lovely in every way, else such as he could not care for her. So she would pick out this one and that one, and then, as some disagreeableness or glaring fault would appear, she would drop that one for another. There were only a few, after all, that she felt were good enough for the man who had become her ideal. But sometimes in her dreams he would come and talk with her, and smile as he used to do when they rode together, and he would lay his hand on the mane of her horse. There were always the horses in her dreams. She liked to think of it when she rode in the park, and to think how pleasant it would be if he could be riding there beside her, and they might talk of a great many things that had happened since he left her alone. She felt she would like to tell him of how she had found a friend in Jesus Christ. He would be glad to know about it, she was sure. He seemed to be one who was interested in such things, not like other people who were all engaged in the world. Sometimes she felt afraid something had happened to him. He might have been thrown from that terrible train and killed, perhaps, and no one know anything about it. But as her experience grew wider and she traveled on the trains herself, of course this fear grew less. She came to understand that the world was wide, and many things might have taken him away from his home. Perhaps the money she had sent reached him safely, but she had put in no address. It had not seemed right that she should. It would seem to draw his attention to her, and she felt the lady would not like that. Perhaps they were married by this time, and had gone far away to some charmed land to live. Perhaps a great many things. Only this fact remained. He never came any more into the horizon of her life, and therefore she must try to forget him, and be glad that God had given her a friend in him for her time of need. Some day in the eternal home, perhaps, she would meet him and thank him for his kindness to her, and then they might tell each other all about the journey through the great wilderness of earth after they had parted. The links in Elizabeth's theology had been well supplied by this time, and her belief in the hereafter was strong and simple like a child's. She had one great longing, however, that he, her friend, who had in a way been the first to help her toward higher things and to save her from the wilderness, might know Jesus Christ as he had not known him when they were together. And so, in her daily prayer, she often talked with her Heavenly Father about him, until she came to have an abiding faith that some day, somehow, he would learn the truth about his Christ. During the third season of Elizabeth's life in Philadelphia, her grandmother decided that it was high time to bring out this bud of promise, who was by this time developing into a more beautiful girl than even her fondest hopes had pictured. So Elizabeth came out, and Grandmother Brady read her doings and sayings in the society columns with her morning coffee and an air of deep satisfaction. Aunt Nan listened with her nose in the air. She could never understand why Elizabeth should have privileges beyond her Lizzie. It was the Bailey in her, of course, and Mother ought not to think well of it. But Grandmother Brady felt that, while Elizabeth's success was doubtless due in large part to the Bailey in her, still she was a Brady, and the Brady had not hindered her. It was a step upward for the Bradys. Lizzie listened, and with pride retailed at the 10-cent store the doings of my cousin Elizabeth Bailey, and the other girls listened with awe. And so it came on to be the springtime of the third year that Elizabeth had spent in Philadelphia. Chapter 15. An Eventful Picnic. It was summer, and it was June. There was to be a picnic, and Elizabeth was going. Grandmother Brady had managed it,
It seemed to her that, if Elizabeth could go, her cup of pride would be full to overflowing. So, after much argument, pro and con, with her daughter and Lizzie, she set herself down to pen the invitation. Aunt Nan was decidedly against it. She did not wish to have Lizzie outshone. She had been working nights for 2 weeks on an elaborate organdy, with pink roses all over it, for Lizzie to wear. It had yards and yards of cheap lace in insertion, and a whole bolt of pink ribbons of various widths. The hat was a marvel of impossible roses, just calculated for the worst kind of a wreck if a thunder shower should come up at a Sunday school picnic. Lizzie's mother was even thinking of getting her a pink chiffon parasol to carry, but the family treasury was well nigh depleted, and it was doubtful whether that would be possible. After all that, it did not seem pleasant to have Lizzie put in the shade by a fine lady cousin in silks and jewels. But Grandmother Brady had waited long for her triumph. She desired above all things to walk among her friends and introduce her granddaughter, Elizabeth Bailey, and inadvertently remark, "You must have seen me granddaughter's name in the paper often, Mrs. Babcock. She was giving a party in Rittenhouse Square the other day." Elizabeth would likely be married soon, and perhaps go off somewhere away from Philadelphia, New York, or Europe. There was no telling what great fortune might come to her. Now the time was ripe for triumph, if ever, and when things are ripe, they must be picked. Mrs. Brady proceeded to pick. She gathered together at great pains pen, paper, and ink. A pencil would be inadequate when the note was going to Rittenhouse Square. She sat down when Nan and Lizzie had left for their day's work, and constructed her sentences with great care. Dear Bessie. Elizabeth had never asked her not to call her that, although she fairly detested the name. But still, it had been her mother's name, and was likely dear to her grandmother. It seemed disloyalty to her mother to suggest that she be called Elizabeth. So, Grandmother Brady serenely continued to call her Bessie to the end of her days. Elizabeth decided that to care much about such little things, in a world where there were so many great things, would be as bad as to give one's mind entirely over to the pursuit of fashion. The letter proceeded laboriously. Our Sunday school is going to have a picnic out to Willow Grove. It's on Tuesday. We're going in the trolley. I'd be pleased if you'd go along with us. We will spend the day and take our dinner and supper along, and wouldn't get home till late. So you could stay overnight here with us and not go back home till after breakfast. You needn't bring no lunch, for we've got a lot of things planned, and it ain't worthwhile. But if you wanted to bring some candy, you might. I ain't got time to make any, and what you buy at our grocery might not be fine enough for you. I want you to go real bad. I've never took my 2 granddaughters off to anything yet, and your Grandmother Bailey has you to things all the time. I hope you can manage to come. I'm going to pay all the expenses. Your old Christian Endeavor you used to attend is going to be there, so you'll have a good time. Lizzie has a new pink organdy with roses on her hat, and we're thinking of getting her a pink umbrella if it don't cost too much. The kind with chiffon flounces on it. You'll have a good time, for there's lots of sideshows out to Willow Grove, and we're going to see everything there is to see. There's going to be some music, too. A man with a name that sounds like swearing is going to make it. I don't remember it just now, but you can see it advertised round on the trolley cars. He comes to Willow Grove every year. Now please let me hear if you will go at once, as I want to know how much cake to make. Your loving grandmother, Elizabeth Brady. Elizabeth laughed and cried over this note. It pleased her to have her grandmother show kindness to her. She felt that whatever she did for Grandmother Brady was in a sense showing her love to her own mother. So she brushed aside several engagements, much to the annoyance of her Grandmother Bailey, who could not understand why she wanted to go down to Flora Street for 2 days and a night, just in the beginning of warm weather. True, there was not much going on just now between seasons, and Elizabeth could do as she pleased. But she might get a fever in such a crowded neighborhood. It wasn't in the least wise. However, if she must, she must.
Grandmother Bailey was on the whole lenient. Elizabeth was too much of a success and too willing to please her in all things for her to care to cross her wishes. So Elizabeth wrote on her fine notepaper bearing the Bailey crest in silver, "Dear Grandmother, I shall be delighted to go to the picnic with you, and I'll bring a nice big box of candy, Hewler's best. I'm sure you'll think it's the best you ever tasted. Don't get Lizzie a parasol. I'm going to bring her one to surprise her. I'll be at the house by 8 o'clock. Your loving granddaughter, Elizabeth." Mrs. Brady read this note with satisfaction and handed it over to her daughter to read with a gleam of triumph in her eyes at the supper table. She knew the gift of the pink parasol would go far toward reconciling Aunt Nan to the addition to their party. Elizabeth never did things by halves, and the parasol would be all that could possibly be desired without straining the family pocketbook any further. So Elizabeth went to the picnic in a cool white dimity, plainly made, with tiny frills of itself, edged with narrow lace that did not shout to the unknowing multitude, "I am real," but was content with being so, and with a white Panama hat adorned with only a white silken scarf, but whose texture was possible only at a fabulous price. The shape reminded Elizabeth of the old felt hat belonging to her brother, which she had worn on her long trip across the continent. She had put it on in the hat store one day, and her grandmother, when she found how exquisite a piece of weaving the hat was, at once purchased it for her. It was stylish to wear those soft hats in all sorts of odd shapes. Madame Bailey thought it would be just the thing for the seashore. Her hair was worn in a low coil in her neck, making the general appearance and contour of her head much as it had been 3 years before. She wore no jewelry save the unobtrusive gold buckle at her belt and the plain gold hat pin which fastened her hat. There was nothing about her which marked her as one of the 400. She did not even wear her gloves, but carried them in her hand, and threw them carelessly upon the table when she arrived in Flora Street. Long, soft white ones, they lay there in their costly elegance, beside Lizzie's postcard album that the livery stable man gave her on her birthday, all the long day while Elizabeth was at Willow Grove, and Lizzie sweltered around under her pink parasol in long white silk gloves. Grandmother Brady surveyed Elizabeth with decided disapproval. It seemed too bad on this, her day of triumph, and after she had given a hint, as it were, about Lizzie's fine clothes, that the girl should be so blind, or stubborn, or both, as to come around in that plain rig, just a common white dress, and an old hat that might have been worn about a livery stable. It was mortifying in the extreme. She expected a light silk and kid gloves and a beflowered hat. Why, Lizzie looked a great deal finer. Did Mrs. Bailey rig her out this way for spite, she wondered? But, as it was too late to send Elizabeth back for more fitting garments, the old lady resigned herself to her disappointment. The pink parasol was lovely, and Lizzie was wild over it. Even Aunt Nan seemed mollified. It gave her great satisfaction to look the two girls over. Her own outshone the one from Rittenhouse Square by many counts, so thought the mother. But all day long as she walked behind them or viewed them from afar, she could not understand why it was that the people who passed them always looked twice at Elizabeth and only once at Lizzie. It seemed, after all, that clothes did not make the girl. It was disappointing. The box of candy was all that could possibly be desired. It was ample for the needs of them all, including the two youths from the livery stable who had attached themselves to their party from the early morning. In fact, it was 2 boxes, one of the most delectable chocolates of all imaginable kinds, and the other of mixed candies and candied fruit. Both boxes bore the magic name Hewler's on the covers. Lizzie had often passed Hewler's, taking her noon walk on Chestnut Street, and looked enviously at the girls who walked in and out with white square bundles tied with gold cord, as if it were an everyday affair. And now she was actually eating all she pleased of those renowned candies. It was almost like belonging to the great elite. It was a long day and a pleasant one, even to Elizabeth. She had never been to Willow Grove before, and the strange blending of sweet nature and Vanity Fair charmed her. It was a rest after the winter's round of monotonous engagements. Even the loud-voiced, awkward youths from the livery stable did not annoy her extremely. She took them as a part of the whole and did not pay much attention to them. They were rather shy of her, giving the most of their attention to Lizzie, much to the satisfaction of Aunt Nan. They mounted the horses in the merry-go-rounds and tried each one several times. Elizabeth wondered why anybody desired this sort of amusement, and after her first trip would have been glad to sit with her grandmother and watch the others, only that the old lady seemed so much to desire to have her get on with the rest. She would not do anything to spoil the pleasure of the others if she could help it, so she obediently seated herself in a great seashell drawn by a soiled plaster nymph, and whirled on till Lizzie declared it was time to go to something else. They went into the old mill and down into the mimic mine, and sailed through the painted Venice, eating candy and chewing gum and shouting, all but Elizabeth. Elizabeth would not chew gum nor talk loud. It was not her way. But she smiled serenely on the rest, and did not let it worry her that someone might recognize the popular Miss Bailey in so ill-bred a crowd. She knew that it was their way, and they could have no other. They were having a good time, and she was a part of it for today. They weighed one another on the scales with many jokes and much laughter, and went to see all the moving pictures in the place. They ate their lunch under the trees, and then at last the music began. They seated themselves on the outskirts of the company, for Lizzie declared that was the only pleasant place to be. She did not want to go way up front. She had a boy on either side of her, and she kept the seat shaking with laughter. Now and then a weary guard would look distressedly down the line and motion for less noise, but they giggled on. Elizabeth was glad they were so far back that they might not annoy more people than was necessary. But the music was good, and she watched the leader with great satisfaction. She noticed that there were many people given up to the pleasure of it. The melody went to her soul and thrilled through it. She had not had much good music in her life. The last 3 years, of course, she had been occasionally to the Academy of Music, but, though her grandmother had a box there, she very seldom had time or cared to attend concerts. Sometimes when Melba or Caruso or some world-renowned favorite was there, she would take Elizabeth for an hour, usually slipping out just after the favorite solo with noticeable loftiness, as if the orchestra were the common dust of the earth, and she only condescended to come for the soloist. So Elizabeth had scarcely known the delight of a whole concert of fine orchestral music. She heard Lizzie talking. "Yes, that's Walter Damrosch. Ain't that name fierce? Grandma thinks it's kind of wicked to pronounce it that way. They say he's fine, but I must say I like the band they had last year better. It played a whole lot of lively things, and once they had a rattlebox and a squeaking thing that cried like a baby right out in the music, and everybody just roared laughing. I tell you, that was great. I don't care much for this here kind of music myself. Do you?" And Jim and Joe both agreed that they didn't either. Elizabeth smiled and kept on enjoying it. Peanuts were the order of the day, and their assertive crackle broke in upon the finest passages. Elizabeth wished her cousin would take a walk, and by she did, politely inviting Elizabeth to go along, but she declined, and they were left to sit through the remainder of the afternoon concert. After supper they watched the lights come out, Elizabeth thinking about the description of the heavenly city as one after another the buildings blazed out against the darkening blue of the June night. The music was about to begin. Indeed, it could be heard already in the distance, and drew the girl irresistibly. For the first time that day, she made a move, and the others followed, half wearied of their dissipations, and not knowing exactly what to do next. They stood the first half of the concert very well, but at the intermission they wandered out to view the electric fountain with its many-colored fluctuations, and to take a row on the tiny sheet of water. Elizabeth remained sitting where she was, and watched the fountain. Even her grandmother and aunt grew restless, and wanted to walk again. They said they had had enough music, and did not want to hear any more. They could hear it well enough anyway from further off. They believed they would have some ice cream. Didn't Elizabeth want some? She smiled sweetly. Would Grandmother mind if she sat right there and heard the second part of the concert? She loved music, and this was fine. She didn't feel like eating another thing tonight. So the two ladies, thinking the girl queer that she didn't want ice cream, went off to enjoy theirs with a clear conscience, and Elizabeth drew a long breath and sat back with her eyes closed to test and breathe in the sweet sounds that were beginning to float out delicately, as if to feel whether the atmosphere were right for what was to come after. It was just at the close of this wonderful music, which the program said was Mendelssohn's Spring Song, when Elizabeth looked up to meet the eyes of someone who stood near in the aisle watching her. And there beside her stood the man of the wilderness. He was looking at her face, drinking in the beauty of the profile, and wondering whether he were right. Could it be that this was his little brown friend, the maid of the wilderness? This girl with the lovely refined face, the intellectual brow, the dainty fineness of manner. She looked like some white angel dropped down into that motley company of Sunday school picnickers and city pleasure seekers. The noise and clatter of the place seemed far away from her. She was absorbed utterly in the sweet sounds. When she looked up and saw him, the smile that flashed out upon her face was like the sunshine upon a day that has hitherto been still and almost sad. The eyes said, "You are come at last." The curve of the lips said, "I am glad you are here." He went to her like one who had been hungry for the sight of her for a long time, and after he had grasped her hand, they stood so for a moment, while the hum and gentle clatter of talk that always starts between numbers seethed around them and hid the few words they spoke at first. "Oh, I have so longed to know if you were safe," said the man as soon as he could speak. Then, straightway, the girl forgot all her 3 years of training and her success as a debutante, and became the grave, shy thing she had been to him when he first saw her, looking up with awed delight into the face she had seen in her dreams for so long, and yet might not long for. The orchestra began again, and they sat in silence listening, but yet their souls seemed to speak to each other through the medium of the music, as if the intervening years were being bridged and brought together in the space of those few waves of melody. "I have found out," said Elizabeth, looking up shyly with a great light in her eyes. "I have found what it all means. Have you? Oh, I have wanted so much to know whether you had found out too." "Found out what?" he asked half sadly that he did not understand. "Found out how God hides us. Found what a friend Jesus Christ can be." "You are just the same," said the man with satisfaction in his eyes. "You have not been changed nor spoiled. They could not spoil you." "Have you found out too?" she asked softly. She looked up into his eyes with wistful longing. She wanted this thing so very much. It had been in her prayers for so long. He could not withdraw his own glance. He did not wish to. He longed to be able to answer what she wished. "A little, perhaps," he said doubtfully. "Not so much as I would like to. Will you help me?" "He will help you. You will find him if you search for him with all your heart," she said earnestly. "It says so in his book." Then came more music, wistful, searching, tender. Did it speak of the things of heaven to other souls there than those two? He stooped down and said in a low tone that somehow seemed to blend with the music like the words that fitted it, "I will try with all my heart if you will help me." She smiled her answer, brimming back with deep delight. Into the final lingering notes of an andante from one of Beethoven's sublime symphonies clashed the loud voice of Lizzie. "Oh, Bess, Bessie, I say, Bessie, Ma says we'll have to go over by the cars now if we want to get a seat. The concert's most out, and there'll be a fierce rush. Come on. And Grandma says bring your friend along with you if you want." This last with a smirking recognition of the man, who had turned around wonderingly to see who was speaking. With a quick, searching glance that took in bedraggled organdy, rose hat, and pink parasol, and set them aside for what they were worth, George Benedict observed and classified Lizzie. "Will you excuse yourself and let me take you home a little later?"
he asked in a low tone. "The crowd will be very great, and I have my automobile here." She looked at him gratefully and assented. She had much to tell him. She leaned across the seats and spoke in a clear tone to her cousin. "I will come a little later," she said, smiling with her Rittenhouse Square look that always made Lizzie a little afraid of her. "Tell grandmother I have found an old friend I have not seen for a long time. I will be there almost as soon as you are." They waited while Lizzie explained, and the grandmother and aunt nodded a reluctant assent. Aunt Nan frowned. Elizabeth might have brought her friend along and introduced him to Lizzie. Did Elizabeth think Lizzie wasn't good enough to be introduced? He wrapped her in a great soft rug that was in the automobile and tucked her in beside him, and she felt as if the long, hard days that had passed since they had met were all forgotten and obliterated in this night of delight. Not all the attentions of all the fine men she had met in society had ever been like his, so gentle, so perfect. She had forgotten the lady as completely as if she had never heard of her. She wanted now to tell her friend about her heavenly friend. He let her talk and watched her glowing, earnest face by the dim light of the sky, for the moon had come out to crown the night with beauty, and the unnatural brilliance of electric blaze, with all the glitter and noise of Willow Grove, died into the dim, sweet night as those two sped onward toward the city. The heart of the man kept singing, singing, singing. "I have found her at last. She is safe." "I have prayed for you always," he said in one of the pauses. It was just as they were coming into Flora Street. The urchins were all out on the sidewalk yet, for the night was hot, and they gathered about and ran hooting after the car as it slowed up at the door. "I am sure he did hide you safely, and I shall thank him for answering my prayer. And now I am coming to see you. May I come tomorrow?" There was a great gladness in her eyes. "Yes," she said. The Bradys had arrived from the corner trolley and were hovering about the door self-assertively. It was most apparent to an onlooker that this was a good opportunity for an introduction, but the two young people were entirely oblivious. The man touched his hat gravely, a look of great admiration in his eyes, and said, "Good night," like a benediction. Then the girl turned and went into the plain little home and to her belligerent relatives, with a light in her eyes and a joy in her steps that had not been there earlier in the day. The dreams that visited her hard pillow that night were heavenly and sweet. Chapter 16. Alone Again. "Now we're going to see if the paper says anything about our Bessie," said Grandmother Brady the next morning, settling her spectacles over her nose comfortably and crossing one fat gingham knee over the other. "I always read the society notes, Bess." Elizabeth smiled, and her grandmother read down the column. "Mr. George Truscott Benedict and his mother, Mrs. Vincent Benedict, have arrived home after an extended tour of Europe," read Mrs. Brady. "Mrs. Benedict is much improved in health. It is rumored they will spend the summer at their country seat on Wissahickon Heights." "My," interrupted Lizzie with her mouthful of fried potatoes, "that's the fellow that was engaged to that Miss What's-her-name Loring. Don't you remember? They had his picture in the papers, and her, and then all at once she threw him over for some duke or something, and this feller went off. I heard about it from Mamie. Her sister works in a department store, and she knows Miss Loring. She says she's an awfully handsome girl, and George Benedict was just gone on her. He had a fearful case. Mamie says Miss Loring, what is her name? Oh, Geraldine Loring, bought some lace of her. She heard her say it was for the gown she was going to wear at the horse show. They had her picture in the paper just after the horse show, and it was all over lace. I saw it. It cost a whole lot. I forget how many dollars a yard. But there was something the matter with the Duke. She didn't marry him after all. In her picture she was driving 4 horses. Don't you remember it, Grandma? She sat up tall and high on a seat, holding a whole lot of ribbons and whips and things. She has an elegant figure. I guess maybe the Duke wasn't rich enough. She hasn't been engaged to anybody else, and I shouldn't wonder now but she'd take George Benedict back. He was so awful stuck on her." Lizzie rattled on, and the grandmother read more society notes, But Elizabeth heard no more. Her heart had suddenly frozen and dropped down like lead into her being. She felt as if she never would be able to raise it again. The lady! Surely she had forgotten the lady. But Geraldine Loring, of all women, could it be possible? Geraldine Loring was almost, well, fast, at least as nearly so as one who was really of a fine old family and still held her own in society could be. She was beautiful as a picture, but her face, to Elizabeth's mind, was lacking in fine feeling and intellect. A great pity went out from her heart to the man whose fate was in that doll girl's hands. True, she had heard that Miss Loring's family were unquestionable, and she knew her mother was a most charming woman. Perhaps she had misjudged her. She must have done so if he cared for her, for it could not be otherwise. The joy had gone out of the morning when Elizabeth went home. She went up to her grandmother Bailey at once, and after she had read her letters for her and performed the little services that were her habit, she said, "Grandmother, I'm expecting a man to call upon me today. I thought I had better tell you." "A man?" said Madam Bailey, alarmed at once. She wanted to look over and portion out the right man when the time came. "What man?" "Why, a man I met in Montana," said Elizabeth, wondering how much she ought to tell. "A man you met in Montana? Horrors!" exclaimed the now thoroughly aroused grandmother. "Not that dreadful creature you ran away from?" "Oh, no," said Elizabeth, smiling. "Not that man. A man who was very kind to me and whom I like very much." So much the worse. Immediate action was necessary. "Well, Elizabeth," said Madam Bailey in her stiffest tones, "I really do not care to have any of your Montana friends visit you. You will have to excuse yourself. It will lead to embarrassing entanglements. You do not in the least realize your position in society. It is all well enough to please your relatives, although I think you often overdo that. You could just as well send them a present now and then and please them more than to go yourself. But as for any outsiders, it is impossible. I draw the line there." "But, grandmother—" "Don't interrupt me, Elizabeth. I have something more to say. I had word this morning from the steamship company. They can give us our staterooms on the Deutschland on Saturday, and I have decided to take them. I have telegraphed, and we shall leave here today for New York. I have 1 or 2 matters of business I wish to attend to in New York. We shall go to the Waldorf for a few days, and you will have more opportunity to see New York than you have had yet. It will not be too warm to enjoy going about a little, I fancy, and a number of our friends are going to be at the Waldorf, too. The Craigs sail on Saturday with us. You will have young company on the voyage." Elizabeth's heart sank lower than she had known it could go, and she grew white to the lips. The observant grandmother decided that she had done well to be so prompt. The man from Montana was by no means to be admitted. She gave orders to that effect, unknown to Elizabeth. The girl went slowly to her room. All at once it had dawned upon her that she had not given her address to the man the night before, nor told him by so much as a word what were her circumstances. An hour's meditation brought her to the unpleasant decision that perhaps even now, in this hard spot, God was only hiding her from worse trouble. Mr. George Benedict belonged to Geraldine Loring. He had declared as much when he was in Montana. It would not be well for her to renew the acquaintance. Her heart told her by its great ache that she would be crushed under a friendship that could not be lasting. Very sadly she sat down to write a note. "My dear friend," she wrote on plain paper with no crest. It was like her to choose that. She would not flaunt her good fortune in his face. She was a plain Montana girl to him, and so she would remain. "My grandmother has been very ill and is obliged to go away for her health. Unexpectedly, I find that we ought to go today. I supposed it would not be for a week yet. I am so sorry not to see you again, but I send you a little book that has helped me to get acquainted with Jesus Christ. Perhaps it will help you too. It is called My Best Friend. I shall not forget to pray always that you may find him.
He is so precious to me. I must thank you in words, though I never can say it as it should be said, for your very great kindness to me when I was in trouble. God sent you to me, I am sure. Always gratefully your friend, Elizabeth. That was all. No date, no address. He was not hers, and she would hang out no clues for him to find her, even if he wished. It was better so. She sent the note in the little book to his address on Walnut Street, and then, after writing a note to her grandmother Brady, saying that she was going away for a long trip with grandmother Bailey, she gave herself into the hands of the future like a submissive but weary child. The noon train to New York carried in its drawing-room car Madame Bailey, her granddaughter, her maid, and her dog, bound for Europe. The society column so stated, and so read Grandmother Brady a few days afterward. So also read George Benedict, but it meant nothing to him. When he received the note, his mind was almost as much excited as when he saw the little brown girl and the little brown horse vanishing behind the little brown station on the prairie. He went to the telephone and reflected that he knew no names. He called up his automobile and tore up to Flora Street, but in his bewilderment of the night before, he had not noticed which block the house was in, nor which number. He thought he knew where to find it, but in broad daylight the houses were all alike for 3 blocks, and for the life of him he could not remember whether he had turned up to the right or the left when he came to Flora Street. He tried both, but saw no sign of the people he had but casually noticed at Willow Grove. He could not ask where she lived, for he did not know her name, nothing but Elizabeth, and they had called her Bessie. He could not go from house to house asking for a girl named Bessie. They would think him a fool, as he was, for not finding out her name, her precious name, at once. How could he let her slip from him again when he had just found her? At last he hit upon a bright idea. He asked some children along the street whether they knew of any young woman named Bessie or Elizabeth living there. But they all with one accord shook their heads, though one volunteered the information that Lizzie Smith lives there. It was most distracting and unsatisfying. There was nothing for it but for him to go home and wait in patience for her return. She would come back sometime, probably. She had not said so, but she had not said she would not. He had found her once, he might find her again. And he could pray. She had found comfort in that, so would he. He would learn what her secret was. He would get acquainted with her best friend. Diligently did he study that little book, and then he went and hunted up the man of God who had written it, and who had been the one to lead Elizabeth into the path of light by his earnest preaching every Sabbath, though this fact he did not know. The days passed, and the Saturday came. Elizabeth, heavy-hearted, stood on the deck of the Deutschland and watched her native land disappear from view. So again George Benedict had lost her from sight. It struck Elizabeth, as she stood straining her eyes to see the last of the shore through tears that would burn to the surface and fall down her white cheeks, that again she was running away from a man, only this time not of her own free will. She was being taken away. But perhaps it was better. And it never once entered her mind that, if she had told her grandmother who the friend in Montana was and where he lived in Philadelphia, it would have made all the difference in the world. From the first of the voyage, Grandmother Bailey grew steadily worse, and when they landed on the other side, they went from one place to another seeking health. Carlsbad waters did not agree with her, and they went to the south of France to try the climate. At each move, the little old lady grew weaker and more querulous. She finally made no further resistance and gave up to the role of invalid. Then Elizabeth must be in constant attendance. Madame Bailey demanded reading, and no voice was so soothing as Elizabeth's. Gradually, Elizabeth substituted books of her own choice, as her grandmother seemed not to mind, and now and then she would read a page of some book that told of the best friend. At first, because it was written by the dear pastor at home, it commanded her attention, and finally, because some dormant chord in her heart had been touched, She allowed Elizabeth to speak of these things. But it was not until they had been away from home for 3 months, and she had been growing daily weaker and weaker, that she allowed Elizabeth to read in the Bible. The girl chose the 14th chapter of John, and over again, whenever the restless nerves tormented their victim, she would read those words, "Let not your heart be troubled," until the selfish soul, who had lived all her life to please the world and do her own pleasure, came at last to hear the words and feel that perhaps she did believe in God and might accept that invitation, "Believe also in me." One day Elizabeth had been reading a psalm and thought her grandmother was asleep. She was sitting back with weary heart, thinking what would happen if her grandmother should not get well. The old lady opened her eyes. "Elizabeth," she said abruptly, just as when she was well, "you've been a good girl. I am glad you came. I couldn't have died right without you. I never thought much about these things before, but it really is worthwhile. In my Father's house. He is my Father, Elizabeth." She went to sleep then, and Elizabeth tiptoed out and left her with the nurse. By and by Marie came crying in and told her that the madam was dead. Elizabeth was used to having people die. She was not shocked, only it seemed lonely again to find herself facing the world in a foreign land. And when she came to face the arrangements that had to be made, which, after all, money and servants made easy, she found herself dreading her own land. What must she do after her grandmother was laid to rest? She could not live in the great house in Rittenhouse Square, and neither could she very well go and live in Flora Street. Oh, well, her father would hide her. She need not plan. He would plan for her. The mansions on the earth were his too, as well as those in heaven. And so resting, she passed through the weary voyage and the day when the body was laid to rest in the Bailey lot in the cemetery, and she went back to the empty house alone. It was not until after the funeral that she went to see Grandmother Brady. She had not thought it wise or fitting to invite the hostile grandmother to the other one's funeral. She had thought Grandmother Bailey would not like it. She rode to Flora Street in the carriage. She felt too weary to walk or go in the trolley. She was taking account of stock in the way of friends, thinking over whom she cared to see. One of the first bits of news she had heard on arriving in this country had been that Miss Loring's wedding was to come off in a few days. It seemed to strike her like a thunderbolt, and she was trying to arraign herself for this as she rode along. It was therefore not helpful to her state of mind to have her grandmother remark grimly, "That fella of yours in his automobile has been going up and down this street day in, day out this whole blessed summer. Ain't been a day he didn't pass, sometimes once, sometimes twiced. I felt sorry for him sometimes. If he hadn't been so high and mighty stuck up that he couldn't recognize me, I'd 'a' spoke to him. It was plain as the nose on your face he was looking for you. Don't he know where you live?" "I don't believe he does," said Elizabeth languidly. "Say, grandmother, would you care to come up to Rittenhouse Square and live?" "Me? In Rittenhouse Square? For the land's sakes, child, no. That's flat. I've lived me days out in me own sphere, and I don't intend to change now at me time of life. Ef you want to do something nice for me, child, now you've got all that money, I'd like real well to live in a house that had white marble steps. It's been me one aim all me life. There's some round on the next street that don't come high. There'd be plenty room for us all, and a nice place for Lizzie to get married when the time comes. The parlor's real big, and you would send her some roses, couldn't you?" "All right, grandmother, you shall have it," said Elizabeth with a relieved sigh, and in a few minutes she went home. Some day pretty soon she must think what to do, but there was no immediate hurry. She was glad that Grandmother Brady did not want to come to Rittenhouse Square. Things would be more congenial without her. But the house seemed great and empty when she entered, and she was glad to hear the friendly telephone bell ringing. It was the wife of her pastor, asking her to come to them for a quiet dinner. This was the one home in the great city where she felt like going in her loneliness. There would be no form nor ceremony.
just a friend with them. It was good. The doctor would give her some helpful words. She was glad they had asked her. Chapter 17. A Final Flight and Pursuit. "George," said Mrs. Vincent Benedict, "I want you to do something for me." "Certainly, Mother. Anything I can." "Well, it's only to go to dinner with me tonight. Our pastor's wife has telephoned me that she wants us very much. She especially emphasized you. She said she absolutely needed you. It was a case of charity, and she would be so grateful to you if you would come. She has a young friend with her who is very sad, and she wants to cheer her up. Now don't frown. I won't bother you again this week. I know you hate dinners and girls, but really, George, this is an unusual case. The girl is just home from Europe and buried her grandmother yesterday. She hasn't a soul in the world belonging to her that can be with her, and the pastor's wife has asked her over to dinner quietly. Of course, she isn't going out. She must be in mourning. And you know you're fond of the doctor." "Yes, I'm fond of the doctor," said George, frowning discouragedly. "But I'd rather take him alone, and not with a girl flung at me everlastingly. I'm tired of it. I didn't think it of Christian people, though. I thought she was above such things." "Now, George," said his mother severely, "that's a real insult to the girl, and to our friend, too. She hasn't an idea of doing any such thing. It seems this girl is quite unusual, very religious, and our friend thought you would be just the one to cheer her. She apologized several times for presuming to ask you to help her. You really will have to go." "Well, who is this paragon, anyway? Anyone I know? I suppose I've got to go." "Why, she's a Miss Bailey," said the mother, relieved. "Mrs. Wilton Merrill Bailey's granddaughter. Did you ever happen to meet her? I never did." "Never heard of her," growled George. "Wish I hadn't now." "George." "Well, Mother, go on. I'll be good. What does she do? Dance and play bridge and sing?" "I haven't heard anything that she does," said his mother, laughing. "Well, of course she's a paragon. They all are, Mother. I'll be ready in half an hour. Let's go and get it done. We can come home early, can't we?" Mrs. Benedict sighed. If only George would settle down on some suitable girl of good family. But he was so queer and restless. She was afraid for him. Ever since she had taken him away to Europe, when she was so ill, she had been afraid for him. He seemed so moody and absent-minded, then and afterwards. Now, this Miss Bailey was said to be as beautiful as she was good. If only George would take a notion to her. Elizabeth was sitting in a great armchair by the open fire when he entered the room. He had not expected to find anyone there. He heard voices upstairs and supposed Miss Bailey was talking with her hostess. His mother followed the servant to remove her wraps, and he entered the drawing-room alone. She stirred, looked up, and saw him. "Elizabeth," he said, and came forward to grasp her hand. "I have found you again. How came you here?" But she had no opportunity to answer, for the ladies entered almost at once, and there stood the two, smiling at each other. "Why, you have met before!" exclaimed the hostess. "How delighted I am! I knew you two would enjoy meeting. Elizabeth, child, you never told me you knew George." George Benedict kept looking around for Miss Bailey to enter the room, but to his relief she did not come, and when they went out to the dining-room, there was no place set for her. She must have preferred to remain at home. He forgot her and settled down to the joy of having Elizabeth by his side. His mother, opposite, watched his face blossom into the old-time joy as he handed this new girl the olives and had eyes for no one else. It was to Elizabeth a blessed evening. They held sweet converse one with another as children of the king. For a little time, under the old influence of the restful, helpful talk, she forgot the lady, and all the perplexing questions that had vexed her soul. She knew only that she had entered into an atmosphere of peace and love and joy.
It was not until the evening was over and the guests were about to leave that Mrs. Benedict addressed Elizabeth as Miss Bailey. Up to that moment, it had not entered her son's mind that Miss Bailey was present at all. He turned with a start and looked into Elizabeth's eyes, and she smiled back to him as if to acknowledge the name. Could she read his thoughts, he wondered? It was only a few steps across the square, and Mrs. Benedict and her son walked to Elizabeth's door with her. He had no opportunity to speak to Elizabeth alone, but he said as he bade her good night, "I shall see you tomorrow, then, in the morning?" The inflection was almost a question, but Elizabeth only said, "Good night," and vanished into the house. "Then you have met her before, George?" asked his mother wonderingly. "Yes," he answered hurriedly, as if to stop her further questions. "Yes, I have met her before. She is very beautiful, mother." And because the mother was afraid she might say too much, she assented and held her peace. It was the first time in years that George had called a girl beautiful. Meantime, Elizabeth had gone to her own room and locked the door. She hardly knew what to think. Her heart was so happy. Yet, beneath it all was the troubled thought of the haunting lady for whom they had prayed together on the prairie. And, as if to add to the thought, she found a bit of newspaper lying on the floor beside her dressing table. Marie must have dropped it as she came in to turn up the lights. It was nothing but the corner torn from a newspaper and should be consigned to the wastebasket. Yet her eye caught the words in large headlines as she picked it up idly. Miss Geraldine Loring's wedding to be an elaborate affair. There was nothing more readable. The paper was torn in a zigzag line just beneath. Yet that was enough. It reminded her of her duty. Down beside the bed she knelt and prayed. "Oh, my Father, hide me now, hide me. I am in trouble, hide me." Over and over she prayed, till her heart grew calm and she could think. Then she sat down quietly and put the matter before her. This man whom she loved with her whole soul was to be married in a few days. The world of society would be at the wedding. He was pledged to another, and he was not hers. Yet he was her old friend, and was coming to see her. If he came and looked into her face with those clear eyes of his, he might read in hers that she loved him. How dreadful that would be! Yes, she must search yet deeper. She had heard the glad ring in his voice when he met her and said, "Elizabeth." She had seen his eyes. He was in danger himself. She knew it. She might not hide it from herself. She must help him to be true to the woman to whom he was pledged, whom now he would have to marry. She must go away from it all. She would run away, now, at once. It seemed that she was always running away from someone. She would go back to the mountains where she had started. She was not afraid now of the man from whom she had fled. Culture and education had done their work. Religion had set her upon a rock. She could go back with the protection that her money would put about her, with the companionship of some good elderly woman, and be safe from harm in that way. But she could not stay here and meet George Benedict in the morning, nor face Geraldine Loring on her wedding day. It would be all the same, the facing, whether she were in the wedding party or not. Her days of mourning for her grandmother would of course protect her from this public facing. It was the thought she could not bear. She must get away from it all forever. Her lawyers should arrange the business. They would purchase the house that Grandmother Brady desired, and then give her money to build a church. She would go back and teach among the lonely wastes of mountain and prairie what Jesus Christ longed to be to the people made in his image. She would go back and place above the graves of her father and mother and brothers stones that should bear the words of life to all who should pass by in that desolate region. And that should be her excuse to the world for going, if she needed any excuse. She had gone to see about placing a monument over her father's grave. But the monument should be a church somewhere, where it was most needed. She was resolved upon that. That was a busy night. Marie was called upon to pack a few things for a hurried journey. The telephone rang, and the sleepy night operator answered crossly. But Elizabeth found out all she wanted to know about the early Chicago trains, and then lay down to rest. Early the next morning, George Benedict telephoned for some flowers from the florist, and when they arrived, he pleased himself by taking them to Elizabeth's door. He did not expect to find her up, but it would be a pleasure to have them reach her by his own hand. They would be sent up to her room, and she would know in her first waking thought that he remembered her. He smiled as he touched the bell and stood waiting. The old butler opened the door. He looked as if he had not fully finished his night's sleep. He listened mechanically to the message. "For Miss Bailey, with Mr. Benedict's good morning." And then his face took on a deprecatory expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Benedict," he said, as if in the matter he were personally to blame. "But she's just gone. Miss Elizabeth's mighty quick in her ways, and last night, after she come home, she decided to go to Chicago on the early train. She's just gone to the station, not 10 minutes ago. They was late and had to hurry. I'm expecting the footman back every minute." "Gone?" said George Benedict, standing blankly on the doorstep and looking down the street as if that should bring her. "Gone? To Chicago, did you say?" "Yes, sir. She's gone to Chicago. That is, she's going further, but she took the Chicago Limited. She's gone to see about a monument for Madam's son, John, Miss Elizabeth's father. She said she must go at once, and she went." "What time does that train leave?" asked the young man. It was a thread of hope. He was stung into a superhuman effort as he had been on the prairie when he had caught the flying vision of the girl and horse, and he had shouted, and she would not stop for him. 9:50, sir," said the butler. He wished this excited young man would go after her. She needed someone. His heart had often stirred against fate that this pearl among young mistresses should have no intimate friend or lover now in her loneliness. 9:50? He looked at his watch. No chance. "Broad Street?" he asked sharply. "Yes, sir." Would there be a chance if he had his automobile? Possibly, but hardly unless the train was late. There would be a trifle more chance of catching the train at West Philadelphia. Oh, for his automobile. He turned to the butler in despair. "Telephone her," he said. "Stop her, if you possibly can, on board the train, and I will try to get there. I must see her. It is important." He started down the steps, his mind in a whirl of trouble. How should he go? The trolley would be the only available way, and yet the trolley would be useless. It would take too long. Nevertheless, he sped down toward Chestnut Street blindly, and now in his despair his new habit came to him. "Oh, my Father, help me, save her for me." Up Walnut Street at a breakneck pace came a flaming red automobile, sounding its taunting menace. Honk, 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 honk. But George Benedict stopped not for automobiles. Straight into the jaws of death he rushed, and was saved only by the timely grasp of a policeman who rolled him over on the ground. The machine came to a halt, and a familiar voice shouted, "Conscience alive, George, is that you? What are you trying to do? Say, but that was a close shave. Where you going in such a hurry, anyway? Hustle in, and I'll take you there." The young man sprang into the seat and gasped, "West Philadelphia Station, Chicago Limited. Hurry! Train leaves Broad Street Station at 9:50. Get me there if you can, Billy. I'll be your friend forever." By this time they were speeding fast. Neither of the two had time to consider which station was the easier to make, and as the machine was headed toward West Philadelphia, on they went, regardless of laws or vainly shouting policemen. George Benedict sprang from the car before it had stopped and nearly fell again. His nerves were not steady from his other fall yet. He tore into the station and out through the passageway, past the beckoning hand of the ticket man, who sat in the booth at the staircase, and strode up 3 steps at a time. The guard shouted, "Hurry! You may get it! She's just starting!" And a friendly hand reached out and hauled him up on the platform of the last car. For an instant after he was safely in the car, he was too dazed to think. It seemed as if he must keep on blindly rushing through that train all the way to Chicago, or she would get away from him. He sat down in an empty seat for a minute to get his senses. He was actually on the train. It had not gone without him. Now the next question was she on it herself, or had she in some way slipped from his grasp even yet? The old butler might have caught her by telephone. He doubted it. He knew her stubborn determination, and all at once he began to suspect that she was with intention running away from him, and perhaps had been doing so before. It was an astonishing thought and a grave one, yet, if it were true, what had meant that welcoming smile in her eyes that had been like dear sunshine to his heart? But there was no time to consider such questions now. He had started on this quest, and he must continue it until he found her. Then she should be made to explain, once and for all, most fully. He would live through no more torturing agonies of separation without a full understanding of the matter. He got upon his shaking feet and started to hunt for Elizabeth. Then, all at once, he became aware that he was still carrying the box of flowers. Battered and out of shape it was, but he was holding it as if it held the very hope of life for him. He smiled grimly as he tottered shakily down the aisle, grasping his floral offering with determination. This was not exactly the morning call he had planned, nor the way he had expected to present his flowers, but it seemed to be the best he could do. Then at last, in the very furthest car from the end, in the drawing-room, he found her, sitting gray and sorrowful, looking at the fast-flying landscape. "Elizabeth!" He stood in the open door and called to her, and she started as from a deep sleep, her face blazing into glad sunshine at sight of him. She put her hand to her heart and smiled. "I have brought you some flowers," he said grimly. "I am afraid there isn't much left of them now, but such as they are here. I hope you will accept them." "Oh," gasped Elizabeth, reaching out for the poor crushed roses as if they had been a little child in danger. She drew them from the battered box into her arms with a delicious movement of caressing, as if she would make up to them for all they had come through. He watched her, half pleased, half savagely. Why should all that tenderness be wasted on mere fading flowers? At last he spoke, interrupting her brooding over his roses. "You are running away from me," he charged. "Well, and what if I am?" She looked at him with a loving defiance in her eyes. "Don't you know I love you?" he asked, sitting down beside her and talking low and almost fiercely. "Don't you know I've been torn away from you, or you from me, twice before now, and that I cannot stand it any more? Say, don't you know it? Answer, please." The demand was kind but peremptory. "I was afraid so," she murmured with drooping eyes and cheeks from which all color had fled. "Well, why do you do it? Why did you run away? Don't you care for me? Tell me that. If you can't ever love me, you are excusable, but I must know it all now." "Yes, I care as much as you," she faltered. But what?" sharply. "But you are going to be married this week," she said in desperation, raising her miserable eyes to his. He looked at her in astonishment. "Am I?" said he. "Well, that's news to me, but it's the best news I've heard in a long time. When does the ceremony come off? I wish it was this morning. Make it this morning, will you? Let's stop this blessed old train and go back to the doctor. He'll fix it so we can't ever run away from each other again. Elizabeth, look at me." But Elizabeth hid her eyes now. They were full of tears. "But the lady," she gasped out, struggling with the sobs. She was so weary, and the thought of what he had suggested was so precious. "What lady? There is no lady but you, Elizabeth, and never has been. Haven't you known that for a long time? I have. That was all a hallucination of my foolish brain. I had to go out on the plains to get rid of it, but I left it there forever. She was nothing to me after I saw you." But people said, and it was in the paper. I saw it. You cannot desert her now. It would be dishonorable." "Thunder!" ejaculated the distracted young man. "In the paper? What lady?" "Why, Miss Loring, Geraldine Loring. I saw that the preparations were all made for her wedding, and I was told she was to marry you." In sheer relief, he began to laugh. At last he stopped, as the old hurt look spread over her face.
"Excuse me, dear," he said gently. "There was a little acquaintance between Miss Loring and myself. It only amounted to a flirtation on her part, one of many. It was a great distress to my mother, and I went out west, as you know, to get away from her. I knew she would only bring me unhappiness, and she was not willing to give up some of her ways that were impossible. I am glad and thankful that God saved me from her. I believe she is going to marry a distant relative of mine by the name of Benedict, but I thank the kind Father that I am not going to marry her. There is only one woman in the whole wide world that I am willing to marry or ever will be, and she is sitting beside me now." The train was going rapidly now. It would not be long before the conductor would reach them. The man leaned over and clasped the little gloved hand that lay in the girl's lap, and Elizabeth felt the great joy that had tantalized her for these 3 years in dreams and visions settle down about her in beautiful reality. She was his now forever. She need never run away again. The conductor was not long in coming to them, and the matter-of-fact world had to be faced once more. The young man produced his card and said a few words to the conductor, mentioning the name of his uncle, who, by the way, happened to be a director of the road, and then he explained the situation. It was very necessary that the young lady be recalled at once to her home because of a change in the circumstances. He had caught the train at West Philadelphia by automobile, coming as he was in his morning clothes, without baggage and with little money. Would the conductor be so kind as to put them off, that they might return to the city by the shortest possible route? The conductor glared and scolded, and said people didn't know their own minds, and wanted to move the earth. Then he eyed Elizabeth, and she smiled. He let a grim glimmer of what might have been a sour smile years ago peep out for an instant, and he let them off. They wandered delightedly about from one trolley to another until they found an automobile garage, and soon were speeding back to Philadelphia. They waited for no ceremony, these two who had met and loved by the way in the wilderness. They went straight to Mrs. Benedict for her blessing, and then to the minister to arrange for his services, and within the week a quiet wedding party entered the arched doors of the placid brown church with the lofty spire, and Elizabeth Bailey and George Benedict were united in the sacred bonds of matrimony. There were present Mrs. Benedict and 1 or 2 intimate friends of the family, besides Grandmother Brady, Aunt Nan, and Lizzie. Lizzie brought a dozen bread-and-butter plates from the 10-cent store. They were adorned with cupids and roses and much gilt. But Lizzie was disappointed. No display, no pomp and ceremony, just a simple white dress and white veil. Lizzie did not understand that the veil had been in the Bailey family for generations, and that the dress was an heirloom also. It was worn because Grandmother Bailey had given it to her and told her she wanted her to wear it on her wedding day. Sweet and beautiful she looked as she turned to walk down the aisle on her husband's arm, and she smiled at Grandmother Brady in a way that filled the grandmother's heart with pride and triumph. Elizabeth was not ashamed of the Bradys, even among her fine friends. But Lizzie grumbled all the way home at the plainness of the ceremony and the lack of bridesmaids and fuss and feathers. The social column of the daily papers stated that young Mr. and Mrs. George Benedict were spending their honeymoon in an extended tour of the West, and Grandmother Brady so read it aloud at the breakfast table to the admiring family. Only Lizzie looked discontented. She just wore a dark blue tricotine one-piece dress and a little plain dark hat. She ain't got a bit of taste. Oh, boy, if I just had her pocketbook, wouldn't I show the world? But anyhow, I'm glad she went in a private car. There was a little class to her, though if it had been mine, I'd have preferred riding in the parlor coach and having folks see me and my fine husband. He's some looker, George Benedict is. Everybody turns to watch him as they go by, and they just sail along and never seem to notice. It's all perfectly throwed away on 'em. Gosh, I'd hate to be such a nut. Now, Lizzie, you know you hadn't ought to talk like that, reproved her grandmother, after her giving you all that money for your own wedding.
$1,000 just to spend as you please on your clothes and a blowout and house linens. Just because she don't care for gewgaws like you do, you think she's a fool. But she's no fool. She's got a good head on her, and she'll get more in the long run out of life than you will. She's been real loving and kind to us all, and she didn't have any reason to, neither. We never did much for her. And look at how nice and common she's been with us all. Not a bit high-headed. I declare, Lizzie, I should think you'd be ashamed." "Oh, well," said Lizzie, shrugging her shoulders indifferently. "She's all right in her way, only 'tain't my way. And I'm thankful to goodness that I had the nerve to speak up when she offered to give me my trousseau. She asked me would I rather have her buy it for me or have the money and pick it out myself. And I spoke up right quick and says, 'Oh, Cousin Bessie, I wouldn't think of giving you all that trouble. I'd take the money if it's all the same to you.' And she just smiled and said, 'All right.' She expected I knew what I wanted better'n she did. So yesterday, when I went down to the station to see her off, she handed me a bank book. And, oh, say, I forgot. She said there was a goodbye note inside. I ain't had time to look at it since. I went right to the movies on the dead run to get there before the first show begun, and it's in my coat pocket. Wait till I get it. I s'pose it's some of her old religion. She's always preaching at me. It ain't that she says so much, as that she's always meaning it underneath. Everything that gets my goat. It's sort of like having a piece of God round with you all the time watching you. You kind of hate to be enjoying yourself for fear she won't think you're doing it according to the Bible." Lizzie hurtled into the hall and brought back her coat, fumbling in the pocket. "Yes, here 'tis, Ma. Want to see the figures? You never had a whole $1,000 in the bank twonst yourself, did ya?" Mrs. Brady put on her spectacles and reached for the book, while Lizzie's mother got up and came behind her mother's chair to look over at the magic figures. Lizzie stooped for the little white note that had fluttered to her feet as she opened the book, but she had little interest to see what it said. She was more intent upon the new bank book. It was Grandmother Brady that discovered it. "Why, Lizzie, it ain't 1,000, it's 5,000, the book says. You don't suppose she's made a mistake, do you?" Lizzie seized the book and gazed, her jaw dropping open in amaze. "Let me have it," demanded Lizzie's mother, reaching for the book. "Where's your note, Lizzie? Maybe it'll explain," said the excited grandmother. Lizzie recovered the note, which again had fluttered to the floor in the confusion, and opening it, began to read. "Dear Lizzie," it read, "I've made it 5,000, so you will have some over for furnishing your home. And if you still think you want the little bungalow out on the pike, you will find the deed at my lawyer's, all made out in your name. It's my wedding gift to you, so you can go to work and buy your furniture at once, and not wait till Dan gets a raise. And here's wishing you a great deal of happiness. Your loving cousin, Elizabeth." "There," said Grandmother Brady, sitting back with satisfaction and holding her hands composedly. "What'd I tell you?" "Mercy," said Lizzie's mother. "Let me see that note. The idea of her giving all that money when she didn't have to." But Lizzie's face was a picture of joy. For once she lost her hard, little worldly, screwed-up expression and was wreathed in smiles of genuine eagerness. "Oh, boy!" she exclaimed delightedly, dancing around the room. "Now we can have a Victrola and a player piano, and Dan'll get a Ford, one of those limousine kind. Won't I be some swell? What'll the girls at the store think now?" You'd much better get a washing machine and an electric iron," grumbled Grandmother Brady practically. "Well, all I got to say about it is, she was an awful fool to trust you with so much money," said Lizzie's mother discontentedly, albeit with a pleased pride as she watched her giddy daughter fling on hat and coat to go down and tell Dan. "I shall work in the store for the rest of the week, just to accommodate them," she announced, putting her head back in the door as she went out. "But not a day longer. I got a lot to do. Say, won't I be some lady in the 5 and 10 the rest of the week? Oh, boy, I'll tell the world." Meantime, in their own private car, the bride and groom were whirled on their way to the west, but they saw little of the scenery, being engaged in the all-absorbing story of each other's lives since they had parted. And one bright morning they stepped down from the train at Malta and gazed about them.
The sun was shining clear and wonderful, and the little brown station stood drearily against the brightness of the day, like a picture that has long hung on the wall of one's memory and is suddenly brought out and the dust wiped away. They purchased a couple of horses, and with camp accoutrements following, began their real wedding trip over the road they had come together when they first met. Elizabeth had to show her husband where she had hidden while the men went by, and he drew her close in his arms and thanked God that she had escaped so miraculously. It seemed so wonderful to be in the same places again, for nothing out here in the wilderness seemed much to have changed, and yet they too were so changed that the people they met did not seem to recognize them as ever having been that way before. They dined sumptuously in the same coulee and recalled little things they had said and done, and Elizabeth, now worldly wise, laughed at her own former ignorance as her husband reminded her of some questions she had asked him on that memorable journey. And ever through the beautiful journey he was telling her how wonderful she seemed to him, both then and now. Not, however, till they reached the old ranch house, where the woman had tried to persuade her to stay, did they stop for long. Elizabeth had a tender feeling in her heart for that motherly woman who had sought to protect her, and felt a longing to let her know how safely she had been kept through the long journey, and how good the Lord had been to her through the years. Also, they both desired to reward these kind people for their hospitality in the time of need. So, in the early evening they rode up, just as they did before, to the little old log house. But no friendly door flung open wide as they came near, and at first they thought the cabin deserted, till a candle flare suddenly shone forth in the bedroom, and then Benedict dismounted and knocked. After some waiting, the old man came to the door, holding a candle high above his head. His face was haggard and worn, and the whole place looked disheveled. His eyes had a weary look as he peered into the night, and it was evident that he had no thought of ever having seen them before. "I can't do much for you strangers," he said, his voice sounding tired and discouraged. "If it's a woman you have with ye, you'd better ride on to the next ranch. My woman is sick, very sick. There's nobody here with her but me, and I have all I can tend to. The house ain't kept very tidy. It's 6 weeks since she took to bed." Elizabeth had sprung lightly to the ground and was now at the threshold. "Oh, is she sick? I'm so sorry. Couldn't I do something for her? She was good to me once several years ago." The old man peered at her blinkingly, noting her slender beauty, the exquisite, eager face, the dress that showed her of another world, and shook his head. "I guess you made a mistake, lady. I don't remember ever seeing you before." "But I remember you," she said eagerly, stepping into the room. "Won't you please let me go to her?" "Why, sure, lady. Go right in if you want to. She's layin' there in the bed. She ain't likely to get out of it again, I'm feared. The doctor says nothing but an operation will ever get her up, and we can't pay for operations. It's a long ways to the hospital in Chicago where he wants her sent, and Maria and we ain't allowin' to part. It can't be many years." But Elizabeth was not waiting to hear. She had slipped into the old bedroom that she remembered now so well, and was kneeling beside the bed, talking to the white-faced woman on the thin pillow. "Don't you remember me?" she asked. "I'm the girl you tried to get to stay with you once, the girl that came here with a man she had met in the wilderness. You told me things that I didn't know, and you were kind and wanted me to stay here with you. Don't you remember me? I'm Elizabeth." The woman reached out a bony hand and touched the fair young face that she could see but dimly in the flare of the candle that the old man now brought into the room. "Why, yes, I remember," the woman said. Her voice sounded alive yet, in spite of her illness. "Yes, I remember you. You were a dear little girl, and I was so worried about you. I would have kept you for my own, but you wouldn't stay. And he was a nice-looking young man, but I was afraid for you. You can't always tell about them. You mostly can't." "But he was all right, Mother." Elizabeth's voice rang joyously through the cabin. "He took care of me and got me safely started toward my people. And now he's my husband. I want you to see him. George, come here." The old woman half raised herself from the pillow and looked toward the young man in the doorway.
You don't say. He's your husband? Well, now, isn't that grand? Well, I certainly am glad. I was that worried. They sat around the bed talking, Elizabeth telling briefly of her own experiences and her wedding trip which they were taking back over the old trail, and the old man and woman speaking of their trouble, the woman's breakdown, and how the doctor at Malta said there was a chance she could get well if she went to a great doctor in Chicago, but how they had no money unless they sold the ranch, and that nobody wanted to buy it. "Oh, but we have money," laughed Elizabeth joyously, "and it is our turn now to help you. You helped us when we were in trouble. How soon can you start? I'm going to play you are my own mother and father. We can send them both, can't we, George?" It was a long time before they settled themselves to sleep that night, because there was so much planning to be done. And then Elizabeth and her husband had to get out their stores and cook a good supper for the two old people who had been living mostly on cornmeal mush for several weeks. And after the others were all asleep, the old woman lay praying and thanking God for the two angels who had dropped down to help them in their distress. The next morning, George Benedict, with one of the men who looked after their camping outfit, went to Malta and got in touch with the Chicago doctor and hospital, and before he came back to the ranch that night, everything was arranged for the immediate start of the two old people. He had even planned for an automobile and the Malta doctor to be in attendance in a couple of days to get the invalid to the station. Meantime, Elizabeth had been going over the old woman's wardrobe, which was scanty and coarse, and selecting garments from her own baggage that would do for the journey. The old woman looked glorified as she touched the delicate white garments with their embroidery and ribbons. "Oh, dear child, why, I couldn't wear a thing like that on my old worn-out body. Those look like angels' clothes." She put a work-worn finger on the delicate tracery of embroidery and smoothed a pink satin ribbon bow. But Elizabeth overruled her. It was nothing but a plain little garment she had bought for the trip. If the friend thought it was pretty, she was glad, but nothing was too pretty for the woman who had taken her in her distress and tried to help her and keep her safe. The invalid was thin with her illness, and it was found that she could easily wear the girl's simple dress of dark blue with white collar and little dark hat, and Elizabeth donned a khaki skirt and brown cap and sweater herself, and gladly arrayed her old friend in her own bridal traveling gown for her journey. She had not brought a lot of things for her journey because she did not want to be bothered, but she could easily get more when she got to a large city, and what was money for but to clothe the naked and feed the hungry? She rejoiced in her ability to help this woman of the wilderness. On the third day, garbed in Elizabeth's clothes, her husband fitted out for the East in some of George Benedict's extra things, they started. They carried a bag containing some necessary changes and some wonderful toilet accessories with silver monograms, enough to puzzle the most snobbish nurse. Also, there was a luscious silk kimono of Elizabeth's in the bag. The two old people were settled in the Benedict private car, and in due time hitched on to the Chicago Express and hurried on their way. Before the younger pair went back to their pilgrimage, they sent a series of telegrams arranging for every detail of the journey for the old couple, so that they would be met with cars and nurses and looked after most carefully. And the thanksgiving and praise of the old people seemed to follow them like music as they rode happily on their way. They paused at the little old schoolhouse where they had attended the Christian Endeavor meeting, and Elizabeth looked half fearfully up the road where her evil pursuers had ridden by, and rode closer to her husband's side. So they passed on the way as nearly as Elizabeth could remember every step back as she had come, telling her husband all the details of the journey. That night they camped in the little shelter where Benedict had come upon the girl that first time they met, and under the clear stars that seemed so near, they knelt together and thanked God for his leading. They went to the lonely cabin on the mountain, shut up and going to ruin now, and Benedict gazing at the surroundings, and then looking at the delicate face of his lovely wife, was reminded of a white flower he had once seen growing out of the blackness down in a coal mine, pure and clean, without a smirch of soil. They visited the 7 graves in the wilderness, and standing reverently beside the sand-blown mounds, She told him much of her early life that she had not told him before, and introduced him to her family, telling a bit about each that would make him see the lovable side of them. And then they planned for 7 simple white stones to be set up, bearing words from the book they both loved. Over the careworn mother was to be written, "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." It was on that trip that they planned what came to pass in due time. The little cabin was made over into a simple, pretty home, with vines planted about the garden, and a garage with a sturdy little car, and not far away a church, nestled into the side of the hill, built out of the stones that were native, with many sunny windows and a belfry in which bells rang out to the whole region round. At first it had seemed impractical to put a church out there away from the town, but Elizabeth said that it was centrally located and high up, where it could be seen from the settlements in the valleys, and was, moreover, on a main trail that was much traveled. She longed to have some such spot in the wilderness that could be a refuge for any who longed for better things. When they went back, they sent out 2 consecrated missionaries to occupy the new house and use the sturdy little car. They were to ring the bells, preach the gospel, and play the organ and piano in the little church. Over the pulpit there was a beautiful window bearing a picture of Christ, the Good Shepherd, and in clear letters above were the words, "And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee, and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou wouldst keep his commandments or no." And underneath the picture were the words, "In the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me." In memory of his hidings, George and Elizabeth Benedict. But in the beautiful home in Philadelphia, in an inner, intimate room, these words are exquisitely graven on the wall. "Let not your heart be troubled." End of The Girl from Montana,